Chapter 24 of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 24. The deadliest snakes are those which, twined mongst flowers, blend their bright colouring with the varied blossoms, their fierce eyes glittering like the spangled dewdrop, in all so like what nature has most harmless. That sportive innocence which dreads no danger is poisoned unawares. Old Play. Charles, we must now give him his own name, was easily reconciled to the circumstances which rendered his residence at Woodstock advisable. No doubt he would much rather have secured his safety by making an immediate escape out of England, but he had been condemned already to many uncomfortable lurking places and more disagreeable disguises, as well as to long and difficult journeys, during which, between pragmatical officers of justice belonging to the prevailing party, and parties of soldiers whose officers usually took on them to act on their own warrant, risk of discovery had more than once become very imminent. He was glad, therefore, of comparative repose, and of comparative safety. Then it must be considered that Charles had been entirely reconciled to the society of Woodstock since he had become better acquainted with it. He had seen that, to interest the beautiful Alice, and procure a great deal of her company, nothing more was necessary than to submit to the humours and cultivate the intimacy of the old Cavalier, her father. A few bouts at fencing, in which Charles took care not to put out his more perfect skill, and a full youthful strength and activity, the endurance of a few scenes from Shakespeare, which the knight read with more zeal than taste, a little skill in music, in which the old man had been a proficient, the deference paid to a few old-fashioned opinions at which Charles laughed in his sleeve, were all sufficient to gain for the disguised prince an interest in Sir Henry Lee, and to conciliate in an equal degree the good will of his lovely daughter. Never were the two young persons who could be said to commence this species of intimacy with such unequal advantages. Charles was a libertine who, if he did not in cold blood resolve upon prosecuting his passion for Alice to a dishonourable conclusion, was at every moment liable to be provoked to attempt the strength of a virtue in which he was no believer. Then Alice, on her part, hardly knew even what was implied by the word libertine or seducer. Her mother had died early in the commencement of the Civil War, and she had been bred up chiefly with her brother and cousin, so that she had an unfearing and unsuspicious frankness of manner, upon which Charles was not unwilling or unlikely to put a construction favourable to his own views. Even Alice's love for her cousin, the first sensation which awakens the most innocent and simple mind to feelings of shyness and restraint towards the male sex in general, had failed to excite such an alarm in her bosom. They were nearly related, and Edward, though young, was several years her elder, and had from her infancy been an object of her respect as well as of her affection. When this early and childish intimacy ripened into youthful love, confessed and returned, still it differed in some shades from the passion existing between lovers originally strangers to each other, until their affections had been united in the ordinary course of courtship. Their love was fonder, more familiar, more perfectly confidential, purer too, perhaps, and more free from starts of passionate violence or apprehensive jealousy. The possibility that anyone could have attempted to rival Everard in her affection was a circumstance which never occurred to Alice, and that this singular Scottish lad, whom she laughed with on account of his humour, and laughed at for his peculiarities, should be an object of danger or of caution, never once entered her imagination. The sort of intimacy to which she admitted Kerneguy was the same to which she would have received a companion of her own sex, whose manners she did not always approve, but whose society she found always amusing. It was natural that the freedom of Alice Lee's conduct, which arose from the most perfect indifference, should pass for something approaching to encouragement in the royal gallant's apprehension, and that any resolutions he had formed against being tempted to violate the hospitality of Woodstock should begin to totter as opportunities for doing so became more frequent. These opportunities were favoured by Albert's departure from Woodstock the very day after his arrival. It had been agreed, in full council with Charles and Rochecliffe, that he should go to visit his uncle Everard in the county of Kent, and, by showing himself there, obviate any cause of suspicion which might arise from his residence at Woodstock, and remove any pretext for disturbing his father's family on account of their harbouring one who had been so lately in arms. He had also undertaken, at his own great personal risk, to visit different points on the sea-coast, and ascertain the security of different places for providing shipping for the king's leaving England. These circumstances were alike calculated to procure the king's safety and facilitate his escape. But Alice was thereby deprived of the presence of her brother, who would have been her most watchful guardian, but who had set down the king's light talk upon a former occasion to the gaiety of his humour, and would have thought he had done his sovereign great injustice had he seriously suspected him of such a breach of hospitality as a dishonourable pursuit of Alice would have implied. There were, however, two of the household at Woodstock who appeared not so entirely reconciled with Louis Kerneguy or his purposes. The one was Bevis, who seemed, from their first unfriendly rencontre, to have kept up a pique against their new guest, which no advances on the part of Charles were able to soften. If the page was by chance left alone with his young mistress, Bevis chose always to be of the party, came close by Alice's chair, and growled audibly when the gallant drew near her. "It is a pity," said the disguised prince, "that your Bevis is not a bulldog, that we might dub him a Roundhead at once. He is too handsome, too noble, too aristocratic, to nourish those inhospitable prejudices against a poor houseless Cavalier. I am convinced the spirit of Pym or Hampden has transmigrated into the rogue, and continues to demonstrate his hatred against royalty and all its adherents." Alice would then reply that Bevis was loyal in word and deed, and only partook her father's prejudices against the Scots, which, she could not but acknowledge, were tolerably strong. "Nay, then," said the supposed Louis, "I must find some other reason, for I cannot allow Sir Bevis' resentment to rest upon national antipathy. So we will suppose that some gallant cavalier, who wended to the wars and never returned, has adopted his shape to look back upon the haunts he left so unwillingly, and is jealous at seeing even poor Louis Kerneguy drawing near to the lady of his lost affections." He approached her chair as he spoke, and Bevis gave one of his deep growls. "In that case, you had best keep your distance," said Alice, laughing, "for the bite of a dog, possessed by the ghost of a jealous lover, cannot be very safe." And the king carried on the dialogue in the same strain, which, while it led Alice to apprehend nothing more serious than the apish gallantry of a fantastic boy, certainly induced the supposed Louis Kerneguy to think he had made one of those conquests which often and easily fall to the share of sovereigns. Notwithstanding the acuteness of his apprehension, he was not sufficiently aware that the royal road to female favour is only open to monarchs when they travel in grand costume, and that when they woo incognito their path of courtship is liable to the same windings and obstacles which obstruct the course of private individuals. There was, besides Bevis, another member of the family who kept a lookout upon Louis Kerneguy, and with no friendly eye. Phoebe Mayflower, though her experience extended not beyond the sphere of the village, yet knew the world much better than her mistress, and besides she was 5 years older. More knowing, she was more suspicious. She thought that odd-looking Scottish boy made more up to her young mistress than was proper for his condition of life, and, moreover, that Alice gave him a little more encouragement than Parthenia would have afforded to any such jack-a-dandy in the absence of Argalus. For the volume treating of the loves of these celebrated Arcadians was then the favourite study of swains and damsels throughout merry England. Entertaining such suspicions, Phoebe was at a loss how to conduct herself on the occasion, and yet resolved she would not see the slightest chance of Colonel Everard's true love being obstructed without attempting a remedy. She had a peculiar favour for Markham herself, and, moreover, he was, according to her phrase, as handsome and personable a young man as was in Oxfordshire, and this Scottish scarecrow was no more to be compared to him than chalk was to cheese. And yet she allowed that Master Gurnaghy had a wonderful well-oiled tongue, and that such gallants were not to be despised. What was to be done? She had no facts to offer, only vague suspicion, and was afraid to speak to her mistress, whose kindness, great as it was, did not nevertheless encourage familiarity. She sounded Jocelyn, but he was, she knew not why, so deeply interested about this unlucky lad, and held his importance so high, that she could make no impression on him. To speak to the old knight would have been to raise a general tempest. The worthy chaplain, who was, at Woodstock, grand referee on all disputed masters, would have been the damsel's most natural resource, for he was peaceful as well as moral by profession, and politic by practice. But it happened he had given Phoebe unintentional offence by speaking of her under the classical epithet of rustica fidele, the which epithet, as she understood it not, she held herself bound to resent as contumelious, and declaring she was not fonder of a fiddle than other folk, had ever since shunned all intercourse with Dr. Rushcliffe, which she could easily avoid. Master Tomkins was always coming and going about the house, under various pretexts, but he was a Roundhead, and she was too true to the Cavaliers to introduce any of the enemy as parties to their internal discords. Besides, he had talked to Phoebe herself in a manner which induced her to decline everything in shape of familiarity with him. Lastly, Cavaliero Wildrake might have been consulted, but Phoebe had her own reasons for saying, as she did with some emphasis, that Cavaliero Wildrake was an impudent London rake. At length, she resolved to communicate her suspicions to the party having most interest in verifying or confuting them. "I'll let Master Markham Everard know that there is a wasp buzzing about his honeycomb," said Phoebe, "and moreover, that I know that this young Scotch scapegrace shifted himself out of a woman's into a man's dress at Goody Green's, and gave Goody Green's Dolly a gold piece to say nothing about it, and no more she did to any one but me, and she knows best herself whether she gave change for the gold or not, but Master Louis is a saucy jackanapes, and like enough to ask it." 3 or 4 days elapsed, while matters continued in this condition, the disguised prince sometimes thinking on the intrigue which fortune seemed to have thrown in his way for his amusement, and taking advantage of such opportunities as occurred to increase his intimacy with Alice Lee, but much oftener harassing Dr. Rushcliffe with questions about the possibility of escape, which the good man, finding himself unable to answer, secured his leisure against royal importunity by retreating into the various unexplored recesses of the lodge, known perhaps only to himself, who had been for nearly a score of years employed in writing the wonders of Woodstock. It chanced on the 4th day that some trifling circumstance had called the knight abroad, and he had left the young Scotsman, now familiar in the family, along with Alice, in the parlour of Victor Lee. Thus situated, he thought the time not unpropitious for entering upon a strain of gallantry, of a kind which might be called experimental, such as is practised by the Croats in skirmishing, when they keep bridle in hand, ready to attack the enemy, or canter off without coming to close quarters, as circumstances may recommend. After using for nearly 10 minutes a sort of metaphysical jargon, which might, according to Alice's pleasure, have been interpreted either into gallantry or the language of serious pretension, and when he supposed her engaged in fathoming his meaning, he had the mortification to find, by a single and brief question, that he had been totally unattended to, and that Alice was thinking on anything at the moment rather than the sense of what he had been saying. She asked him if he could tell what it was o'clock, and this with an air of real curiosity concerning the lapse of time, which put coquetry wholly out of the question. "I will go look at the sundial, Mistress Alice," said the gallant, rising and colouring through a sense of the contempt with which he thought himself treated. "You will do me a pleasure, Master Kerneguy," said Alice, without the least consciousness of the indignation she had excited. Master Louis Kerneguy left the room accordingly, not, however, to procure the information required, but to vent his anger and mortification, and to swear, with more serious purpose than he had dared to do before, that Alice should rue her insolence. Good-natured as he was still a prince, unaccustomed to contradiction, far less to contempt, and his self-pride felt, for the moment, wounded to the quick. With a hasty step, he plunged into the chase, only remembering his own safety so far as to choose the deeper and sequestered avenues, where walking on with the speedy and active step, which his recovery from fatigue now permitted him to exercise according to his wont, he solaced his angry purposes by devising schemes of revenge on the insolent country coquette, from which no consideration of hospitality was in future to have weight enough to save her. The irritated gallant passed, the dial stone aged and green, without deigning to ask it a single question, nor could it have satisfied his curiosity if he had, for no sun happened to shine at the moment. He then hastened forward, muffling himself in his cloak, and assuming a stooping and slouching gait, which diminished his apparent height. He was soon involved in the deep and dim alleys of the wood, into which he had insensibly plunged himself, and was traversing it at a great rate, without having any distinct idea in what direction he was going, when suddenly his course was arrested, first by a loud halloo, and then by a summons to stand, accompanied by what seemed still more startling and extraordinary, the touch of a cane upon his shoulder, imposed in a good-humoured but somewhat imperious manner. There were few symptoms of recognition which would have been welcome at this moment, but the appearance of the person who had thus arrested his course was least of all that he could have anticipated as timely or agreeable. When he turned, on receiving the signal, he beheld himself close to a young man, nearly 6 feet in height, well made in joint and limb, but the gravity of whose apparel, although handsome and gentlemanlike, and a sort of precision in his habit, from the cleanness and stiffness of his band to the unsullied purity of his Spanish leather shoes, bespoke a love of order which was foreign to the impoverished and vanquished Cavaliers, and proper to the habits of those of the victorious party, who could afford to dress themselves handsomely, and whose rule, that is, such as regarded the higher and more respectable classes, enjoyed decency and sobriety of garb and deportment. There was yet another weight against the prince in the scale, and one still more characteristic of the inequality in the comparison under which he seemed to labour. There was strength in the muscular form of the stranger who had brought him to his involuntary parley, authority and determination in his brow, a long rapier on the left, and a poniard or dagger on the right side of his belt, and a pair of pistols stuck into it, which would have been sufficient to give the unknown the advantage, Louis Kerneguy having no weapon but his sword, even had his personal strength approached nearer than it did to that of the person by whom he was thus suddenly stopped. Bitterly regretting the thoughtless fit of passion that brought him into his present situation, but especially the want of the pistols he had left behind, and which do so much to place bodily strength and weakness upon an equal footing, Charles yet availed himself of the courage and presence of mind, in which few of his unfortunate family had for centuries been deficient. He stood firm and without motion, his cloak still wrapped around the lower part of his face, to give time for explanation, in case he was mistaken for some other person. This coolness produced its effect, for the other party said, with doubt and surprise on his part, "Jocelyne Joliffe, is it not? If I know not Jocelyne Joliffe, I should at least know my own cloak." "I am not Jocelyne Joliffe, as you may see, sir," said Kerneguy, calmly, drawing himself erect to show the difference of size, and dropping the cloak from his face and person. "Indeed," replied the stranger in surprise. "Then, Sir Unknown, I have to express my regret at having used my cane in intimidating that I wished you to stop. From that dress, which I certainly recognized for my own, I concluded you must be Jocelyn, in whose custody I had left my habit at the lodge." "If it had been Jocelyn, sir," replied the supposed Kerneguy, with perfect composure, "methinks you should not have struck so hard." The other party was obviously confused by the steady calmness with which he was encountered. The sense of politeness dictated in the first place an apology for a mistake, when he thought he had been tolerably certain of the person. Master Kerneguy was not in a situation to be punctilious. He bowed gravely, as indicating his acceptance of the excuse offered, then turned and walked, as he conceived, towards the lodge, though he had traversed the woods, which were cut with various alleys in different directions, too hastily to be certain of the real course which he wished to pursue. He was much embarrassed to find that this did not get him rid of the companion whom he had thus involuntarily acquired. Walked he slow, walked he fast, his friend in the genteel but puritanic habit, strong in person and well armed, as we have described him, seemed determined to keep him company, and, without attempting to join or enter into conversation, never suffered him to outstrip his surveillance for more than 2 or 3 yards. The wanderer mended his pace, but, although he was then in his youth, as afterwards in his riper age, one of the best walkers in Britain, the stranger, without advancing his pace to a run, kept fully equal to him, and his persecution became so close and constant and inevitable, that the pride and fear of Charles were both alarmed, and he began to think that, whatever the danger might be of a single-handed rencontre, he would nevertheless have a better bargain of this tall satellite, if they settled the debate betwixt them in the forest, than if they drew near any place of habitation, where the man in authority was likely to find friends and concurrents. Betwixt anxiety, therefore, vexation, and anger, Charles faced suddenly around on his pursuer, as they reached a small narrow glade, which led to the little meadow over which presided the king's oak, the ragged and scathed branches and gigantic trunk of which formed a vista to the little wild avenue. "Sir," said he to his pursuer, "you have already been guilty of one piece of impertinence towards me. You have apologized, and knowing no reason why you should distinguish me as an object of incivility, I have accepted your excuse without scruple. Is there anything remains to be settled betwixt us, which causes you to follow me in this manner? If so, I shall be glad to make it a subject of explanation or satisfaction, as the case may admit of. I think you owe me no malice, for I never saw you before to my knowledge. If you can give any good reason for asking it, I am willing to render your personal satisfaction. If your purpose is merely impertinent curiosity, I let you know that I will not suffer myself to be dogged in my private walks by anyone." "When I recognize my own cloak on another man's shoulders," replied the stranger dryly, "methinks I have a natural right to follow and see what becomes of it. For no, sir, though I have been mistaken as to the wearer, yet I am confident I had as good a right to stretch my cane across the cloak you were muffled in, as ever had anyone to brush his own garments. If, therefore, we are to be friends, I must ask, for instance, how you came by that cloak, and where are you going with it? I shall otherwise make bold to stop you, as one who has sufficient commission to do so." "Oh, unhappy cloak!" thought the wanderer. "Ay, and thrice unhappy the idle fancy that sent me here with it wrapped around my nose, to pick quarrels and attract observation, when quiet and secrecy were peculiarly essential to my safety." "If you will allow me to guess, sir," continued the stranger, who was no other than Markham Everard, "I will convince you that you are better known than you think for." "Now, heaven forbid!" prayed the party addressed, in silence, but with as much devotion as ever he applied to a prayer in his life. Yet even in this moment of extreme urgency his courage and composure did not fail, and he recollected it was of the utmost importance not to seem startled, and to answer so as, if possible, to lead the dangerous companion with whom he had met to confess the extent of his actual knowledge or suspicions concerning him. "If you know me, sir," he said, "and are a gentleman, as your appearance promises, you could not be at a loss to discover to what accident you must attribute my wearing these clothes, which you say are yours." "Oh, sir," replied Colonel Everard, his wrath in no sort turned away from the mildness of the stranger's answer, "we have learned our Ovid's Metamorphoses, and we know for what purposes young men of quality travel in disguise. We know that even female attire is resorted to on certain occasions. We have heard of vertumnus in pomona." The monarch, as he weighed these words, again uttered a devout prayer, that this ill-looking affair might have no deeper root than the jealousy of some admirer of Alice Lee, promising to himself that, devotee as he was to the fair sex, he would make no scruple of renouncing the fairest of Eve's daughters in order to get out of the present dilemma. "Sir," he said, "you seem to be a gentleman. I have no objection to tell you, as such, that I also am of that class." "Or somewhat higher, perhaps," said Everard. "A gentleman," replied Charles, "is a term which comprehends all ranks entitled to armorial bearings. A duke, a lord, a prince, is no more than a gentleman, and, if in misfortune as I am, he may be glad if that general term of courtesy is allowed him." "Sir," replied Everard, "I have no purpose to entrap you to any acknowledgment fatal to your own safety, nor do I hold it my business to be active in the arrest of private individuals, whose perverted sense of national duty may have led them into errors, rather to be pitied than punished by candid men. But if those who have brought civil war and disturbance into their native country proceed to carry dishonour and disgrace into the bosom of families, if they attempt to carry on their private debaucheries to the injury of the hospitable roofs which afford them refuge from the consequences of their public crimes, do you think, my lord, that we shall bear it with patience?" "If it is your purpose to quarrel with me," said the prince, "speak it out at once like a gentleman. You have the advantage, no doubt, of arms, but it is not that odds which will induce me to fly for a single man. If, on the other hand, you are disposed to hear reason, I will tell you, in calm words, that I neither suspect the offence to which you allude, nor comprehend why you give me the title of lord." "You deny, then, being the Lord Wilmot?" said Everard. "I may do so most safely," said the prince. "Perhaps you rather style yourself the Earl of Rochester. We heard that the issuing of some patent by the King of Scots was a step which your ambition proposed." "Neither lord nor earl am I, as sure as I have a Christian soul to be saved. My name is—" "Do not degrade yourself by unnecessary falsehood, my lord, and that to a single man who, I promise you, will not invoke public justice to assist his own good sword, should he see cause to use it. Can you look at that ring, and deny that you are Lord Wilmot?" He handed to the disguised prince a ring which he took from his purse, and his opponent instantly knew it from the same he had dropped into Alice's pitcher at the fountain, obeying only, though impudently, the gallantry of the moment, in giving a pretty gem to a handsome girl, whom he had accidentally frightened. "I know the ring," he said. "It has been in my possession. How it should prove me to be Lord Wilmot I cannot conceive, and beg to say it bears false witness against me." "You shall see the evidence," answered Everard, and resuming the ring, he pressed a spring, ingeniously contrived in the collet of the setting, on which the stone flew back, and showed within it the cipher of Lord Wilmot, beautifully engraved in miniature with a coronet. "What say you now, sir?" "That probabilities are no proofs," said the prince. "There is nothing here save what may be easily accounted for. I am the son of a Scottish nobleman, who was mortally wounded and made prisoner at Worcester fight. When he took leave and bid me fly, he gave me the few valuables he possessed, and that among others. I have heard him talk of having changed rings with Lord Wilmot, on some occasion in Scotland, but I never knew the trick of the gem which you have shown me." In this it may be necessary to say, Charles spoke very truly, nor would he have parted with it in the way he did, had he suspected it would be easily recognized. He proceeded after a minute's pause. "Once more, sir, I have told you much that concerns my safety. If you are generous, you will let me pass, and I may do you on some future day as good service. If you mean to arrest me, you must do so here, and at your own peril, for I will neither walk farther your way, nor permit you to dog me on mine. If you let me pass, I will thank you. If not, take to your weapon." "Young gentleman," said Colonel Everard, "whether you be actually the gay young nobleman for whom I took you, you have made me uncertain. But, intimate as you say your family has been with him, I have little doubt that you are proficient in the school of debauchery, of which Wilmot and Villiers are professors, and their hopeful master a graduated student. Your conduct at Woodstock, where you have rewarded the hospitality of the family by meditating the most deadly wound to their honour, has proved you too apt a scholar in such an academy. I intended only to warn you on this subject. It will be your own fault if I add chastisement to admonition." "Warn me, sir," said the prince indignantly, "and chastisement? This is presuming more on my patience than is consistent with your own safety. Draw, sir." So saying, he laid his hand on his sword. "My religion," said Everard, "forbids me to be rash in shedding blood. Go home, sir. Be wise. Consult the dictates of honour as well as prudence. Respect the honour of the house of Lee, and know there is one nearly allied to it by whom your motions will be called to severe account." "Aha!" said the prince with a bitter laugh, "I see the whole matter now. We have our round-headed colonel, our Puritan cousin before us, the man of texts and morals, whom Alice Lee laughs at so heartily. If your religion, sir, prevents you from giving satisfaction, it should prevent you from offering insult to a person of honour." The passions of both were now fully up. They drew mutually and began to fight, the colonel relinquishing the advantage he could have obtained by the use of his firearms. A thrust of the arm or a slip of the foot might at the moment have changed the destinies of Britain, when the arrival of a third party broke off the combat. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 25. Chapter the 25th. Stay, for the King has thrown his warder down. Richard II. The combatants whom we left engaged at the end of the last chapter made mutual passes at each other with apparently equal skill and courage. Charles had been too often in action, and too long a party as well as a victim to civil war, to find anything new or surprising in being obliged to defend himself with his own hands. And Everard had been distinguished as well for his personal bravery as for the other properties of a commander. But the arrival of a third party prevented the tragic conclusion of a combat, in which the success of either party must have given him much cause for regretting his victory. It was the old knight himself who arrived, mounted upon a forest pony, for the war and sequestration had left him no steed of a more dignified description. He thrust himself between the combatants, and commanded them on their lives to hold. So soon as a glance from one to the other had ascertained to him whom he had to deal with, he demanded, whether the devils of Woodstock whom folk talked about had got possession of them both, that they were tilting at each other within the verge of the royal liberties. "Let me tell both of you," he said, "that while old Henry Lee is at Woodstock, the immunities of the park shall be maintained as much as if the king were still on the throne. None shall fight duellos here, excepting the stags in their season. Put up, both of you, or I shall lug out as thirdsman and prove perhaps the worst devil of the three. As Will says, I'll so maul you in your toasting irons that you shall think the devil has come from hell." The combatants desisted from their encounter, but stood looking at each other sullenly, as men do in such a situation, each unwilling to seem to desire peace more than the other, and averse therefore to be the first to sheathe his sword. "Return your weapons, gentlemen, upon the spot," said the knight yet more peremptorily, "one and both of you, or you will have something to do with me, I promise you. You may be thankful times are changed. I have known them such, that your insolence might have cost each of you your right hand, if not redeemed with a round sum of money. Nephew, if you do not mean to alienate me forever, I command you to put up. Master Kerneguy, you are my guest. I request of you not to do me the insult of remaining with your sword drawn where it is my duty to see peace observed." "I obey you, Sir Henry," said the King, sheathing his rapier. "I hardly indeed know wherefore I was assaulted by this gentleman. I assure you none respects the King's person or privileges more than myself, though the devotion is somewhat out of fashion." "We may find a place to meet, sir," replied Everard, "where neither the royal person nor privileges can be offended." "Faith, very hardly, sir," said Charles, unable to suppress the rising jest. "I mean, the King has so few followers, that the loss of the least of them might be some small damage to him. But risking all that, I will meet you wherever there is fair field for a poor cavalier to get off in safety, if he has the luck in fight." Sir Henry's first idea had been fixed upon the insult offered to the royal domain. He now began to turn them towards the safety of his kinsman, and of the young royalist, as he deemed him. "Gentlemen," he said, "I must insist on this business being put to a final end. Nephew Markham, is this your return for my condescension in coming back to Woodstock on your warrant, that you should take an opportunity to cut the throat of my guest?" "If you knew his purpose as well as I do," said Markham, and then paused, conscious that he might only incense his uncle without convincing him, as anything he might say of Kerneguy's addresses to Alice was likely to be imputed to his own jealous suspicions. He looked on the ground, therefore, and was silent. "And you, Master Kerneguy," said Sir Henry, "can you give me any reason why you seek to take the life of this young man, in whom, though unhappily forgetful of his loyalty and duty, I must yet take some interest, as my nephew by affinity?" "I was not aware the gentleman enjoyed that honour, which certainly would have protected him from my sword," answered Kerneguy. "But the quarrel is his, nor can I tell any reason why he fixed it upon me, unless it were the difference of our political opinions." "You know the contrary," said Everard. "You know that I told you you were safe from me as a fugitive royalist, and your last words showed you were at no loss to guess my connection with Sir Henry. That indeed is of little consequence. I should debase myself did I use the relationship as a means of protection from you or any one." And thus they disputed, neither choosing to approach the real cause of quarrel. Sir Henry looked from one to the other, with a peace-making conscience, exclaiming, "Why, what an intricate impeach is this! I think you both have drunk of Circe's cup. Come, my young masters, allow an old man to mediate between you. I am not short-sighted in such matters. The mother of mischief is no bigger than a gnat's wing, and I have known 50 instances in my own day when, as Will says, gallants have been confronted heartily in single opposition, hand to hand, in which, after the field was fought, no one could remember the cause of quarrel. Tush, a small thing will do it, the taking of the wall, or the gentle rub of the shoulder in passing each other, or a hasty word, or a misconceived gesture. Come, forget your cause of quarrel, be what it will. You have had your breathing, and though you put up your rapiers unbloodied, that was no default of yours, but by command of your elder and one who had right to use authority. In Malta, where the duello is punctiliously well understood, the persons engaged in single combat are bound to halt on the command of a knight, or priest, or lady, and the quarrel so interrupted is held as honourably terminated, and may not be revived. Nephew, it is, I think, impossible that you can nourish spleen against this young gentleman for having fought for his king. Hear my honest proposal, Markham. You know I bear no malice, though I have some reason to be offended with you. Give the young man your hand in friendship, and we will back to the Lodge, all three together, and drink a cup of sack in token of reconciliation." Markham Everard found himself unable to resist this approach towards kindness on his uncle's part. he suspected indeed what was partly the truth, that it was not entirely from reviving goodwill, but also that his uncle thought by such attention to secure his neutrality at least, if not his assistance, for the safety of the fugitive royalist. He was sensible that he was placed in an awkward predicament, and that he might incur the suspicions of his own party for holding intercourse even with a near relation who harboured such guests. But on the other hand, he thought his services to the Commonwealth had been of sufficient importance to outweigh whatever envy might urge on that topic. Indeed, although the Civil War had divided families much, and in many various ways, yet when it seemed ended by the triumph of the Republicans, the rage of political hatred began to relent, and the ancient ties of kindred and friendship regained at least a part of their former influence. Many reunions were formed, and those who, like Everard, adhered to the conquering party, often exerted themselves for the protection of their deserted relatives. As these things rushed through his mind, accompanied with the prospect of a renewed intercourse with Alice Lee, by means of which he might be at hand to protect her against every chance, either of injury or insult, he held out his hand to the supposed Scottish page, saying at the same time that, for his part, he was very ready to forget the cause of quarrel, or rather to consider it as arising out of a misapprehension, and to offer Master Kerneguy such friendship as might exist between honourable men who had embraced different sides in politics. Unable to overcome the feeling of personal dignity which prudence recommended him to forget, Louis Kerneguy in return bowed low, but without accepting Everard's proffered hand. He had no occasion, he said, to make any exertions to forget the cause of quarrel, for he had never been able to comprehend it. But as he had not shunned the gentleman's resentment, so he was now willing to embrace and return any degree of his favour with which he might be pleased to honour him. Everard withdrew his hand with a smile, and bowed in return to the salutation of the page, whose stiff reception of his advances he imputed to the proud, pettish disposition of a Scotch boy, trained up in extravagant ideas of family consequence and personal importance, which his acquaintance with the world had not yet been sufficient to dispel. Sir Henry Lee, delighted with the termination of the quarrel, which he supposed to be in deep deference to his own authority, and not displeased with the opportunity of renewing some acquaintance with his nephew, who had, notwithstanding his political demerits, a warmer interest in his affections than he was, perhaps, himself aware of, said in tone of consolation, "Never be mortified, young gentleman. I protest it went to my heart to part you when I saw you stretching yourselves so handsomely, and in fair love of honour, without any malicious or bloodthirsty thoughts. I promise you, had it not been for my duty as ranger here, and sworn to the office, I would rather have been your umpire than your hindrance. But a finished quarrel is a forgotten quarrel, and your tilting should have no further consequence excepting the appetite it may have given you." So saying, he urged forward his pony, and moved in triumph towards the lodge by the nearest alley, his feet almost touching the ground, the balls of his toe just resting in the stirrup, the forepart of the thigh brought round to the saddle, the heels turned outwards and sunk as much as possible, his body precisely erect, the reins properly and systematically divided in his left hand, his right holding a riding rod diagonally pointed towards the horse's left ear. He seemed a champion of the menage, fit to have reigned Bucephalus himself. His youthful companions, who attended on either hand like equerries, could scarcely suppress a smile at the completely adjusted and systematic posture of the rider, contrasted with the wild and diminutive appearance of the pony, with its shaggy coat, and long tail and mane, and its keen eyes sparkling like red coals from amongst the mass of hair which fell over its small countenance. If the reader has the Duke of Newcastle's book on horsemanship, Splendida Moles, he may have some idea of the figure of the good knight, if he can conceive such a figure as one of the cavaliers there represented, seated, in all the graces of his art, on a Welsh or Exmoor pony, in its native savage state, without grooming or discipline of any kind, the ridicule being greatly enhanced by the disproportion of size betwixt the animal and its rider. Perhaps the knight saw their wonder, for the first words he said after they left the ground were, Pixie, though small, is meddlesome, gentlemen." Here he contrived that Pixie should himself corroborate the assertion by executing a gambade. "He is diminutive, but full of spirit. Indeed, save that I am somewhat too large for an elfin horseman," the knight was upwards of 6 feet high, "I should remind myself when I mount him of the Fairy King as described by Mike Drayton. Himself he on an earwig sat, yet scarce upon his back could get so often high, he did curvet. Ere he made himself did settle, he made him stop, and turn, and bound to gallop, and to trot the round. He scarce could stand on any ground, he was so full of mettle." "My old friend Pixie," said Everard, stroking the pony's neck, "I am glad that he has survived all these bustling days. Pixie must be above 20 years old, Sir Henry." "Above 20 years, certainly. Yes, nephew Markham, war is a whirlwind in a plantation, which only spares what is least worth leaving. Old Pixie and his old masters have survived many a tall fellow, and many a great horse. Neither of them good for much themselves. Yet, as Will says, an old man can do somewhat. So, Pixie and I still survive." So saying, he again contrived that Pixie should show some remnants of activity. "Still survive," said the young Scot, completing the sentence which the good knight had left unfinished. "Ay, still survive, to witch the world with noble horsemanship." Everard coloured, for he felt the irony, but not so his uncle, whose simple vanity never permitted him to doubt the sincerity of the compliment. "Are you advised of that?" he said. "In King James's time, indeed, I have appeared in the tilt-yard, and there you might have said you saw young Harry with his beaver up. As to seeing old Harry, why—" Here the knight paused and looked as a bashful man in labour of a pun. "As to old Harry, why, you might as well see the devil. You take me, Master Kerneguy? The devil, you know, is my namesake. Ha, ha, ha! Cousin Everard, I hope your precision is not startled by an innocent jest." He was so delighted with the applause of both his companions, that he recited the whole of the celebrated passage referred to, and concluded with defying the present age, bundle all its wits, Donne, Cowley, Waller, and the rest of them together, to produce a poet of the 10th part of the genius of old Will. "Why, we are said to have one of his descendants among us, Sir William de Avenant," said Louis Kerneguy, "and many think him as clever a fellow." "What!" exclaimed Sir Henry, "Will de Avenant, whom I knew in the north, an officer under Newcastle when the Marquis lay before Hull? Why, he was an honest Cavalier, and wrote good doggerel enough. But how came he akin to Will Shakespeare, I trow?" "Why," replied the young Scot, "by the surer side of the house, and after the old fashion, if Davenant speaks the truth. It seems that his mother was a good-looking, laughing, buxom mistress of an inn between Stratford and London, at which Will Shakespeare often quartered as he went down to his native town, and that out of friendship, and gossiped, as we say in Scotland, Will Shakespeare became godfather to Will Davenant. And not contented with this spiritual affinity, the younger Will is for establishing some claim to a natural one, alleging that his mother was a great admirer of wit, and there were no bounds to her complaisance for men of genius." "Out upon the hound!" said Colonel Everard. "Would he purchase the reputation of descending from poet, or from prince, at the expense of his mother's good fame? His nose ought to be slit." "That would be difficult," answered the disguised prince, recollecting the peculiarity of the bard's countenance. Davenant actually wanted the nose, the foundation of many a jest of the day. "Will Davenant, the son of Will Shakespeare," said the knight, who had not yet recovered his surprise at the enormity of the pretension. "Why, it reminds me of a verse in the puppet show of Phaeton, where the hero complains to his mother— 'Besides, by all the village boys I am shamed, you the son's son, you rascal, you be damned.' I never heard such unblushing assurance in my life. Will Davenant, the son of the brightest and best poet that ever was, is, or will be. But I crave your pardon, nephew. You, I believe, love no stage plays." "Nay, I am not altogether so precise as you would make me, uncle. I have loved them, perhaps too well in my time, and now I condemn them not altogether, or in gross, though I approve not their excesses and extravagances. I cannot even in Shakespeare but see many things both scandalous to decency and prejudicial to good manners, many things which tend to ridicule virtue, or to recommend vice, at least to mitigate the hideousness of its features. I cannot think these fine poems are an useful study, and especially for the youth of either sex, in which bloodshed is pointed out as the chief occupation of the men, and intrigue as the sole employment of the women." In making these observations, Everard was simple enough to think that he was only giving his uncle an opportunity of defending a favourite opinion, without offending him by a contradiction which was so limited and mitigated. But here, as on other occasions, he forgot how obstinate his uncle was in his views, whether of religion, policy, or taste, and that it would be as easy to convert him to the Presbyterian form of government, or engage him to take the abjuration oath, as to shake his belief in Shakespeare. There was another peculiarity in the good knight's mode of arguing, which Everard, being himself of a plain and downright character, and one whose religious tenets were in some degree unfavourable to the suppressions and simulations often used in society, could never perfectly understand. Sir Henry, sensible of his natural heat of temper, was wont scrupulously to guard against it, and would for some time, when in fact much offended, conduct a debate with all the external appearance of composure, till the violence of his feelings would rise so high as to overcome and bear away the artificial barriers opposed to it, and rush down upon the adversary with accumulating wrath. It thus frequently happened that, like a wily old general, he retreated in the face of his disputant in good order, and by degrees, with so moderate a degree of resistance as to draw on his antagonist's pursuit to the spot, where, at length, making a sudden and unexpected attack with horse, foot, and artillery at once, he seldom failed to confound the enemy, though he might not overthrow him. It was on this principle, therefore, that, hearing Everard's last observation, he disguised his angry feelings, and answered with a tone where politeness was called in to keep guard upon passion, that undoubtedly the Presbyterian gentry had given, through the whole of these unhappy times, such proofs of an humble, unaspiring, and unambitious desire of the public good, as entitled them to general credit for the sincerity of those very strong scruples which they entertained against works in which the noblest sentiments of religion and virtue, sentiments which might convert hardened sinners, and be placed with propriety in the mouths of dying saints and martyrs, happened, from the rudeness and coarse taste of the times, to be mixed with some broad jests, and similar matter, which lay not much in the way, excepting of those who painfully sought such stuff out, that they might use it in vilifying what was in itself deserving of the highest applause. But what he wished especially to know from his nephew was, whether any of those gifted men, who had expelled the learned scholars and deep divines of the Church of England from the pulpit, and now flourished in their stead, received any inspiration from the Muses, if he might use so profane a term without offence to Colonel Everard, or whether they were not as sottishly and brutally adverse from elegant letters, as they were from humanity and common sense. Colonel Everard might have guessed, by the ironical tone in which this speech was delivered, what storm was mustering within his uncle's bosom. Nay, he might have conjectured the state of the old knight's feelings from his emphasis on the word colonel, by which epithet, as that which most connected his nephew with the party he hated, he never distinguished Everard unless when his wrath was rising, while, on the contrary, when disposed to be on good terms with him, he usually called him kinsman, or nephew Markham. Indeed, it was under a partial sense that this was the case, and in the hope to see his cousin Alice, that the Colonel forbore making any answer to the harangue of his uncle, which had concluded just as the old knight had alighted at the door of the lodge, and was entering the hall, followed by his two attendants. Phœbe at the same time made her appearance in the hall, and received orders to bring some beverage for the gentlemen. The Hebe of Woodstock failed not to recognise and welcome Everard by an almost imperceptible curtsy, but she did not serve her interest as she designed, when she asked the knight, as a question of course, whether he commanded the attendance of Mistress Alice. A stern "No" was the decided reply, and the ill-timed interference seemed to increase his previous irritation against Everard for his depreciation of Shakespeare. "I would insist," said Sir Henry, resuming the obnoxious subject, "were it fit for a poor disbanded cavalier to use such a phrase towards a commander of the conquering army, upon knowing whether the convulsion which has sent us saints and prophets without end, has not also afforded us a poet with enough both of gifts and grace to outshine poor old Will, the oracle and idol of us blinded and carnal cavaliers." "Surely, sir," replied Colonel Everard, "I know verses written by a friend of the Commonwealth, and those too of a dramatic character, which, weighed in an impartial scale, might equal even the poetry of Shakespeare, and which are free from the fustian and indelicacy with which that great bard was sometimes content to feed the coarse appetites of his barbarous audience." "Indeed," said the knight, keeping down his wrath with difficulty, "I should like to be acquainted with this masterpiece of poetry. May we ask the name of this distinguished person?" "It must be Vickers, or Withers at least," said the feigned page. "No, sir," replied Everard, "nor Drummond of Hawthornden, nor Lord Stirling neither. And yet the verses will vindicate what I say, if you will make allowance for indifferent recitation, for I am better accustomed to speak to a battalion than to those who love the Muses. The speaker is a lady benighted, who, having lost her way in a pathless forest, at first expresses herself agitated by the supernatural fears to which her situation gave rise." "A play, too, and written by a Roundhead author," said Sir Henry in surprise. "A dramatic production at least," replied his nephew, and began to recite simply but with feeling the lines now so well known, but which had then obtained no celebrity, the fame of the author resting upon the basis rather of his polemical and political publications, than on the poetry doomed in after days to support the eternal structure of his immortality. These thoughts may startle, but will not astound the virtuous mind that ever walks attended by a strong-sided champion, Conscience. "My own opinion, nephew Markham, my own opinion," said Sir Henry, with a burst of admiration, "better expressed but just what I said when the scoundrelly Roundheads pretended to see ghosts at Woodstock. Go on, I pray thee." Everard proceeded: "O welcome pure-eyed Faith, white-handed Hope, thou hovering angel girt with golden wings, and thou unblemished form of Chastity, I see ye visibly, and now believe that He, the supreme good, to whom all things ill are but as slavish officers of vengeance, would send a glistening guardian, if need were, to keep my life and honour unassailed. Was I deceived, or did a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night?" "The rest has escaped me," said the reciter, "and I marvel I have been able to remember so much." Sir Henry Lee, who had expected some effusion very different from those classical and beautiful lines, soon changed the scornful expression of his countenance, relaxed his contorted upper lip, and stroking down his beard with his left hand, rested the forefinger of the right upon his eyebrow, in sign of profound attention. After Everard had ceased speaking, the old man sighed as at the end of a strain of sweet music. He then spoke in a gentler manner than formerly. "Cousin Markham," he said, "these verses flow sweetly and sound in my ears like the well-touched warbling of a lute. But thou knowest I am somewhat slow of apprehending the full meaning of that which I hear for the first time. Repeat me these verses again, slowly and deliberately, for I always love to hear poetry twice, the first time for sound, and the latter time for sense." Thus encouraged, Everard recited again the lines with more hardihood and better effect. The knight distinctly understanding, and from his looks and motions highly applauding them. "Yes," he broke out, when Everard was again silent, "yes, I do call that poetry, though it were even written by a Presbyterian or an Anabaptist either. Ay, there were good and righteous people to be found even amongst the offending towns which were destroyed by fire. And certainly I have heard, though with little credence, begging your pardon, cousin Everard, that there are men among you who have seen the errors of their ways in rebelling against the best and kindest of masters, and bringing it to that pass that he was murdered by a gang yet fiercer than themselves. Ay, doubtless, the gentleness of spirit and the purity of mind which dictated those beautiful lines, has long ago taught a man so amiable to say, I have sinned, I have sinned. Yes, I doubt not so sweet a harp has been broken, even in remorse, for the crimes he was witness to, and now he sits drooping for the shame and sorrow of England. All his noble rhymes, as Will says, like sweet bells jangled out of tune and harsh. Dost thou not think so, Master Kerneguy? Not I, Sir Henry, answered the page, somewhat maliciously. What? Dost thou not believe the author of these lines must needs be of the better file, and leaning to our persuasion? I think, Sir Henry, that the poetry qualifies the author to write a play on the subject of Dame Potiphar and her recusant lover. And as for his calling, that last metaphor of the cloud in a black coat or cloak with silver lining would have dubbed him a tailor with me, only that I happen to know that he is a schoolmaster by profession, and by political opinions qualified to be poet laureate to Cromwell. For what Colonel Everard has repeated with such unction is the production of no less celebrated a person than John Milton. John Milton! Exclaimed Sir Henry in astonishment. What? John Milton, the blasphemous and bloody-minded author of the Defensio Populi Anglicani? The advocate of the infernal high court of fiends? The creature and parasite of that grand impostor, that loathsome hypocrite, that detestable monster, that prodigy of the universe, that disgrace of mankind, that landscape of iniquity, that sink of sin, and that compendium of baseness, Oliver Cromwell? Even the same John Milton, answered Charles, schoolmaster to little boys and tailor to the clouds, which he furnishes with suits of black, lined with silver, at no other expense than that of common sense. Markham Everard, said the old knight, I will never forgive thee, never, never. Thou hast made me speak words of praise respecting one whose offal I should fatten the region kites. Speak not to me, sir, but be gone. Am I, your kinsman and benefactor, a fit person to be juggled out of my commendation and eulogy, and brought to bedaub such a whitened sepulchre as the sophist Milton? I profess, said Everard, this is hard measure, Sir Henry. You pressed me. You defied me to produce poetry as good as Shakespeare's. I only thought of the verses, not of the politics of Milton. Oh, yes, sir, replied Sir Henry. We well know your power of making distinctions. You could make war against the king's prerogative without having the least design against his person. Oh, heaven forbid! But heaven will hear and judge you. Set down the beverage, Phoebe. This was added by way of parenthesis to Phoebe, who entered with refreshment. Colonel Everard is not thirsty. You have wiped your mouths and said you have done no evil. But though you have deceived man, yet God you cannot deceive, and you shall wipe no lips in Woodstock, either after meat or drink, I promise you. Charged thus at once with the faults imputed to his whole religious sect and political party, Everard felt too late of what imprudence he had been guilty in giving the opening, by disputing his uncle's taste in dramatic poetry. He endeavoured to explain, to apologize. I mistook your purpose, honoured sir, and thought you really desired to know something of our literature. And in repeating what you deemed not unworthy your hearing, I profess I thought I was doing you pleasure, instead of stirring your indignation. Oh, ay, returned the knight, with unmitigated rigour of resentment. Profess, ay, that is the new phrase of asseveration, instead of the profane adjuration of the courtiers and cavaliers. Oh, sir, profess less and practise more, and so good day to you. Master Kerneguy, you will find beverage in my apartment." While Phœbe stood gaping in admiration at the sudden quarrel which had arisen, Colonel Everard's vexation and resentment was not a little increased by the nonchalance of the young Scotsman, who, with his hands thrust into his pockets, with a courtly affectation of the time, had thrown himself into one of the antique chairs, and though habitually too polite to laugh aloud, and possessing that art of internal laughter, by which men of the world learn to indulge their mirth without incurring quarrels, or giving direct offence, was at no particular pains to conceal that he was exceedingly amused by the result of the Colonel's visit to Woodstock. Colonel Everard's patience, however, had reached bounds which it was very likely to surpass, for, though differing widely in politics, there was a resemblance betwixt the temper of the uncle and nephew. "Damnation!" exclaimed the Colonel, in a tone which became a Puritan as little as did the exclamation itself. "Amen!" said Louis Kerneguy, but in a tone so soft and gentle, that the ejaculation seemed rather to escape him than to be designedly uttered. "Sir," said Everard, striding towards him in that sort of humour when a man, full of resentment, would not unwillingly find an object on which to discharge it. "Plaît-il?" said the page, in the most equable tone, looking up in his face with the most unconscious innocence. "I wish to know, sir," retorted Everard, "the meaning of that which you said just now." "Only a pouring out of the spirit, worthy sir," returned Kerneguy, "a small skiff dispatched to heaven on my own account, to keep company with your holy petition just now expressed." "Sir, I have known a merry gentleman's bones broke for such a smile as you wear just now," replied Everard. "There, look you now," answered the malicious page, who could not weigh even the thoughts of his safety against the enjoyment of his jest. "If you had stuck to your professions, worthy sir, you must have choked by this time. But your round execration bolted like a cork from a bottle of cider, and now allows your wrath to come foaming out after it in the honest unbaptized language of common ruffians." "For heaven's sake, Master Kerneguy," said Phœbe, "forbear giving the Colonel these bitter words. And do you, good Colonel Markham, scorn to take offence at his hands. He is but a boy. If the Colonel or you choose, Mistress Phœbe, you shall find me a man." "I think the gentleman can say something to the purpose already. Probably he may recommend to you the part of the Lady in Comus, and I only hope his own admiration of John Milton will not induce him to undertake the part of Samson Agonistes, and blow up this old house with execration, or pull it down in wrath about our ears." "Young man," said the Colonel, still in towering passion, "if you respect my principles for nothing else, be grateful to the protection which, but for them, you would not easily attain." "Nay, then," said the attendant, "I must fetch those who have more influence with you than I have," and away tripped Phœbe, while Kerneguy answered Everard in the same provoking tone of calm indifference. "Before you menace me with a thing so formidable as your resentment, you ought to be certain whether I may not be compelled by circumstances to deny you the opportunity you seem to point at." At this moment Alice, summoned no doubt by her attendant, entered the hall hastily. "Master Kerneguy," she said, "my father requests to see you in Victor Lee's apartment." Kerneguy arose and bowed, but seemed determined to remain till Everard's departure, so as to prevent any explanation betwixt the cousins. "Markham," said Alice hurriedly, "cousin Everard, I have but a moment to remain here. For God's sake, do you instantly be gone. Be cautious and patient, but do not tarry here. My father is fearfully incensed." "I have had my uncle's word for that, madam," replied Everard, "as well as his injunction to depart, which I will obey without delay. I was not aware that you would have seconded so harsh an order quite so willingly, but I go, madam, sensible I leave those behind whose company is more agreeable." "Unjust, ungenerous, ungrateful," said Alice, but fearful her words might reach ears for which they were not designed, she spoke them in a voice so feeble that her cousin, for whom they were intended, lost the consolation they were calculated to convey. He bowed coldly to Alice as taking leave, and said, with an air of that constrained courtesy which sometimes covers, among men of condition, the most deadly hatred, "I believe, Master Kerneguy, that I must make it convenient at present to suppress my own peculiar opinions on the matter which we have hinted at in our conversation, in which case I will send a gentleman, who, I hope, may be able to conquer yours." The supposed Scotsman made him a stately, and at the same time a condescending bow, said he should expect the honour of his commands, offered his hand to Mistress Alice to conduct her back to her father's apartment, and took a triumphant leave of his rival. Everard, on the other hand, stung beyond his patience, and, from the grace and composed assurance of the youth's carriage, still conceiving him to be either Wilmot or some of his compeers in rake and profligacy, returned to the town of Woodstock, determined not to be outbearded, even though he should seek redress by means which his principles forbade him to consider as justifiable. End of chapter 25. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter the 26th of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter the 26th, Boundless Intemperance. In nature is a tyranny. It hath been the untimely emptying of many a throne, and fall of many kings. Macbeth. While Colonel Everard retreated in high indignation from the little refection which Sir Henry Lee had in his good humour offered, and withdrawn under the circumstances of provocation which we have detailed, the good old knight, scarce recovered from his fit of passion, partook of it with his daughter and guest, and shortly after, recollecting some sylvan task, for though to little efficient purpose, he still regularly attended to his duties as ranger, he called Bevis, and went out, leaving the two young people together. "Now," said the amorous prince to himself, "that Alice is left without her lion, it remains to see whether she is herself of a tigress breed. So Sir Bevis has left his charge," he said loud. "I thought the knights of old, those stern guardians of which he is so fit a representative, were more rigorous in maintaining a vigilant guard." "Bevis," said Alice, "knows that his attendance on me is totally needless, and moreover he has other duties to perform, which every true knight prefers to dangling the whole morning by a lady's sleeve." "You speak treason against all true affection," said the gallant. "A lady's lightest wish should, to a true knight, be more binding than aught, except the summons of his sovereign. I wish, Mistress Alice, you would but intimate your slightest desire to me, and you should see how I have practised obedience." "You never brought me word what o'clock it was this morning," replied the young lady, "and there I sat questioning of the wings of time, when I should have remembered that gentleman's gallantry can be quite as fugitive as time himself. How do you know what your disobedience may have cost me and others? Pudding and pasty may have been burned to a cinder, for, sir, I practise the old domestic rule of visiting the kitchen. Or I may have missed prayers, or I may have been too late for an appointment, simply by the negligence of Master Louis Kerneguy, failing to let me know the hour of the day." "Oh," replied Kerneguy, "I am one of those lovers who cannot endure absence. I must be eternally at the feet of my fair enemy. Such, I think, is the title with which romances teach us to grace the fair and cruel, to whom we devote our hearts and lives. Speak for me, good lute," he added, taking up the instrument, "and show whether I know not my duty." He sung, but with more taste than execution, the air of a French roundelay, to which some of the wits or sonneteers, in his gay and roving train, had adapted English verses. "An hour with thee, when earliest day dapples with gold the eastern grey. Oh, what can frame my mind to bear the toil and turmoil, cark and care? New griefs which coming hours unfold, and sad remembrance of the old? 1 hour with thee. 1 hour with thee, when burning June waves his red flag at pitch of noon. What shall repay the faithful swain his labour on the sultry plain, and more than cave or sheltering bough, cool feverish blood and throbbing brow? 1 hour with thee. 1 hour with thee, when sun is set, oh, what can teach me to forget the thankless labors of the day, the hopes, the wishes flung away, the increasing wants and lessening gains, the master's pride, who scorns my pains, 1 hour with thee. Truly, there is another verse, said the songster, but I sing it not to you, Mistress Alice, because some of the prudes of the court liked it not. I thank you, Master Lewis, answered the young lady, both for your discretion in singing what has given me pleasure, and in forbearing what might offend me. Though a country girl, I pretend to be so far of the court mode as to receive nothing which does not pass current among the better class there. I would, answered Lewis, that you were so well confirmed in their creed as to let all pass with you, to which court ladies would give currency. And what would be the consequence? Said Alice, with perfect composure. In that case, said Lewis, embarrassed like a general who finds that his preparations for attack do not seem to strike either fear or confusion into the enemy. In that case, you would forgive me, fair Alice, if I spoke to you in a warmer language than that of mere gallantry, if I told you how much my heart was interested in what you consider as idle jesting, if I seriously owned it was in your power to make me the happiest or the most miserable of human beings. Master Kerneguy, said Alice with the same unshaken nonchalance, let us understand each other. I am little acquainted with high-bred manners, and I am unwilling, I tell you plainly, to be accounted a silly country girl, who, either from ignorance or conceit, is startled at every word of gallantry addressed to her by a young man who, for the present, has nothing better to do than coin and circulate such false compliments. But I must not let this fear of seeming rustic and awkwardly timorous carry me too far, and being ignorant of the exact limits, I will take care to stop within them. I trust, madame, said Kerneguy, that however severely you may be disposed to judge of me, your justice will not punish me too severely for an offence of which your charms are alone the occasion? Hear me out, sir, if you please, resumed Alice. I have listened to you when you spoke en bergère. Nay, my complaisance has been so great as to answer you en bergère, for I do not think anything except ridicule can come of dialogues between Lindor and Jeanton, and the principal fault of the style is its extreme and tiresome silliness and affectation. But when you begin to kneel, offer to take my hand, and speak with a more serious tone, I must remind you of our real characters. I am the daughter of Sir Henry Lee, sir. You are, or profess to be, Master Louis Kerneguy, my brother's page, and a fugitive for shelter under my father's roof, who incurs danger by the harbour he affords you, and whose household, therefore, ought not to be disturbed by your unpleasing importunities. I would to heaven, fair Alice, said the King, that your objections to the suit which I am urging, not in jest, but most seriously, as that on which my happiness depends, rested only on the low and precarious station of Louis Kerneguy. Alice, thou hast the soul of thy family, and must needs love honour. I am no more the needy Scottish page, whom I have, for my own purposes, personated, than I am the awkward lout, whose manners I adopted on the first night of our acquaintance. This hand, poor as I seem, can confer a coronet. Keep it, said Alice, for some more ambitious damsel, my lord, for such I conclude is your title, if this romance be true. I would not accept your hand, could you confer a duchy. In one sense, lovely Alice, you have neither overrated my power nor my affection. It is your king. It is Charles Stuart who speaks to you. He can confer duchies, and if beauty can merit them, it is that of Alice Lee. Nay, nay, rise, do not kneel. It is for your sovereign to kneel to thee, Alice, to whom he is 1,000 times more devoted than the wanderer Lewis dared venture to profess himself. My Alice has, I know, been trained up in those principles of love and obedience to her sovereign, that she cannot, in conscience or in mercy, inflict on him such a wound as would be implied in the rejection of his suit. In spite of all Charles's attempts to prevent her, Alice had persevered in kneeling on one knee until she had touched with her lip the hand with which he attempted to raise her. But this salutation ended, she stood upright, with her arms folded on her bosom, her looks humble but composed, keen and watchful, and so possessed of herself, so little flattered by the communication which the king had supposed would have been overpowering, that he scarce knew in what terms next to urge his solicitation. "Thou art silent, he said, my pretty Alice. Has the king no more influence with thee than the poor Scottish page?" "In one sense, every influence," said Alice, "for he commands my best thoughts, my best wishes, my earnest prayers, my devoted loyalty, which, as the men of the house of Lee have been ever ready to testify with the sword, so are the women bound to seal, if necessary, with their blood. But beyond the duties of a true and devoted subject, the king is even less to Alice Lee than poor Louis Kerneguy. The page could have tendered an honourable union. The monarch can but offer a contaminated coronet." "You mistake, Alice, you mistake," said the king eagerly. "Sit down, and let me speak to you. Sit down. What is it you fear?" "I fear nothing, my liege," answered Alice. "What can I fear from the King of Britain? I, the daughter of his loyal subject, and under my father's roof? But I remember the distance betwixt us, and though I might trifle and jest with mine equal, to my king I must only appear in the dutiful posture of a subject, unless where his safety may seem to require that I do not acknowledge his dignity." Charles, though young, being no novice in such scenes, was surprised to encounter resistance of a kind which had not been opposed to him in similar pursuits, even in cases where he had been unsuccessful. There was neither anger, nor injured pride, nor disorder, nor disdain, real or affected, in the manners and conduct of Alice. She stood, as it seemed, calmly prepared to argue on the subject, which is generally decided by passion, showed no inclination to escape from the apartment, but appeared determined to hear with patience the suit of the lover, while her countenance and manner intimated that she had this complaisance only in deference to the commands of the king. "She is ambitious," thought Charles. "It is by dazzling her love of glory, not by mere passionate entreaties, that I must hope to be successful." "I pray you be seated, my fair Alice," he said. "The lover entreats, the king commands you." "The king," said Alice, "may permit the relaxation of the ceremonies due to royalty, but he cannot abrogate the subject's duty, even by express command. I stand here, while it is your Majesty's pleasure to address, a patient listener, as in duty bound." "Know then, simple girl," said the king, "that in accepting my proffered affection and protection, you break through no law either of virtue or morality. Those who are born to royalty are deprived of many of the comforts of private life, chiefly that which is, perhaps, the dearest and most precious, the power of choosing their own mates for life. Their formal weddings are guided upon principles of political expedience only, and those to whom they are wedded are frequently, in temper, person, and disposition, the most unlikely to make them happy. Society has commiseration, therefore, towards us, and binds our unwilling and often unhappy wedlocks with chains of a lighter and more easy character than those which fetter other men, whose marriage ties, as more voluntarily assumed, ought, in proportion, to be more strictly binding. And therefore, Ever since the time that old Henry built these walls, priests and prelates, as well as nobles and statesmen, have been accustomed to see a fair Rosamond rule the heart of an affectionate monarch, and console him for the few hours of constraint and state which he must bestow upon some angry and jealous Eleanor. To such a connection the world attaches no blame. They rush to the festival to admire the beauty of the lovely Esther, while the imperious Vashti is left to queen it in solitude. They throng the palace to ask her protection, whose influence is more in the state 100 times than that of the proud consort. Her offspring rank with the nobles of the land, and vindicate by their courage, like the celebrated Longsword, Earl of Salisbury, their descent from royalty and from love. From such connections our richest ranks of nobles are recruited, and the mother lives, in the greatness of her posterity, honoured and blessed, as she died lamented and wept in the arms of love and friendship. "Did Rosamond so die, my lord?" said Alice. "Our records say she was poisoned by the injured queen, poisoned without time allowed to call to God for the pardon of her many faults. Did her memory so live? I have heard that, when the bishop purified the church at Godstow, her monument was broken open by his orders, and her bones thrown out into unconsecrated ground." "Those were rude old days, sweet Alice," answered Charles. "Queens are not now so jealous, nor bishops so rigorous, and know, besides, that in the lands to which I would lead the loveliest of her sex, other laws obtain, which remove from such ties even the slightest show of scandal. There is a mode of matrimony, which, fulfilling all the rites of the church, leaves no stain on the conscience, yet investing the bride with none of the privileges peculiar to her husband's condition, infringes not upon the duties which the king owes to his subjects, so that Alice Lee may, in all respects, become the real and lawful wife of Charles Stuart, except that their private union gives her no title to be Queen of England." "My ambition," said Alice, "will be sufficiently gratified to see Charles king, without aiming to share either his dignity in public or his wealth and regal luxury in private." "I understand thee, Alice," said the king, hurt but not displeased. "You ridicule me, being a fugitive, for speaking like a king. It is a habit, I admit, which I have learned, and of which even misfortune cannot cure me. But my case is not so desperate as you may suppose. My friends are still many in these kingdoms. My allies abroad are bound, by regard to their own interest, to espouse my cause. I have hopes given me from Spain, from France, and from other nations, and I have confidence that my father's blood has not been poured forth in vain, nor is doomed to dry up without due vengeance. My trust is in him from whom princes derive their title, and think what thou wilt of my present condition, I have perfect confidence that I shall one day sit on the throne of England." "May God grant it," said Alice, "and that he may grant it, noble prince, deign to consider whether you now pursue a conduct likely to conciliate his favour. Think of the course you recommend to a motherless maiden, who has no better defence against your sophistry than what a sense of morality, together with the natural feeling of female dignity, inspires. Whether the death of her father, which would be the consequence of her imprudence, whether the despair of her brother, whose life has been so often in peril to save that of your majesty, whether the dishonour of the roof which has sheltered you, will read well in your annals, or are events likely to propitiate God, whose controversy with your house has been but too visible, or recover the affections of the people of England, in whose eyes such actions are an abomination. I leave to your own royal mind to consider." Charles paused, struck with a turn to the conversation which placed his own interests more in collision with the gratification of his present passion than he had supposed. "If your Majesty," said Alice, curtsying deeply, "has no further commands for my attendance, may I be permitted to withdraw." "Stay yet a little, strange and impracticable girl," said the King, "and answer me but one question. Is it the lowness of my present fortunes that makes my suit contemptible?" "I have nothing to conceal, my liege," she said, "and my answer shall be as plain and direct as the question you have asked. If I could have been moved to an act of ignominious, insane, and ungrateful folly, it could only arise from my being blinded by that passion, which I believe is pleaded as an excuse for folly and for crime much more often than it has a real existence. I must, in short, have been in love, as it is called, and that might have been with my equal, but surely never with my sovereign, whether such only in title or in possession of his kingdom." "Yet loyalty was ever the pride, almost the ruling passion of your family, Alice," said the King. "And could I reconcile that loyalty," said Alice, "with indulging my sovereign by permitting him to prosecute a suit dishonourable to himself as to me? Ought I, as a faithful subject, to join him in a folly which might throw yet another stumbling block in the path to his restoration, and could only serve to diminish his security, even if he were seated upon his throne?" "At this rate," said Charles discontentedly, "I had better have retained my character of the page than assumed that of a sovereign, which it seems is still more irreconcilable with my wishes." "My candour shall go further still," said Alice. "I could have felt as little for Louis Kerneguy as for the heir of Britain, for such love as I have to bestow, and it is not such as I read of in romance, or hear poured forth in song, has been already conferred on another object. This gives your Majesty pain, I am sorry for it, but the wholesomest medicines are often bitter." "Yes," answered the King, with some asperity, "and physicians are reasonable enough to expect their patients to swallow them as if they were honeycomb. It is true, then, that whispered tale of the cousin colonel and the daughter of the loyal Lee has set her heart upon a rebellious fanatic?" "My love was given ere I knew what these words fanatic and rebel meant. I recalled it not, for I am satisfied that amidst the great distractions which divide the kingdom, the person to whom you allude has chosen his part, erroneously perhaps, but conscientiously. He, therefore, has still the highest place in my affection and esteem. More he cannot have, and will not ask, until some happy turn shall reconcile these public differences, and my father be once more reconciled to him. Devoutly do I pray that such an event may occur by your Majesty's speedy and unanimous restoration." "You have found out a reason," said the King pettishly, "to make me detest the thought of such a change, nor have you, Alice, any sincere interest to pray for it. On the contrary, do you not see that your lover, walking side by side with Cromwell, may, or rather must, share his power? Nay, if Lambert does not anticipate him, he may trip up Oliver's heels, and reign in his stead. And think you not he will find means to overcome the pride of the loyal Lees, and achieve an union, for which things are better prepared than that which Cromwell is said to mediate betwixt one of his brats and the no less loyal heir of Fauconberg?" "Your Majesty," said Alice, "has found a way at length to avenge yourself, if what I have said deserves vengeance." "I could point out a yet shorter road to your union," said Charles, without minding her distress, or perhaps enjoying the pleasure of retaliation. "Suppose that you sent your colonel word that there was one Charles Stewart here, who had come to disturb the saints in their peaceful government, which they had acquired by prayer and preaching, pike and gun, and suppose he had the art to bring down a half-score of troopers, quite enough, as times go, to decide the fate of this heir of royalty. Think you not the possession of such a prize as this might obtain from the Rumpers or from Cromwell such a reward as might overcome your father's objections to a Roundhead's alliance, and place the fair Alice and her cousin Colonel in full possession of their wishes?" "My liege," said Alice, her cheeks glowing and her eyes sparkling, for she too had her share of the hereditary temperament of her family, "this passes my patience. I have heard, without expressing anger, the most ignominious persuasions addressed to myself, and I have vindicated myself for refusing to be the paramour of a fugitive prince, as if I had been excusing myself from accepting a share of an actual crown. But do you think I can hear all who are dear to me slandered without emotion or reply? I will not, sir. And were you seated with all the terrors of your father's star-chamber around you, you should hear me defend the absent and the innocent. Of my father I will say nothing, but that if he is now without wealth, without state, almost without a sheltering home and needful food, it is because he spent all in the service of the king. He needed not to commit any act of treachery or villainy to obtain wealth. He had an ample competence in his own possessions. For Markham Everard, he knows no such thing as selfishness. He would not, for broad England, had she the treasures of Peru in her bosom, and a paradise on her surface, do a deed that would disgrace his own name, or injure the feelings of another. Kings, my liege, may take a lesson from him. My liege, for the present, I take my leave." "Alice, Alice, stay!" exclaimed the king. "She is gone. This must be virtue, real, disinterested, overawing virtue, for there is no such thing on earth. Yet Wilmot and Villiers will not believe a word of it, but add the tale to the other wonders of Woodstock. 'Tis a rare wench, and I profess, to use the Colonel's obtestation, that I know not whether to forgive and be friends with her, or study a dire revenge. If it were not for that accursed cousin, that Puritan Colonel, I would forgive everything else to so noble a wench. But a round-headed rebel preferred to me, the preference avowed to my face, and justified with the assertion that a king might take a lesson from him, it is gall and wormwood. If the old man had not come up this morning as he did, the king should have taken or given a lesson, and a severe one. It was a mad rencontre to venture upon with my rank and responsibility, and yet this wench has made me so angry with her and so envious of him, that if an opportunity offered, I should scarce be able to forbear him. Ha! Whom have we here?" The interjection at the conclusion of this royal soliloquy was occasioned by the unexpected entrance of another personage of the drama. End of chapter the 26th. Chapter the 27th of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter the 27th. Benedict. Shall I speak a word in your ear? Claudio. God bless me from a challenge. Much ado about nothing. As Charles was about to leave the apartment, he was prevented by the appearance of Wildrake, who entered with an unusual degree of swagger in his gait, and of fantastic importance on his brow. "I crave your pardon, fair sir," he said, "but, as they say in my country, when doors are open, dogs enter. I have knocked and called in the hall to no purpose, so, knowing the way to this parlour, sir, for I am a light partisan, and the road I once travel I never forget, I ventured to present myself unannounced. Sir Henry Lee is abroad, sir, I believe, in the chase. said Charles coldly, for the appearance of this somewhat vulgar debauchee was not agreeable to him at the moment, and Master Albert Lee has left the lodge for 2 or 3 days. "I am aware of it, sir," said Wildrake, "but I have no business at present with either." "And with whom is your business?" said Charles. "That is, if I may be permitted to ask, since I think it cannot in possibility be with me." "Pardon me in turn, sir," answered the Cavalier. "In no possibility can it be imparted to any other but yourself, if you be, as I think you are, though in something better habit, Master Louis Girnigo, the Scottish gentleman who waits upon Master Albert Lee." "I am all you are like to find for him," answered Charles. "In truth," said the Cavalier, "I do perceive a difference, but rest and better clothing will do much, and I am glad of it, since I would be sorry to have brought a message, such as I am charged with, to a tatterdemalion." "Let us get to the business, sir, if you please," said the King. "You have a message for me, you say?" "True, sir," replied Wildrake. "I am the friend of Colonel Markham Everard, sir, a tall man, and a worthy person in the field, although I could wish him a better cause. A message I have to you, it is certain, in a slight note, which I take the liberty of presenting with the usual formalities." So saying, he drew his sword, put the billet he mentioned upon the point, and making a profound bow, presented it to Charles. The disguised monarch accepted of it, with a grave return of the salute, and said, as he was about to open the letter, "I am not, I presume, to expect friendly contents in an epistle presented in so hostile a manner?" "Ahem, sir," replied the ambassador, clearing his voice, while he arranged a suitable answer, in which the mild strain of diplomacy might be properly maintained. "Not utterly hostile, I suppose, sir, is the invitation, though it be such as must be construed in the commencement rather bellicose and pugnacious. I trust, sir, we shall find that a few thrusts will make a handsome conclusion of the business. And so, as my old master used to say, pax mascatur ex bello. For my own poor share, I am truly glad to have been graced by my friend Markham Everard in this matter, the rather as I feared the Puritan principles with which he is imbued, I will confess the truth to you, worthy sir, might have rendered him unwilling, from certain scruples, to have taken the gentlemanlike and honourable mode of righting himself in such a case as the present. And as I render a friend's duty to my friend, so I humbly hope, Master Louis Girnigo, that I do no injustice to you in preparing the way for the proposed meeting, where, give me leave to say, I trust that if no fatal accident occur, we shall all be better friends when the skirmish is over than we were before it began." "I should suppose so, sir, in any case," said Charles, looking at the letter. "Worse than mortal enemies we can scarce be, and it is that footing upon which this billet places us." "You say true, sir," said Wildrake. "It is, sir, a cartel, introducing to a single combat, for the pacific object of restoring a perfect, good understanding betwixt the survivors, in case that fortunately that word can be used in the plural after the event of the meeting. In short, we only fight, I suppose," replied the King, "that we may come to a perfectly good and amicable understanding?" "You are right again, sir, and I thank you for the clearness of your apprehension," said Wildrake. "Ah, sir, it is easy to do with a person of honour and of intellect in such a case as this, and I beseech you, sir, as a personal kindness to myself, that, as the morning is like to be frosty, and myself am in some sort rheumatic, as war will leave its scars behind, sir, I say I will entreat of you to bring with you some gentlemen of honour who will not disdain to take part in what is going forward. A sort of pot luck, sir, with a poor old soldier like myself, that we may take no harm by standing unoccupied during such cold weather." "I understand, sir," replied Charles. "If this matter goes forward, be assured I will endeavour to provide you with a suitable opponent." "I shall remain greatly indebted to you, sir," said Wildrake, "and I am by no means curious about the quality of my antagonist. It is true I write myself Esquire and Gentleman, and should account myself especially honoured by crossing my sword with that of Sir Henry or Master Albert Lee; but should that not be convenient, I will not refuse to present my poor person in opposition to any gentleman who has served the King, which I always hold as a sort of letters of nobility in itself, and therefore would on no account decline the duello with such a person." "The King is much obliged to you, sir," said Charles, "for the honour you do his faithful subjects." "Oh, sir, I am scrupulous on that point, very scrupulous. When there is a Roundhead in question, I consult the herald's books to see that he is entitled to bear arms, as is Master Markham Everard, without which, I promise you, I had borne none of his cartel. But a Cavalier is with me a gentleman, of course. Be his birth ever so low, his loyalty has ennobled his condition." "It is well, sir," said the King. "This paper requests me to meet Master Everard at 6 to-morrow morning, at the tree called the King's Oak. I object neither to place nor time. He proffers the sword, at which, he says, we possess some equality. I do not decline the weapon. For company, 2 gentlemen, I shall endeavour to procure myself an associate, and a suitable partner for you, sir, if you inclined to join in the dance." "I kiss your hand, sir, and rest yours under a sense of obligation," answered the envoy. "I thank you, sir," continued the King. "I will therefore be ready at place and time, and suitably furnished, and I will either give your friend such satisfaction with my sword as he requires, or will render him such cause for not doing so as he will be contented with." "You will excuse me, sir," said Wildrake, "if my mind is too dull, under the circumstances, to conceive any alternative that can remain betwixt 2 men of honour in such a case, excepting sa. He threw himself into a fencing position, and made a pass with his sheathed rapier, but not directed towards the person of the King, whom he addressed. "Excuse me, sir," said Charles, "if I do not trouble your intellects with the consideration of a case which may not occur. But, for example, I may plead urgent employment on the part of the public." This he spoke in a low and mysterious tone of voice, which Wildrake appeared perfectly to comprehend, for he laid his forefinger on his nose with what he meant for a very intelligent and apprehensive nod. "Sir," said he, "if you be engaged in any affair for the King, my friend shall have every reasonable degree of patience. Nay, I will fight him myself in your stead, merely to stay his stomach, rather than you should be interrupted. And, sir, if you can find room in your enterprise for a poor gentleman that has followed Lunsford and Goring, you have but to name day, time, and place of rendezvous. For truly, sir, I am tired of the scald hat, cropped hair, and undertaker's cloak, with which my friend has bedizened me, and would willingly ruffle it out once more in the King's cause, when, whether I be banged or hanged, I care not." "I shall remember what you say, sir, should an opportunity occur," said the King, "and I wish his Majesty had many such subjects. I presume our business is now settled?" "When you shall have been pleased, sir, to give me a trifling scrap of writing, to serve for my credentials, for such, you know, is the custom. Your written cartel hath its written answer." "That, sir, will I presently do," said Charles, "and in good time. Here are the materials." And, sir, continued the envoy, if you have interest in the household for a cup of sack, I am a man of few words, and am somewhat hoarse with much speaking. Moreover, a serious business of this kind always makes one thirsty. Besides, sir, to part with dry lips argues malice, which God forbid should exist in such an honourable conjuncture. I do not boast much influence in the house, sir, said the king, but if you would have the condescension to accept of this broad piece towards quenching your thirst at the George. Sir, said the Cavalier, for the times admitted of this strange species of courtesy, nor was Wildrake a man of such peculiar delicacy as keenly to dispute the matter. I am once again beholden to you, but I see not how it consists with my honour to accept of such accommodation, unless you were to accompany and partake? Pardon me, sir, replied Charles, my safety recommends that I remain rather private at present. Enough said, Wildrake observed. Poor cavaliers must not stand on ceremony. I see, sir, you understand Cutter's law. When one tall fellow has coin, another must not be thirsty. I wish you, sir, a continuance of health and happiness until tomorrow at the King's Oak at 6 o'clock. Farewell, sir, said the king, and added as Wildrake went down the stair whistling, Hey for cavaliers! To which air his long rapier, jarring against the steps and banisters, bore no unsuitable burden. Farewell, thou too just emblem of the state, to which war and defeat and despair have reduced many a gallant gentleman. During the rest of the day there occurred nothing peculiarly deserving of notice. Alice sedulously avoided showing towards the disguised prince any degree of estrangement or shyness, which could be discovered by her father or by any one else. To all appearance, the two young persons continued on the same footing in every respect. Yet she made the gallant himself sensible that this apparent intimacy was assumed merely to save appearances, and in no way designed as retracting from the severity with which she had rejected his suit. The sense that this was the case, joined to his injured self-love and his enmity against a successful rival, induced Charles early to withdraw himself to a solitary walk in the wilderness, where, like Hercules in the emblem of Cebes, divided betwixt the personifications of virtue and of pleasure, he listened alternately to the voice of wisdom and of passionate folly. Prudence urged to him the importance of his own life to the future prosecution of the great object in which he had for the present miscarried, the restoration of monarchy in England, the rebuilding of the throne, the regaining the crown of his father, the avenging his death, and restoring to their fortunes and their country the numerous exiles who were suffering poverty and banishment on account of their attachment to his cause. Pride, too, or rather a just and natural sense of dignity, displayed the unworthiness of a prince descending to actual personal conflict with a subject of any degree, and the ridicule which would be thrown on his memory should he lose his life for an obscure intrigue by the hand of a private gentleman. What would his sage counsellors, Nicholas and Hyde, what would his kind and wise governor, the Marquis of Hertford, say to such an act of rashness and folly? Would it not be likely to shake the allegiance of the staid and prudent persons of the royalist party, since wherefore should they expose their lives and estates to raise to the government of a kingdom a young man who could not command his own temper? To this was to be added the consideration that even his success would add double difficulties to his escape, which already seemed sufficiently precarious. If, stopping short of death, he merely had the better of his antagonist, how did he know that he might not seek revenge by delivering up to government the malignant Louis Kerneguy, whose real character could not in that case fail to be discovered. These considerations strongly recommended to Charles that he should clear himself of the challenge without fighting, and the reservation under which he had accepted it afforded him some opportunity of doing so. But passion also had her arguments, which she addressed to a temper rendered irritable by recent distress and mortification. In the first place, if he was a prince, he was also a gentleman, entitled to resent as such, and obliged to give or claim the satisfaction expected on occasion of differences among gentlemen. With Englishmen, she urged, he could never lose interest by showing himself ready, instead of sheltering himself under his royal birth and pretensions, to come frankly forward and maintain what he had done or said on his own responsibility. In a free nation, it seemed as if he would rather gain than lose in the public estimation by a conduct which could not but seem gallant and generous. Then a character for courage was far more necessary to support his pretensions than any other kind of reputation. And the lying under a challenge, without replying to it, might bring his spirit into question. What would Villiers and Wilmot say of an intrigue in which he had allowed himself to be shamefully baffled by a country girl, and had failed to revenge himself on his rival? The pasquinades which they would compose, the witty sarcasms which they would circulate on the occasion, would be harder to endure than the grave rebukes of Hertford, Hyde, and Nicholas. This reflection, added to the stings of youthful and awakened courage, at length fixed his resolution, and he returned to Woodstock, determined to keep his appointment, come of it what might. Perhaps there mingled with his resolution a secret belief that such a rencontre would not prove fatal. He was in the flower of his youth, active in all his exercises, and no way inferior to Colonel Everard, as far as the morning's experiment had gone, in that of self-defence. At least such recollection might pass through his royal mind, as he hummed to himself a well-known ditty, which he had picked up during his residence in Scotland. A man may drink and not be drunk. A man may fight and not be slain. A man may kiss a bonny lass, and yet be welcome back again. Meanwhile, the busy and all-directing Dr. Rochecliffe had contrived to intimate to Alice that she must give him a private audience, and she found him by appointment in what was called the study, once filled with ancient books, which, long since converted into cartridges, had made more noise in the world at their final exit than during the space which had intervened betwixt that and their first publication. The doctor seated himself in a high-backed leathern easy-chair, and signed to Alice to fetch a stool and sit down beside him. "Alice," said the old man, taking her hand affectionately, "thou art a good girl, a wise girl, a virtuous girl, one of those whose price is above rubies, not that rubies is the proper translation. But remind me to tell you of that another time. Alice, thou knowest who this Louis Kerneguy is. Nay, hesitate not to me. I know everything. I am well aware of the whole matter. Thou knowest this honoured house holds the fortunes of England." Alice was about to answer, "Nay, speak not, but listen to me, Alice. How does he bear himself towards you?" Alice coloured with the deepest crimson. "I am a country-bred girl," she said, "and his manners are too court-like for me." "Enough said. I know it all. Alice, he is exposed to a great danger tomorrow, and you must be the happy means to prevent him." "I prevent him? How, and in what manner?" said Alice in surprise. "It is my duty as a subject to do anything that may become my father's daughter." Here she stopped, considerably embarrassed. "Yes," continued the doctor, "tomorrow he hath made an appointment with Markham Everard. The hour and place are set, 6 in the morning, by the King's Oak. If they meet, one will probably fall. Now may God forfend they should meet, said Alice, turning as suddenly pale as she had previously reddened. But harm cannot come of it. Everard will never lift his sword against the king. For that, said Dr. Rochecliffe, I would not warrant. But if that unhappy young gentleman shall have still some reserve of the loyalty which his general conduct entirely disavows, it would not serve us here. For he knows not the king, but considers him merely as a cavalier, from whom he has received injury. Let him know the truth, Dr. Rochecliffe. Let him know it instantly, said Alice. He lived hand against the king, a fugitive and defenceless. He is incapable of it. My life on the issue, he becomes most active in his preservation. That is the thought of a maiden, Alice, answered the doctor, and, as I fear, of a maiden whose wisdom is misled by her affections. It were worse than treason to admit a rebel officer, the friend of the arch-traitor Cromwell, into so great a secret. I dare not answer for such rashness. Hammond was trusted by his father, and you know what came of it. Then let my father know. He will meet Markham, or send to him, representing the indignity done to him by attacking his guest. We dare not let your father into the secret who Louis Kerneguy really is. I did but hint the possibility of Charles taking refuge at Woodstock, and the rapture into which Sir Henry broke out, the preparations for accommodation, and the defence which he began to talk of, plainly showed that the mere enthusiasm of his loyalty would have led to a risk of discovery. It is you, Alice, who must save the hopes of every true royalist. I, answered Alice, it is impossible. Why cannot my father be induced to interfere, as in behalf of his friend and guest, though he know him as no other than Louis Kerneguy? You have forgot your father's character, my young friend, said the doctor, an excellent man, and the best of Christians, till there is a clashing of swords, and then he starts up the complete martialist, as deaf to every pacific reasoning as if he were a gamecock. You forget, Dr. Rochecliffe, said Alice, that this very morning, if I understand the thing aright, my father prevented them from fighting. Ay, answered the doctor, because he deemed himself bound to keep the peace in the royal park. But it was done with such regret, Alice, that should we find them at it again, I am clear to foretell he will only so far postpone the combat as to conduct them to some unprivileged ground, and there bid them tilt and welcome, while he regaled his eyes with a scene so pleasing. No, Alice, it is you, and you only, who can help us in this extremity. I see no possibility, she said again, colouring, how I can be of the least use. You must send a note, answered Dr. Rochecliffe, to the king, a note such as all women know how to write better than any man can teach them, to meet you at the precise hour of the rendezvous. He will not fail you, for I know his unhappy foible. Dr. Rochecliffe, said Alice gravely, you have known me from infancy. What have you seen in me to induce you to believe that I should ever follow such unbecoming counsel? And if you have known me from infancy, retorted the doctor, what have you seen of me that you should suspect me of giving counsel to my friend's daughter, which it would be misbecoming in her to follow? You cannot be fool enough, I think, to suppose that I mean you should carry your complaisance farther than to keep him in discourse for an hour or two, till I have all in readiness for his leaving this place, from which I can frighten him by the terrors of an alleged search. So C.S. mounts his horse and rides off, and Mistress Alice Lee has the honour of saving him. Yes, at the expense of my own reputation, said Alice, and the risk of an eternal stain on my family. You say you know all. What can the king think of my appointing an assignation with him after what has passed? And how will it be possible to disabuse him respecting the purpose of my doing so?" "I will disabuse him, Alice. I will explain the whole." "Dr. Rochecliffe," said Alice, "you propose what is impossible. You can do much by your ready wit and great wisdom. But if new-fallen snow were once sullied, not all your art could wash it clean again, and it is altogether the same with a maiden's reputation." "Alice, my dearest child," said the doctor, "bethink you that if I recommended this means of saving the life of the king, at least rescuing him from instant peril, it is because I see no other of which to avail myself. If I bid you assume, even for a moment, the semblance of what is wrong, it is but in the last extremity, and other circumstances which cannot return. I will take the surest means to prevent all evil report which can arise from what I recommend." "Say not so, doctor," said Alice. "Better undertake to turn back the Isis than to stop the course of calumny. The king will make boast to his whole licentious court of the ease with which, but for a sudden alarm, he could have brought off Alice Lee as a paramour. The mouth which confers honour on others will then be the means to deprive me of mine. Take a fitter course, one more becoming of your own character and profession. Do not lead him to fail in an engagement of honour by holding out the prospect of another engagement equally dishonourable, whether true or false. Go to the king himself, speak to him, as the servants of God have a right to speak, even to earthly sovereigns. Point out to him the folly and the wickedness of the course he is about to pursue. Urge upon him that he fear the sword, since wrath bringeth the punishment of the sword. Tell him that the friends who died for him in the field at Worcester, on the scaffolds, and on the gibbets since that bloody day, that the remnant who are in prison, scattered, fled, and ruined on his account, deserve better of him and his father's race than that he should throw away his life in an idle brawl. Tell him that it is dishonest to venture that which is not his own, dishonourable to betray the trust which brave men have reposed in his virtue and in his courage. Dr. Rochecliffe looked on her with a melancholy smile, his eyes glistening as he said, "Alas, Alice, even I could not plead that just cause to him so eloquently or so impressively as thou dost. But alack, Charles would listen to neither. It is not from priests or women, he would say, that men should receive counsel in affairs of honour. Then hear me, Dr. Rochecliffe. I will appear at the place of rendezvous, and I will prevent the combat. Do not fear that I can do what I say. At a sacrifice indeed, but not that of my reputation. My heart may be broken." She endeavoured to stifle her sobs with difficulty, for the consequence, but not in the imagination of a man, and far less that man her sovereign, shall a thought of Alice Lee be associated with dishonour. She hid her face in her handkerchief, and burst out into unrestrained tears. "What means this hysterical passion?" said Dr. Rochecliffe, surprised and somewhat alarmed by the vehemence of her grief. "Maiden, I must have no concealments. I must know." "Exert your ingenuity, then, and discover it," said Alice, for a moment put out of temper at the doctor's pertinacious self-importance. "Guess my purpose, as you can guess at everything else. It is enough to have to go through my task. I will not endure the distress of telling it over, and that to one who, forgive me, dear doctor, might not think my agitation on this occasion fully warranted." "Nay, then, my young mistress, you must be ruled," said Rochecliffe, "and if I cannot make you explain yourself, I must see whether your father can gain so far on you." So saying, he arose somewhat displeased, and walked towards the door. "You forget what you yourself told me, Dr. Rochecliffe," said Alice. of the risk of communicating this great secret to my father." "It is too true," he said, stopping short and turning round. "And I think, wench, thou art too smart for me, and I have not met many such. But thou art a good girl, and wilt tell me thy device of free will. It concerns my character and influence with the king, that I should be fully acquainted with whatever is actum, atque, tractatum, done and treated of in this matter." "Trust your character to me, good doctor," said Alice, attempting to smile. "It is of firmer stuff than those of women, and will be safer in my custody than mine could have been in yours. And thus much I condescend. You shall see the whole scene. You shall go with me yourself, and much will I feel emboldened and heartened by your company." "That is something," said the doctor, though not altogether satisfied with this limited confidence. "Thou wert ever a clever wench, and I will trust thee. Indeed, trust thee I find I must, whether voluntarily or no." "Meet me then," said Alice, "in the wilderness tomorrow. But first tell me, are you well assured of time and place? A mistake were fatal." "Assure yourself my information is entirely accurate," said the doctor, resuming his air of consequence, which had been a little diminished during the latter part of their conference. "May I ask," said Alice, "through what channel you acquired such important information?" "You may ask, unquestionably," he answered, now completely restored to his supremacy. "But whether I will answer or not is a very different question. I conceive neither your reputation nor my own is interested in your remaining in ignorance on that subject. So I have my secrets as well as you, mistress, and some of them, I fancy, are a good deal more worth knowing." "Be it so," said Alice quietly. "If you will meet me in the wilderness by the broken dial at 5:30 exactly, we will go together tomorrow and watch them as they come to the rendezvous. I will on the way get the better of my present timidity, and explain to you the means I design to employ to prevent mischief. You can perhaps think of making some effort which may render my interference, unbecoming and painful as it must be, altogether unnecessary." "Nay, my child," said the doctor, "if you place yourself in my hands, you will be the first that ever had reason to complain of my want of conduct, and you may well judge you are the very last, one excepted, whom I would see suffer for want of counsel. At 5:30 then, at the dial in the wilderness, and God bless our undertaking." Here their interview was interrupted by the sonorous voice of Sir Henry Lee, which shouted their names, "Daughter Alice, Dr. Rochecliffe," through passage and gallery. "What do you here?" said he, entering, "sitting like two crows in a mist, when we have such rare sport below? Here is this wild crack-brained boy, Louis Kerneguy, now making me laugh till my sides are fit to split, and now playing on his guitar sweetly enough to win a lark from the heavens. Come away with you, come away. It is hard work to laugh alone." End of chapter the 27th.
Chapter 28 of Woodstock, or The Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Woodstock, or The Cavalier by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 28. Chapter the 28th. This is the place, the centre of the grove. Here stands the oak, the monarch of the wood. John Home. The sun had risen on the broad boughs of the forest, but without the power of penetrating into its recesses, which hung rich with heavy dewdrops, and were beginning on some of the trees to exhibit the varied tints of autumn. It being the season when nature, like a prodigal whose race is well nigh run, seems desirous to make up in profuse gaiety and variety of colours for the short space which her splendour has then to endure. The birds were silent. and even Robin Redbreast, whose chirruping song was heard among the bushes near the lodge, emboldened by the largesses with which the good old knight always encouraged his familiarity, did not venture into the recesses of the wood, where he encountered the sparrowhawk and other enemies of a similar description, preferring the vicinity of the dwellings of man, from whom he, almost solely among the feathered tribes, seems to experience disinterested protection. The scene was, therefore, at once lovely and silent when the good Dr. Rochecliffe, wrapped in a scarlet roquelaure which had seen service in its day, muffling his face more from habit than necessity, and supporting Alice on his arm, she also defended by a cloak against the cold and damp of the autumn morning, glided through the tangled and long grass of the darkest alleys, almost ankle-deep in dew, towards the place appointed for the intended duel. Both so eagerly maintained the consultation in which they were engaged, that they were alike insensible of the roughness and discomforts of the road, though often obliged to force their way through brushwood and coppice, which poured down on them all the liquid pearls with which they were loaded, till the mantles they were wrapped in hung lank by their sides, and clung to their shoulders heavily charged with moisture. They stopped when they had attained a station under the coppice, and shrouded by it, from which they could see all that passed on the little esplanade before the King's Oak, whose broad and scathed form, contorted and shattered limbs, and frowning brows, made it appear like some ancient war-worn champion, well selected to be the umpire of a field of single combat. The first person who appeared at the rendezvous was the gay Cavalier Roger Wildrake. He also was wrapped in his cloak, but had discarded his puritanic beaver, and wore in its stead a Spanish hat, with a feather and gilt hatband, all of which had encountered bad weather and hard service, but to make amends for the appearance of poverty by the show of pretension, the castor was accurately adjusted after what was rather profanely called the dame cut, used among the more desperate cavaliers. He advanced hastily, and exclaimed aloud, "First in the field after all, by Jove, though I bilked Everard in order to have my morning draught. It has done me much good," he added, smacking his lips. "Well, I suppose I should search the ground ere my principal comes up, whose Presbyterian watch trudges as slow as his Presbyterian step." He took his rapier from under his cloak, and seemed about to search the thickets around. "I will prevent him," whispered the doctor to Alice. "I will keep faith with you. You shall not come on the scene, nisi dignus vindice nodus. I'll explain that another time. Vindex is feminine as well as masculine, so the quotation is defensible. Keep you close." So saying, he stepped forward on the esplanade and bowed to Wildrake. "Master Louis Kerneguy," said Wildrake, pulling off his hat; but instantly discovering his error, he added, "But no, I beg your pardon, sir. Fatter, shorter, older? Mr. Kerneguy's friend, I suppose, with whom I hope to have a turn by and by. And why not now, sir, before our principals come up? Just a snack to stay the orifice of the stomach till the dinner is served, sir. What say you?" "To open the orifice of the stomach more likely, or to give it a new one," said the doctor. "True, sir," said Roger, who seemed now in his element. "You say well. That is as thereafter may be. But come, sir, you wear your face muffled. I grant you it is honest men's fashion at this unhappy time, the more is the pity. But we do all above board. We have no traitors here. I'll get into my gears first, to encourage you, and show you that you have to deal with a gentleman who honours the King, and is a match fit to fight with any who follow him, as doubtless you do, sir, since you are the friend of Master Louis Kerneguy." All this while Wildrake was busy undoing the clasps of his square-caped cloak. "Off, off, ye lendings," he said, "borrowings I should more properly call you." So saying, he threw the cloak from him, and appeared in cuerpo, in a most cavalier-like doublet of greasy crimson satin, pinked and slashed with what had been once white tiffany, breeches of the same, and nether stocks, or as we now call them, stockings, darned in many places, and which, like those of Poins, had been once peach-coloured. A pair of pumps ill calculated for a walk through the dew, and a broad shoulder-belt of tarnished embroidery completed his equipment. "Come, sir," he exclaimed, "make haste, off with your slough. Here I stand tight and true, as loyal a lad as ever stuck rapier through a roundhead. Come, sir, to your tools," he continued. We may have half a dozen thrusts before they come yet, and shame them for their tardiness." "Pshaw!" he exclaimed in a most disappointed tone when the doctor, unfolding his cloak, showed his clerical dress. "Tush! It's but the parson, after all." Wildrake's respect for the church, however, and his desire to remove one who might possibly interrupt a scene to which he looked forward with peculiar satisfaction, induced him presently to assume another tone. "I beg pardon," he said, "my dear doctor. I kiss the hem of your cassock. I do, by the thundering Jove, I beg your pardon again. But I am happy I have met with you. They are raving for your presence at the lodge, to marry, or christen, or bury, or confess, or something very urgent. For heaven's sake, make haste." "At the lodge?" said the doctor. "Why, I left the lodge this instant. I was there later, I am sure, than you could be who came the Woodstock road." "Well," replied Wildrake, "it is at Woodstock they want you, rat it. Did I say the lodge? No, no, Woodstock. Mine host cannot be hanged, his daughter married, his bastard christened, or his wife buried, without the assistance of a real clergyman. Your Holdenoughs won't do for them. He's a true man, mine host, so as you value your function, make haste." "You will pardon me, Master Wildrake," said the doctor, "I wait for Master Louis Kerneguy." "The devil you do!" exclaimed Wildrake. "Why, I always knew the Scots could do nothing without their ministers, but damn it, I never thought they put them to this use neither. But I have known jolly customers in orders who understood how to handle the sword as well as their prayer book. You know the purpose of our meeting, doctor. Do you come only as a ghostly comforter, or as a surgeon perhaps, or do you ever take Bilboa in hand? Sa! Sa!" Here he made a fencing demonstration with his sheathed rapier. "I have done so, sir, on necessary occasion," said Dr. Rochecliffe. "Good sir, let this stand for a necessary one. You know my devotion for the church. If a divine of your skill would do me the honour to exchange but 3 passes with me, I should think myself happy for ever." "Sir," said Rochecliffe, smiling, "were there no other objection to what you propose, I have not the means. I have no weapon." "What? You want the dequois? That is unlucky indeed. But you have a stout cane in your hand. What hinders our trying a pass, my rapier being sheathed, of course, until our principals come up? My pumps are full of this frost dew, and I shall be a toe or two out of pocket if I am to stand still all the time they are stretching themselves. For I fancy, doctor, you are of my opinion that the matter will not be a fight of cock-sparrows." "My business here is to make it, if possible, be no fight at all," said the divine. "Now, rat me, doctor, but that is too spiteful," said Wildrake, "and were it not for my respect for the church, I could turn Presbyterian to be revenged." "Stand back a little, if you please, sir," said the doctor. "Do not press forward in that direction." For Wildrake, in the agitation of his movements, induced by his disappointment, approached the spot where Alice remained, still concealed. "And wherefore not, I pray you, doctor?" said the Cavalier. But on advancing a step, he suddenly stopped short, and muttered to himself with a round oath of astonishment, "A petticoat in the compass! By all that is reverend, and at this hour in the morning! Whoo!" He gave vent to his surprise in a long, low, interjectional whistle. Then turning to the doctor with his finger on the side of his nose, "You're sly, doctor, damned sly. But why not give me a hint of your commodity there, your contraband goods? Gad, sir, I am not a man to expose the eccentricities of the church." "Sir," said Dr. Rochecliffe, "you are impertinent, and if time served and it were worth my while, I would chastise you." And the doctor, who had served long enough in the wars to have added some of the qualities of a captain of horse to those of a divine, actually raised his cane, to the infinite delight of the rake, whose respect for the church was by no means able to subdue his love of mischief. "Nay, doctor," said he, "if you wield your weapon broadsword fashion in that way, and raise it as high as your head, I shall be through you in a twinkling." So saying, he made a pass with his sheathed rapier, not precisely at the doctor's person, but in that direction. When Rochecliffe, changing the direction of his cane from the broadsword guard to that of the rapier, made the Cavalier's sword spring 10 yards out of his hand with all the dexterity of my friend Francalanza. At this moment both the principal parties appeared on the field. Everard exclaimed angrily to Wildrake, "Is this your friendship? In heaven's name, what make you in that fool's jacket, and playing the pranks of a jack-pudding?" While his worthy second, somewhat crestfallen, held down his head like a boy caught in roguery, and went to pick up his weapon, stretching his head as he passed into the coppice to obtain another glimpse, if possible, of the concealed object of his curiosity. Charles, in the meantime, still more surprised at what he beheld, called out on his part, "What! Dr. Rochecliffe become literally one of the church militant, and tilting with my friend Cavalier Wildrake? May I use the freedom to ask him to withdraw, as Colonel Everard and I have some private business to settle?" It was Dr. Rochecliffe's cue on this important occasion to have armed himself with the authority of his sacred office, and used a tone of interference which might have overawed even a monarch, and made him feel that his monitor spoke by a warrant higher than his own. But the indiscreet latitude he had just given to his own passion, and the levity in which he had been detected, were very unfavourable to his assuming that superiority, to which so uncontrollable a spirit as that of Charles, wilful as a prince and capricious as a wit, was at all likely to submit. The doctor did, however, endeavour to rally his dignity, and replied with the gravest and at the same time the most respectful tone he could assume, that he also had business of the most urgent nature which prevented him from complying with Master Kerneguy's wishes and leaving the spot. "Excuse this untimely interruption," said Charles, taking off his hat and bowing to Colonel Everard, "which I will immediately put an end to." Everard gravely returned his salute and was silent. "Are you mad, Dr. Rochecliffe?" said Charles, "or are you deaf? Or have you forgotten your mother tongue? I desired you to leave this place." "I am not mad," said the divine, rousing up his resolution, and regaining the natural firmness of his voice. "I would prevent others from being so. I am not deaf. I would pray others to hear the voice of reason and religion. I have not forgotten my mother tongue, but I have come hither to speak the language of the Master of kings and princes." "To fence with broomsticks, I should rather suppose," said the King. "Come, Dr. Rochecliffe, this sudden fit of assumed importance befits you as little as your late frolic. You are not, I apprehend, either a Catholic priest or a Scotch Mass John to claim devoted obedience from your hearers, but a Church of England man subject to the rules of that communion, and to its head." In speaking the last words, the King lowered his voice to a low and impressive whisper. Everard, observing this, drew back, the natural generosity of his temper directing him to avoid overhearing private discourse in which the safety of the speakers might be deeply concerned. They continued, however, to observe great caution in their forms of expression. "Master Kerneguy," said the clergyman, "it is not I who assume authority or control over your wishes. God forbid! I do but tell you what reason, scripture, religion, and morality alike prescribe for your rule of conduct." "And I, doctor," said the King, smiling and pointing to the unlucky cane, "will take your example rather than your precept. If a reverend clergyman will himself fight about at single-stick, what right can he have to interfere in gentlemen's quarrels? Come, sir, remove yourself, and do not let your present obstinacy cancel former obligations." "Bethink yourself," said the divine, "I can say one word which will prevent all this." "Do it," replied the King, "and in doing so belie the whole tenor and actions of an honourable life. Abandon the principles of your church, and become a perjured traitor and an apostate, to prevent another person from discharging his duty as a gentleman. This were indeed killing your friend to prevent the risk of his running himself into danger. Let the passive obedience, which is so often in your mouth, and no doubt in your head, put your feet for once into motion, and step aside for 10 minutes. Within that space your assistance may be needed, either as body-curer or soul-curer." "Nay, then," said Dr. Rochecliffe, "I have but one argument left." While this conversation was carried on apart, Everard had almost forcibly detained by his own side his follower Wildrake, whose greater curiosity and lesser delicacy would otherwise have thrust him forward, to get, if possible, into the secret. But when he saw the doctor turn into the coppice, he whispered eagerly to Everard, "A gold carolus to a Commonwealth farthing, the doctor has not only come to preach a peace, but has brought the principal conditions along with him." Everard made no answer. He had already unsheathed his sword, and Charles hardly saw Rochecliffe's back fairly turned than he lost no time in following his example. But ere they had done more than salute each other with the usual courteous nourish of their weapons, Dr. Rochecliffe again stood between them, leading in his hand Alice Lee, her garments dank with dew, and her long hair heavy with moisture and totally uncurled. Her face was extremely pale, but it was the paleness of desperate resolution, not of fear. There was a dead pause of astonishment. The combatants rested on their swords, and even the forwardness of Wildrake only vented itself in half-suppressed ejaculations, as, "Well done, Doctor! This beats the parson among the peas! No less than your patron's daughter! And Mistress Alice, whom I thought a very snowdrop, turned out a dog violet after all! A Lynda bride's, by heavens, and altogether one of ourselves!" Excepting these unheeded mutterings, Alice was the first to speak. "Master Everard," she said, "Master Kerneguy, you are surprised to see me here. Yet why should I not tell the reason at once? Convinced that I am, however guiltlessly, the unhappy cause of your misunderstanding, I am too much interested to prevent fatal consequences, to pause upon any step which may end it. Master Kerneguy, have my wishes, my entreaties, my prayers, have your noble thoughts, the recollections of your own high duties, no weight with you in this matter? Let me entreat you to consult reason, religion, and common sense, and return your weapon." "I am obedient as an Eastern slave, madam," answered Charles, sheathing his sword, "but I assure you the matter about which you distress yourself is a mere trifle, which will be much better settled betwixt Colonel Everard and myself in 5 minutes, than with the assistance of the whole convocation of the Church, with a female Parliament to assist their reverend deliberations. Mr. Everard, will you oblige me by walking a little farther? We must change ground, it seems." "I am ready to attend you, sir," said Everard, who had sheathed his sword so soon as his antagonist did so. "I have then no interest with you, sir," said Alice, continuing to address the King. "Do you not fear I should use the secret in my power to prevent this affair going to extremity? Think you this gentleman who raises his hand against you, if he knew that I were Lord Wilmot, you would say, accident has given him proof to that effect with which he is already satisfied, and I think you would find it difficult to induce him to embrace a different opinion." Alice paused, and looked on the King with great indignation, the following words dropping from her mouth by intervals, as if they burst forth one by one in spite of feelings that would have restrained them: "Cold, selfish, ungrateful, unkind, woe to the land which—" Here she paused with marked emphasis, then added, "which shall number thee or such as thee among her nobles and rulers." "Nay, fair Alice," said Charles, whose good nature could not but feel the severity of this reproach, though too slightly to make all the desired impression, "you are too unjust to me, too partial to a happier man. Do not call me unkind. I am but here to answer Mr. Everard's summons. I could neither decline attending nor withdraw now I am here without loss of honour, and my loss of honour would be a disgrace which must extend to many. I cannot fly from Mr. Everard, it would be too shameful. If he abides by his message, it must be decided as such affairs usually are. If he retreats or yields it up, I will, for your sake, waive punctilio. I will not even ask an apology for the trouble it has afforded me, but let all pass as if it were the consequence of some unhappy mistake, the grounds of which shall remain on my part uninquired into. This I will do for your sake, and it is much for a man of honour to condescend so far. You know that the condescension from me in particular is great indeed. Then do not call me ungenerous, or ungrateful, or unkind, since I am ready to do all which as a man I can do, and more perhaps than as a man of honour I ought to do." "Do you hear this, Markham Everard?" exclaimed Alice. "Do you hear this? The dreadful option is left entirely at your disposal. You were wont to be temperate in passion, religious, forgiving. Will you, for a mere punctilio, drive on this private and unchristian broil to a murderous extremity? Believe me, if you now, contrary to all the better principles of your life, give the reins to your passions, the consequences may be such as you will rue for your lifetime, and even, if heaven have not mercy, rue after your life is finished." Markham Everard remained for a moment gloomily silent, with his eyes fixed on the ground. At length he looked up and answered her. "Alice, you are a soldier's daughter, a soldier's sister. All your relations, even including one whom you then entertained some regard for, have been made soldiers by these unhappy discords. Yet you have seen them take the field in some instances on contrary sides, to do their duty where their principles called them, without manifesting this extreme degree of interest." He continued, "However, what is the true concern here is our relations with your own self, and mine is with this gentleman's interest in you. I had expected that our disagreement could be dealt with as men dispute matters of honour. With your intrusion this cannot be done. I have few other options for politely resolving this, for you would surely hate the one who killed the other, to the loss of us both. Therefore," addressing Charles, "in the interest of avoid this fate, I am forced to yield my interest in her to you, and as I will never be the means of giving her pain, I trust you will not think I act unworthily in retracting the letter which gave you the trouble of attending this place at this hour. Alice," he said, turning his head towards her, "farewell, Alice, at once and for ever." The poor young lady, whose adventitious spirit had almost deserted her, attempted to repeat the word farewell, but failing in the attempt, only accomplished a broken and imperfect sound, and would have sunk to the ground, but for Dr. Rochecliffe, who caught her as she fell. Roger Wildrake also, who had twice or thrice put to his eyes what remained of a kerchief, interested by the lady's evident distress, though unable to comprehend the mysterious cause, hastened to assist the divine in supporting so fair a burden. Meanwhile the disguised prince had beheld the whole in silence, but with an agitation to which he was unwonted, and which his swarthy features, and still more his motions, began to betray. His posture was at first absolutely stationary, with his arms folded on his bosom, as one who waits to be guided by the current of events. Presently after, he shifted his position, advanced and retired his foot, clenched and opened his hand, and otherwise showed symptoms that he was strongly agitated by contending feelings, was on the point too of forming some sudden resolution, and yet still in uncertainty what course he should pursue. But when he saw Markham Everard, after one look of unspeakable anguish towards Alice, turning his back to depart, he broke out into his familiar ejaculation, "Oddsfish, this must not be!" In 3 strides he overtook the slowly retiring Everard, tapped him smartly on the shoulder, and, as he turned round, said with an air of command which he well knew how to adopt at pleasure, "One word with you, sir." "At your pleasure, sir," replied Everard, and, naturally conjecturing the purpose of his antagonist to be hostile, took hold of his rapier with the left hand, and laid the right on the hilt, not displeased at the supposed call, for anger is at least as much akin to disappointment as pity is said to be to love. "Pshaw!" answered the King, "that cannot be, now. Colonel Everard, I am Charles Stewart." Everard recoiled in the greatest surprise, and next exclaimed, "Impossible! It cannot be. The King of Scots has escaped from Bristol. My Lord Wilmot, your talents for intrigue are well known, but this will not pass upon me. The King of Scots, Master Everard, since you are so pleased to limit his sovereignty, at any rate, the eldest son of the late Sovereign of Britain, is now before you. Therefore it is impossible he could have escaped from Bristol. Dr. Rochecliffe shall be my voucher, and will tell you, moreover, that Wilmot is of a fair complexion and light hair. Mine, you may see, is swart as a raven." Rochecliffe, seeing what was passing, abandoned Alice to the care of Wildrake, whose extreme delicacy in the attempts he made to bring her back to life formed an amiable contrast to his usual wildness, and occupied him so much, that he remained for the moment ignorant of the disclosure in which he would have been so much interested. As for Dr. Rochecliffe, he came forward wringing his hands in all the demonstration of extreme anxiety, and with the usual exclamations attending such a state. "Peace, Dr. Rochecliffe," said the King, with such complete self-possession as indeed became a prince. "We are in the hands, I am satisfied, of a man of honour. Master Everard must be pleased in finding only a fugitive prince in the person in whom he thought he had discovered a successful rival. he cannot but be aware of the feelings which prevented me from taking advantage of the cover which this young lady's devoted loyalty afforded me, at the risk of her own happiness. He is the party who is to profit by my candour, and certainly I have a right to expect that my condition, already indifferent enough, shall not be rendered worse by his becoming privy to it under such circumstances. At any rate, the avowal is made, and it is for Colonel Everard to consider how he is to conduct himself." "Oh, your Majesty, my liege, my king, my royal prince!" exclaimed Wildrake, who, at length discovering what was passing, had crawled on his knees and seized the King's hand, was kissing it more like a child mumbling gingerbread, or like a lover devouring the yielded hand of his mistress, than in the manner in which such salutations pass at court. "If my dear friend Mark Everard should prove a dog on this occasion, rely on me, I will cut his throat on the spot, were I to do the same for myself the moment afterwards." "Hush, hush, my good friend and loyal subject," said the King, "and compose yourself; for though I am obliged to put on the Prince for a moment, we have not privacy or safety to receive our subjects in King Cambyses' vein." Everard, who had stood for a time utterly confounded, awoke at length like a man from a dream. "Sire," he said, bowing low and with profound deference, "if I do not offer you the homage of a subject with knee and sword, it is because God, by whom kings reign, has denied you for the present the power of ascending your throne without rekindling civil war. For your safety being endangered by me, let not such an imagination for an instant cross your mind. Had I not respected your person, were I not bound to you for the candour with which your noble avowal has prevented the misery of my future life, your misfortunes would have rendered your person as sacred, so far as I can protect it, as it could be esteemed by the most devoted royalist in the kingdom. If your plans are soundly considered and securely laid, think that all which is now past is but a dream. If they are in such a state that I can aid them, saving my duty to the Commonwealth, which will permit me to be privy to no schemes of actual violence, your Majesty may command my services." "It may be I may be troublesome to you, sir," said the King, "for my fortunes are not such as to permit me to reject even the most limited offers of assistance. But if I can, I will dispense with applying to you. I would not willingly put any man's compassion at war with his sense of duty on my account. Doctor, I think there will be no farther tilting to-day, either with sword or cane, so we may as well return to the Lodge and leave these," looking at Alice and Everard, "who may have more to say in explanation." "No, no," exclaimed Alice, who was now perfectly come to herself, and partly by her own observation, and partly from the report of Dr. Rochecliffe, comprehended all that had taken place. "My cousin Everard and I have nothing to explain. He will forgive me for having riddled with him when I dared not speak plainly, and I forgive him for having read my riddle wrong. But my father has my promise. We must not correspond or converse for the present. I return instantly to the Lodge, and he to Woodstock, unless you, sire," bowing to the King, "command his duty otherwise. Instant to the town, cousin Markham, and if danger should approach, give us warning." Everard would have delayed her departure, and would have excused himself for his unjust suspicion, would have said 1,000 things, but she would not listen to him, saying for all other answer, "Farewell, Markham, till God send better days." "She is an angel of truth and beauty," said Roger Wildrake, "and I, like a blasphemous heretic, called her a Lynda brides, [Footnote: a sort of court name for a female of no reputation. But has your Majesty, craving your pardon, no commands for poor Hodge Wildrake, who will blow out his own or any other man's brains in England to do your Grace a pleasure?" "We entreat our good friend Wildrake to do nothing hastily," said Charles, smiling. "Such brains as his are rare, and should not be rashly dispersed, as the like may not be easily collected. We recommend him to be silent and prudent, to tilt no more with loyal clergymen of the Church of England, and to get himself a new jacket with all convenient speed, to which we beg to contribute our royal aid. When fit time comes, we hope to find other service for him." As he spoke, he slid 10 pieces into the hand of poor Wildrake, who, confounded with the excess of his loyal gratitude, blubbered like a child, and would have followed the King, had not Dr. Rochecliffe, in a few words, but peremptory, insisted that he should return with his patron, promising him he should certainly be employed in assisting the King's escape, could an opportunity be found of using his services. "Be so generous, reverend sir, and you bind me to you forever," said the Cavalier, "and I conjure you not to keep malice against me on account of the foolery you wot of." "I have no occasion, Captain Wildrake," said the Doctor, "for I think I had the best of it." "Well then, Doctor, I forgive you on my part, and I pray you, for Christian charity, let me have a finger in this good service, for as I live in the hope of it, rely that I shall die of disappointment." While the Doctor and soldier thus spoke together, Charles took leave of Everard, who remained uncovered while he spoke to him with his usual grace. "I need not bid you no longer be jealous of me," said the King, "for I presume you will scarce think of a match betwixt Alice and me which would be too losing a one on her side. For other thoughts, the wildest libertine could not entertain them towards so high-minded a creature, and believe me that my sense of her merit did not need this last distinguished proof of her truth and loyalty. I saw enough of her from her answers to some idle sallies of gallantry, to know with what a lofty character she is endowed. Mr. Everard, her happiness, I see, depends on you, and I trust you will be the careful guardian of it. If we can take any obstacle out of the way of your joint happiness, be assured we will use our influence. Farewell, sir. If we cannot be better friends, do not at least let us entertain harder or worse thoughts of each other than we have now." There was something in the manner of Charles that was extremely affecting, something too in his condition as a fugitive in the kingdom which was his own by inheritance, that made a direct appeal to Everard's bosom, though in contradiction to the dictates of that policy which he judged it his duty to pursue in the distracted circumstances of the country. He remained, as we have said, uncovered, and in his manner testified the highest expression of reverence, up to the point when such might seem a symbol of allegiance. He bowed so low as almost to approach his lips to the hand of Charles, but he did not kiss it. "I would rescue your person, sir," he said, "with the purchase of my own life. More—" He stopped short, and the King took up his sentence where it broke off. "More you cannot do," said Charles, "to maintain an honourable consistency. But what you have said is enough. You cannot render homage to my proffered hand as that of a sovereign, but you will not prevent my taking yours as a friend, if you allow me to call myself so, I am sure, as a well-wisher at least." The generous soul of Everard was touched. He took the King's hand and pressed it to his lips. "Oh," he said, "were better times to come." "Bind yourself to nothing, dear Everard," said the good-natured Prince, partaking his emotion. "We reason ill while our feelings are moved. I will recruit no man to his loss, nor will I have my fallen fortunes involve those of others, because they have humanity enough to pity my present condition. If better times come, why, we will meet again, and I hope to our mutual satisfaction. If not, as your future father-in-law would say," a benevolent smile came over his face, and accorded not unmeetly with his glistening eyes, "if not, this parting was well made." Everard turned away with a deep bow, almost choking under contending feelings, the uppermost of which was a sense of the generosity with which Charles, at his own imminent risk, had cleared away the darkness that seemed about to overwhelm his prospects of happiness for life, mixed with a deep sense of the perils by which he was environed. He returned to the little town, followed by his attendant Wildrake, who turned back so often with weeping eyes, and hands clasped and uplifted as supplicating heaven, that Everard was obliged to remind him that his gestures might be observed by some one and occasion suspicion. The generous conduct of the King during the closing part of this remarkable scene had not escaped Alice's notice, and erasing at once from her mind all resentment of Charles's former conduct, and all the suspicions they had deservedly excited, awakened in her bosom a sense of the natural goodness of his disposition, which permitted her to unite regard for his person with that reverence for his high office in which she had been educated as a portion of her creed. She felt convinced and delighted with the conviction that his virtues were his own, his libertinism the fault of education, or rather want of education, and the corrupting advice of sycophants and flatterers. She could not know, or perhaps did not in that moment consider, that in a soil where no care is taken to eradicate tares, they will outgrow and smother the wholesome seed, even if the last is more natural to the soil. For as Dr. Rochecliffe informed her afterwards for her edification, promising, as was his custom, to explain the precise words on some future occasion, if she would put him in mind, Virtus Rectorum Ducum Kaye desiderat. Vidia sine magistro discunctuc. Footnote: the quotations of the learned doctor and antiquary were often left uninterpreted, though seldom incommunicated, owing to his contempt for those who did not understand the learned languages, and his dislike to the labour of translation, for the benefit of ladies and of country gentlemen. That fair readers and country thanes may not on this occasion burst in ignorance, we add the meaning of the passage in the text. Virtue requires the aid of a governor and director. Vices are learned without a teacher. There was no room for such reflections at present. Conscious of mutual sincerity by a sort of intellectual communication, through which individuals are led to understand each other better, perhaps in delicate circumstances, than by words, reserve and simulation appeared to be now banished from the intercourse between the King and Alice. With manly frankness, and at the same time with princely condescension, he requested her, exhausted as she was, to accept of his arm on the way homeward, instead of that of Dr. Rochecliffe, and Alice accepted of his support with modest humility, but without a shadow of mistrust or fear. It seemed as if the last half-hour had satisfied them perfectly with the character of each other, and that each had full conviction of the purity and sincerity of the other's intentions. Dr. Rochecliffe in the meantime had fallen some 4 or 5 paces behind, for, less light and active than Alice, who had, besides, the assistance of the King's support, he was unable, without effort and difficulty, to keep up with the pace of Charles, who then was, as we have elsewhere noticed, one of the best walkers in England, and was sometimes apt to forget, as great men will, that others were inferior to him in activity. "Dear Alice," said the King, but as if the epithet were entirely fraternal, "I like your Everard very much. I would to God he were of our determination, but since that cannot be, I am sure he will prove a generous enemy." "May it please you, sire," said Alice modestly, but with some firmness, "my cousin will never be your Majesty's personal enemy, and he is one of the few on whose slightest word you may rely more than on the oath of those who profess more strongly and formally. He is utterly incapable of abusing your Majesty's most generous and voluntary confidence." "On my honour, I believe so, Alice," replied the King. "But oddsfish, my girl, let Majesty sleep for the present, it concerns my safety. As I told your brother lately, call me Sir, then, which belongs alike to King, Peer, Knight, and Gentleman, or rather let me be Wild Louis Kerneguy again." Alice looked down and shook her head. "That cannot be, please your Majesty." "What? Louis was a saucy companion, a naughty presuming boy, and you cannot abide him? Well, perhaps you are right. But we will wait for Dr. Rochecliffe," he said, desirous with good-natured delicacy to make Alice aware that he had no purpose of engaging her in any discussion which could recall painful ideas. They paused accordingly, and again she felt relieved and grateful. "I cannot persuade our fair friend Mistress Alice, Doctor," said the King, "that she must, in prudence, forbear using titles of respect to me while there are such very slender means of sustaining them." "It is a reproach to earth and to fortune," answered the divine, as fast as his recovered breath would permit him, "that your most sacred Majesty's present condition should not accord with the rendering of those honours which are your own by birth, and which, with God's blessing on the efforts of your loyal subjects, I hope to see rendered to you as your hereditary right by the universal voice of the 3 kingdoms." "True, Doctor," replied the King, "but in the meanwhile, can you expound to Mistress Alice Lee 2 lines of Horace which I have carried in my thick head several years, till now they have come pat to my purpose? As my canny subjects of Scotland say, if you keep a thing 7 years, you are sure to find a use for it at last. Telephus, ay, so it begins. Telephus e Peleus cum papere exul uterque, proiusit ampulus es sesquipitalia verba. "I will explain the passage to Mistress Alice," said the Doctor, "when she reminds me of it, or rather," he added, recollecting that his ordinary dilatory answer on such occasions ought not to be returned when the order for exposition emanated from his sovereign, "I will repeat a poor couplet from my own translation of the poem." Heroes and kings in exile forced to roam leave swelling phrase and 7-leagued words at home. A most admirable version, Doctor, said Charles. I feel all its force, and particularly the beautiful rendering of sesquipedalia verba into 7-leagued words, I mean. It reminds me, like half the things I met with in the world, of the Contes de Camerloy, footnote, Tales of Mother Goose. Thus conversing they reached the lodge, and as the king went to his chamber to prepare for the breakfast summons now impending, the idea crossed his mind. Wilmot and Villiers and Killigrew would laugh at me did they hear of a campaign in which neither man nor woman had been conquered. But oddsfish, let them laugh as they will, there is something at my heart which tells me that for once in my life I have acted well. That day and the next were spent in tranquillity, the king waiting impatiently for the intelligence which was to announce to him that a vessel was prepared somewhere on the coast. None such was yet in readiness, but he learned that the indefatigable Albert Lee was, at great personal risk, traversing the sea-coast from town to village and endeavouring to find means of embarkation among the friends of the royal cause, and the correspondents of Dr. Rochecliffe. End of chapter 28. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 29 of Woodstock or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Woodstock or the Cavalier by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter the 29th. Ruffian, let go that rude, uncivil touch. Two Gentlemen of Verona. At this time we should give some account of the other actors in our drama, the interest due to the principal personages having for some time engrossed our attention exclusively. We are therefore to inform the reader that the lingering longings of the commissioners who had been driven forth of their proposed paradise of Woodstock, not by a cherub indeed, but, as they thought, by spirits of another sort, still detained them in the vicinity. They had indeed left the little borough under pretence of indifferent accommodation. The more palpable reasons were that they entertained some resentment against Everard as the means of their disappointment, and had no mind to reside where their proceedings could be overlooked by him, although they took leave in terms of the utmost respect. They went, however, no farther than Oxford, and remained there as ravens who are accustomed to witness the chase, sit upon a tree or crag at a little distance, and watch the disemboweling of the deer, expecting the relics which fall to their share. Meantime the university and city, but especially the former, supplied them with some means of employing their various faculties to advantage, until the expected moment when, as they hoped, they should either be summoned to Windsor, or Woodstock should once more be abandoned to their discretion. Bletson, to pass the time, vexed the souls of such learned and pious divines and scholars as he could intrude his hateful presence upon, by sophistry, atheistical discourse, and challenges to them to impugn the most scandalous theses. Desborough, one of the most brutally ignorant men of the period, got himself nominated the head of a college, and lost no time in cutting down trees and plundering plate. As for Harrison, he preached in full uniform in St. Mary's Church, wearing his buff coat, boots, and spurs, as if he were about to take the field for the fight at Armageddon. And it was hard to say whether the seat of learning, religion, and loyalty, as it is called by Clarendon, was more vexed by the rapine of Desborough, the cold scepticism of Bletson, or the frantic enthusiasm of the Fifth Monarchy champion. Ever and anon soldiers, under pretence of relieving guard or otherwise, went and came betwixt Woodstock and Oxford, and maintained, it may be supposed, a correspondence with Trusty Tomkins, who, though he chiefly resided in the town of Woodstock, visited the lodge occasionally, and to whom therefore they doubtless trusted for information concerning the proceedings there. Indeed, this man Tomkins seemed by some secret means to have gained the confidence in part, if not in whole, of almost every one connected with these intrigues. All closeted him, all conversed with him in private. Those who had the means propitiated him with gifts, those who had not were liberal of promises. When he chanced to appear at Woodstock, which always seemed as it were by accident, if he passed through the hall, the knight was sure to ask him to take the foils, and was equally certain to be, after less or more resistance, victorious in the encounter. So, in consideration of so many triumphs, the good Sir Henry almost forgave him the sins of rebellion and Puritanism. Then, if his slow and formal step was heard in the passages approaching the gallery, Dr. Rochecliffe, though he never introduced him to his peculiar boudoir, was sure to meet Master Tomkins in some neutral apartment, and to engage him in long conversations, which apparently had great interest for both. Neither was the Independent's reception below stairs less gracious than above. Joceline failed not to welcome him with the most cordial frankness. The pasty and the flagon were put in immediate requisition, and good cheer was the general word. The means for this, it may be observed, had grown more plenty at Woodstock since the arrival of Dr. Rochecliffe, who, in quality of agent for several royalists, had various sums of money at his disposal. By these funds it is likely that Trusty Tomkins also derived his own full advantage. In his occasional indulgence in what he called a fleshly frailty, and for which he said he had a privilege, which was, in truth, an attachment to strong liquors, and that in no moderate degree, his language, at other times remarkably decorous and reserved, became wild and animated. He sometimes talked with all the unction of an old debauchee of former exploits, such as deer-stealing, orchard robbing, drunken gambols, and desperate affrays in which he had been engaged in the earlier part of his life, sung bacchanalian and amorous ditties, dwelt sometimes upon adventures which drove Phœbe Mayflower from the company, and penetrated even the deaf ears of Dame Jellicot, so as to make the buttery in which he held his carousals no proper place for the poor old woman. In the middle of these wild rants, Tomkins twice or thrice suddenly ran into religious topics, and spoke mysteriously, but with great animation and a rich eloquence, on the happy and preeminent saints, who were saints, as he termed them indeed, men who had stormed the inner treasure house of heaven, and possessed themselves of its choicest jewels. All other sects he treated with the utmost contempt, as merely quarrelling, as he expressed it, like hogs over a trough about husks and acorns, under which derogatory terms he included alike the usual rites and ceremonies of public devotion, the ordinances of the established churches of Christianity, and the observances, nay, the forbearances enjoined by every class of Christians. Scarcely hearing and not at all understanding him, Joceline, who seemed his most frequent confidant on such occasions, generally led him back into some strain of rude mirth, or old recollection of follies before the civil wars, without caring about or endeavouring to analyze the opinion of this saint of an evil fashion, but fully sensible of the protection which his presence afforded at Woodstock, and confident in the honest meaning of so free-spoken a fellow, to whom ale and brandy, when better liquor was not to be come by, seemed to be principal objects of life, and who drank a health to the king, or any one else, whenever required, provided the cup in which he was to perform the libation were but a brimmer. These peculiar doctrines, which were entertained by a sect sometimes termed the Family of Love, but more commonly Ranters, had made some progress in times when such variety of religious opinions were prevalent, that men pushed the jarring heresies to the verge of absolute and most impious insanity. Secrecy had been enjoined on these frantic believers in a most blasphemous doctrine by the fear of consequences, should they come to be generally announced, and it was the care of Master Tomkins to conceal the spiritual freedom which he pretended to have acquired, from all whose resentment would have been stirred by his public avowal of them. This was not difficult, for their profession of faith permitted, nay, required their occasional conformity with the sectaries or professors of any creed which chanced to be uppermost. Tomkins had accordingly the art to pass himself on Dr. Rochecliffe as still a zealous member of the Church of England, though serving under the enemy's colours as a spy in their camp; and as he had on several times given him true and valuable intelligence, this active intriguer was the more easily induced to believe his professions. Nevertheless, lest this person's occasional presence at the Lodge, which there were perhaps no means to prevent without exciting suspicion, should infer danger to the King's person, Rochecliffe, whatever confidence he otherwise reposed in him, recommended that, if possible, the King should keep always out of his sight, and when accidentally discovered, that he should only appear in the character of Louis Kerneguy. Joseph Tomkins, he said, was, he really believed, honest Joe, but honesty was a horse which might be overburdened, and there was no use in leading our neighbour into temptation. It seemed as if Tomkins himself had acquiesced in this limitation of confidence exercised towards him, or that he wished to seem blinder than he really was to the presence of this stranger in the family. It occurred to Joceline, who was a very shrewd fellow, that once or twice, when by inevitable accident Tomkins had met Kerneguy, he seemed less interested in the circumstance than he would have expected, from the man's disposition, which was naturally prying and inquisitive. He asked no questions about the young stranger, said Joceline. God avert that he knows or suspects too much. But his suspicions were removed when, in the course of their subsequent conversation, Joseph Tomkins mentioned the King's escape from Bristol as a thing positively certain, and named both the vessel in which he said he had gone off and the master who commanded her, seeming so convinced of the truth of the report that Joceline judged it impossible he could have the slightest suspicion of the reality. Yet, notwithstanding this persuasion and the comradeship which had been established between them, the faithful under-keeper resolved to maintain a strict watch over his gossip Tomkins, and be in readiness to give the alarm should occasion arise. True, he thought, he had reason to believe that his said friend, notwithstanding his drunken and enthusiastic rants, was as trustworthy as he was esteemed by Dr. Rochecliffe, yet still he was an adventurer, the outside and lining of whose cloak were of different colours, and a high reward and pardon for past acts of malignancy might tempt him once more to turn his tippet. For these reasons Joceline kept a strict though unostentatious watch over trusty Tomkins. We have said that the discreet seneschal was universally well received at Woodstock, whether in the borough or at the Lodge, and that even Joceline Joliffe was anxious to conceal any suspicions which he could not altogether repress under a great show of cordial hospitality. There were, however, two individuals who, for very different reasons, nourished personal dislike against the individual so generally acceptable. One was Nehemiah Holdenough, who remembered with great bitterness of spirit the Independent's violent intrusion into his pulpit, and who ever spoke of him in private as a lying missionary, into whom Satan had put a spirit of delusion, and preached, besides, a solemn sermon on the subject of the false prophet, out of whose mouth came frogs. The discourse was highly prized by the mayor and most of the better class, who conceived that their minister had struck a heavy blow at the very root of independency. On the other hand, those of the private spirit contended that Joseph Tomkins had made a successful and triumphant rally in an exhortation on the evening of the same day, in which he proved to the conviction of many handicraftsmen that the passage in Jeremiah, "The prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means," was directly applicable to the Presbyterian system of church government. The clergyman dispatched an account of his adversary's conduct to the Reverend Master Edwards, to be inserted in the next edition of Gangrena as a pestilent heretic. And Tomkins recommended the parson to his master, Desborough, as a good subject on whom to impose a round fine for vexing the private spirit, assuring him at the same time that though the minister might seem poor, yet if a few troopers were quartered on him till the fine was paid, every rich shopkeeper's wife in the borough would rob the till, rather than go without the mammon of unrighteousness with which to redeem their priest from sufferance, holding, according to his expression with Laban, "You have taken from me my gods, and what have I more?" There was, of course, little cordiality between the polemical disputants when religious debate took so worldly a turn. But Joe Tomkins was much more concerned at the evil opinion which seemed to be entertained against him by one whose good graces he was greatly more desirous to obtain than those of Nehemiah Holdenough. This was no other than pretty Mistress Phoebe Mayflower, for whose conversion he had felt a strong vocation ever since his lecture upon Shakespeare on their first meeting at the Lodge. He seemed desirous, however, to carry on this more serious work in private, and especially to conceal his labours from his friend Joceline Joliffe, lest perchance he had been addicted to jealousy. But it was in vain that he plied the faithful damsel, sometimes with verses from the Canticles, sometimes with quotations from Green's Arcadia, or pithy passages from Venus and Adonis, and doctrines of a nature yet more abstruse from the popular work entitled Aristotle's Masterpiece. Unto no wooing of his, sacred or profane, metaphysical or physical, would Phoebe Mayflower seriously incline. The maiden loved Joceline Joliffe on the one hand, and on the other, if she disliked Joseph Tomkins when she first saw him as a rebellious Puritan, she had not been at all reconciled by finding reason to regard him as a hypocritical libertine. She hated him in both capacities, never endured his conversation when she could escape from it, and when obliged to remain, listened to him only because she knew he had been so deeply trusted that to offend him might endanger the security of the family, in the service of which she had been born and bred up, and to whose interests she was devoted. For reasons somewhat similar, she did not suffer her dislike of the steward to become manifest before Joceline Joliffe, whose spirit, as a forester and a soldier, might have been likely to bring matters to an arbitrament, in which the couteau de chasse and quarter-staff of her favourite would have been too unequally matched with the long rapier and pistols which his dangerous rival always carried about his person. But it is difficult to blind jealousy when there is any cause of doubt, and perhaps the sharp watch maintained by Joceline on his comrade was prompted not only by his zeal for the king's safety, but by some vague suspicion that Tomkins was not ill disposed to poach upon his own fair manor. Phoebe, in the meanwhile, like a prudent girl, sheltered herself as much as possible by the presence of Goody Jellicot. Then indeed it is true the Independent, or whatever he was, used to follow her with his addresses to very little purpose, for Phoebe seemed as deaf through wilfulness as the old matron by natural infirmity. This indifference highly incensed her new lover, and induced him anxiously to watch for a time and place in which he might plead his suit with an energy that should command attention. Fortune, that malicious goddess who so often ruins us by granting the very object of our vows, did at length procure him such an opportunity as he had long coveted. It was about sunset, or shortly after, when Phoebe, upon whose activity much of the domestic arrangements depended, went as far as fair Rosamond's spring to obtain water for the evening meal, or rather to gratify the prejudice of the old knight, who believed that celebrated fountain afforded the choicest supplies of the necessary element. Such was the respect in which he was held by his whole family, that to neglect any of his wishes that could be gratified, though with inconvenience to themselves, would, in their estimation, have been almost equal to a breach of religious duty. To fill the pitcher had, we know, been of late a troublesome task, but Joceline's ingenuity had so far rendered it easy by repairing rudely a part of the ruined front of the ancient fountain, that the water was collected and trickling along a wooden spout dropped from a height of about 2 feet. A damsel was thereby enabled to place her pitcher under the slowly dropping supply, and without toil to herself might wait till her vessel was filled. Phoebe Mayflower, on the evening we allude to, saw for the first time this little improvement, and justly considering it as a piece of gallantry of her sylvan admirer, designed to save her the trouble of performing her task in a more inconvenient manner, she gratefully employed the minutes of ease which the contrivance procured her in reflecting on the good nature and ingenuity of the obliging engineer, and perhaps in thinking he might have done as wisely to have waited till she came to the fountain, that he might have secured personal thanks for the trouble he had taken. But then she knew he was detained in the buttery with that odious Tomkins, and rather than have seen the Independent along with him, she would have renounced the thought of meeting Joceline. As she was thus reflecting, Fortune was malicious enough to send Tomkins to the fountain, and without Joceline. When she saw his figure darken the path up which he came, an anxious reflection came over the poor maiden's breast, that she was alone and within the verge of the forest, where in general persons were prohibited to come during the twilight, for fear of disturbing the deer settling to their repose. She encouraged herself, however, and resolved to show no sense of fear, although as the steward approached there was something in the man's look and eye no way calculated to allay her apprehensions. "The blessings of the evening upon you, my pretty maiden," he said. "I meet you even as the chief servant of Abraham, who was a steward like myself, met Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, at the well of the city of Nahor in Mesopotamia. Shall I not therefore say to you, set down thy pitcher, that I may drink?" "The pitcher is at your service, Master Tomkins," she replied, "and you may drink as much as you will. But you have, I warrant, drank better liquor, and that not long since." It was indeed obvious that the steward had arisen from a revel, for his features were somewhat flushed, though he had stopped far short of intoxication. But Phoebe's alarm at his first appearance was rather increased when she observed how he had been lately employed. "I do but use my privilege, my pretty Rebekah. The earth is given to the saints, and the fullness thereof. They shall occupy and enjoy it, both the riches of the mine and the treasures of the vine, and they shall rejoice, and their hearts be merry within them. Thou hast yet to learn the privileges of the saints, my Rebekah." "My name is Phoebe," said the maiden, in order to sober the enthusiastic rapture which he either felt or affected. "Phoebe after the flesh," he said, "but Rebekah being spiritualized. For art thou not a wandering and stray sheep? And am I not sent to fetch thee within the fold? Wherefore else was it said, Thou shalt find her seated by the well in the wood which is called after the ancient harlot Rosamond." "You have found me sitting here, sure enough," said Phœbe; "but if you wish to keep me company, you must walk to the lodge with me, and you shall carry my pitcher for me, if you will be so kind. I will hear all the good things you have to say to me as we go along. But Sir Henry calls for his glass of water regularly before prayers." "What!" exclaimed Tomkins, "hath the old man of bloody hand and perverse heart sent thee hither to do the work of a bondswoman? Verily thou shalt return enfranchised, and for the water thou hast drawn for him, it shall be poured forth, even as David caused to be poured forth the water of the well of Bethlehem." So saying, he emptied the water pitcher in spite of Phœbe's exclamations and entreaties. He then replaced the vessel beneath the little conduit, and continued, "Know that this shall be a token to thee. The filling of that pitcher shall be like the running of a sand glass, and if within the time which shall pass ere it rises to the brim, thou shalt listen to the words which I shall say to thee, then it shall be well with thee, and thy place shall be high among those who, forsaking the instruction which is as milk for babes and sucklings, eat the strong food which nourishes manhood. But if the pitcher shall overbrim with water ere thy ear shall hear and understand, thou shalt then be given as a prey and as a bondsmaiden unto those who shall possess the fat and the fair of the earth." "You frighten me, Master Tomkins," said Phœbe, "though I am sure you do not mean to do so. I wonder how you dare speak words so like the good words in the Bible, when you know how you laughed at your own master, and all the rest of them, when you helped to play the hobgoblins at the lodge. Think'st thou then, thou simple fool, that in putting that deceit upon Harrison and the rest, I exceeded my privileges? Nay, verily, listen to me, foolish girl. When in former days I lived the most wild, malignant rake hell in Oxfordshire, frequenting wakes and fairs, dancing around Maypoles, and showing my lustihood at football and cudgel playing, yea, when I was called in the language of the uncircumcised, Philip Hazeldine, and was one of the singers in the choir, and one of the ringers in the steeple, and served the priest yonder, by name Rochecliffe, I was not farther from the straight road than when, after long reading, I at length found one blind guide after another, all burners of bricks in Egypt. I left them one by one, the poor tool Harrison being the last, and by my own unassisted strength I have struggled forward to the broad and blessed light, whereof thou too, Phœbe, shalt be partaker." "I thank you, Master Tomkins," said Phœbe, suppressing some fear under an appearance of indifference, "but I shall have light enough to carry home my pitcher, would you but let me take it, and that is all the want of light I shall have this evening." So saying, she stooped to take the pitcher from the fountain, but he snatched hold of her by the arm, and prevented her from accomplishing her purpose. Phœbe, however, was the daughter of a bold forester, prompt at thoughts of self-defence, and though she missed getting hold of the pitcher, she caught up instead a large pebble, which she kept concealed in her right hand. "Stand up, foolish maiden, and listen," said the Independent sternly, "and know in one word, that sin, for which the spirit of man is punished with the vengeance of heaven, lieth not in the corporal act, but in the thought of the sinner. Believe, lovely Phœbe, that to the pure all acts are pure, and that sin is in our thought, not in our actions, even as the radiance of the day is dark to a blind man, but seen and enjoyed by him whose eyes receive it. To him who is but a novice in the things of the Spirit, much is enjoined, much is prohibited, and he is fed with milk fit for babes. For him are ordinances, prohibitions, and commands. But the saint is above these ordinances and restraints. To him, as to the chosen child of the house, is given the pass key to open all locks which withhold him from the enjoyment of his heart's desire. Into such pleasant paths will I guide thee, lovely Phœbe, as shall unite in joy, in innocent freedom, pleasures which to the unprivileged are sinful and prohibited. "I really wish, Master Tomkins, you would let me go home," said Phoebe, not comprehending the nature of his doctrine, but disliking at once his words and his manner. He went on, however, with the accursed and blasphemous doctrines which, in common with others of the pretended saints, he had adopted, after having long shifted from one sect to another, until he settled in the vile belief that sin, being of a character exclusively spiritual, only existed in the thoughts, and that the worst actions were permitted to those who had attained to the pitch of believing themselves above ordinance. "Thus, my Phoebe," he continued, endeavouring to draw her towards him, "I can offer thee more than ever was held out to woman since Adam first took his bride by the hand. It shall be for others to stand dry-lipped, doing penance like papists by abstinence when the vessel of pleasure pours forth its delights. Dost thou love money? I have it, and can procure more, am at liberty to procure it on every hand and by every means. The earth is mine and its fullness. Do you desire power? Which of these poor cheated commissioner fellows' estates dost thou covet? I will work it out for thee, for I deal with a mightier spirit than any of them. And it is not without warrant that I have aided the malignant Rochecliffe and the clown Joliffe to frighten and baffle them in the guise they did. Ask what thou wilt, Phoebe, I can give, or I can procure it for thee. Then enter with me into a life of delight in this world, which shall prove but an anticipation of the joys of paradise hereafter." Again the fanatical voluptuary endeavoured to pull the poor girl towards him, while she, alarmed but not scared out of her presence of mind, endeavoured by fair entreaty to prevail on him to release her. But his features, in themselves not marked, had acquired a frightful expression, and he exclaimed, "No, Phoebe, do not think to escape. Thou art given to me as a captive. Thou hast neglected the hour of grace, and it has glided past. See, the water trickles over thy pitcher, which was to be a sign between us. Therefore I will urge thee no more with words of which thou art not worthy, but treat thee as a recusant of offered grace." "Master Tomkins," said Phoebe, in an imploring tone, "consider, for God's sake, I am a fatherless child. Do me no injury. It would be a shame to your strength and your manhood. I cannot understand your fine words. I will think on them till to-morrow." Then, in rising resentment, she added more vehemently, "I will not be used rudely. Stand off, or I will do you a mischief." But as he pressed upon her with a violence of which the object could not be mistaken, and endeavoured to secure her right hand, she exclaimed, "Take it then, with a wannion to you," and struck him an almost stunning blow on the face with the pebble, which she held ready for such an extremity. The fanatic let her go, and staggered backward, half stupefied, while Phoebe instantly betook herself to flight, screaming for help as she ran, but still grasping the victorious pebble. Irritated to frenzy by the severe blow which he had received, Tomkins pursued with every black passion in his soul and in his face, mingled with fear lest his villainy should be discovered. He called on Phoebe loudly to stop, and had the brutality to menace her with one of his pistols if she continued to fly. Yet she slacked not her pace for his threats, and he must either have executed them or seen her escape to carry the tale to the lodge, had she not unhappily stumbled over the projecting root of a fir tree. But as he rushed upon his prey, rescue interposed in the person of Joceline Joliffe, with his quarter-staff on his shoulder. "How now? What means this?" he said, stepping between Phoebe and her pursuer. Tomkins, already roused to fury, made no other answer than by discharging at Joceline the pistol which he held in his hand. The ball grazed the under-keeper's face, who, in requital of the assault, and saying, "Aha! Let ash answer iron," applied his quarter-staff with so much force to the Independent's head that, lighting on the left temple, the blow proved almost instantly mortal. A few convulsive struggles were accompanied with these broken words: "Joceline, I am gone, but I forgive thee. Dr. Rochecliffe, I wish I had minded more. Oh, the clergyman, the funeral service." As he uttered these words, indicative it may be of his return to a creed which perhaps he had never abjured so thoroughly as he had persuaded himself, his voice was lost in a groan which, rattling in the throat, seemed unable to find its way to the air. These were the last symptoms of life. The clenched hands presently relaxed. The closed eyes opened and stared on the heavens, a lifeless jelly. The limbs extended themselves and stiffened. The body, which was lately animated with life, was now a lump of senseless clay. The soul, dismissed from its earthly tenement in a moment, so unhallowed, was gone before the judgment seat. "Oh, what have you done? What have you done, Joceline?" exclaimed Phœbe. "You have killed the man." "Better than he should have killed me," answered Joceline, "for he was none of the blinkers that miss their mark twice running, and yet I am sorry for him. Many a merry bout have we had together when he was wild, Philip Hazeldine, and then he was bad enough, but since he daubed over his vices with hypocrisy, he seems to have proved worse devil than ever." "Oh, Joceline, come away," said poor Phœbe, "and do not stand gazing on him thus," for the woodsman, resting on his fatal weapon, stood looking down on the corpse with the appearance of a man half stunned at the event. "This comes of the ale pitcher," she continued in the true style of female consolation, "as I have often told you. For heaven's sake, come to the lodge and let us consult what is to be done." "Stay first, girl, and let me drag him out of the path. We must not have him lie here in all men's sight. Will you not help me, wench?" "I cannot, Joceline. I would not touch a lock on him for all Woodstock." "I must to this gear myself, then," said Joceline, who, a soldier as well as a woodsman, still had great reluctance to the necessary task. Something in the face and broken words of the dying man had made a deep and terrific impression on nerves not easily shaken. He accomplished it, however, so far as to drag the late steward out of the open path and bestow his body amongst the undergrowth of brambles and briars, so as not to be visible unless particularly looked for. He then returned to Phœbe, who had sat speechless all the while beneath the tree over whose roots she had stumbled. "Come away, wench," he said, "come away to the lodge, and let us study how this is to be answered for. The mishap of his being killed will strangely increase our danger. What had he sought of thee, wench, when you ran from him like a madwoman? But I can guess. Phil was always a devil among the girls, and I think, as Dr. Rochecliffe says, that since he turned saint he took to himself 7 devils worse than himself. Here is the very place where I saw him, with his sword in his hand raised against the old knight, and he a child of the parish. It was high treason at least, but by my faith he hath paid for it at last." "But, oh, Joceline," said Phœbe, "how could you take so wicked a man into your counsels, and join him in all his plots about scaring the Roundhead gentlemen?" "Why, look thee, wench, I thought I knew him at the first meeting, especially when Bevis, who was bred here when he was a dog leader, would not fly at him. And when we made up our old acquaintance at the lodge, I found he kept up a close correspondence with Dr. Rochecliffe, who was persuaded that he was a good king's man, and held consequently good intelligence with him. The doctor boasts to have learned much through his means. I wish to heaven he may not have been as communicative in turn." "Oh, Joceline," said the waiting woman, "you should never have let him within the gate of the lodge." "No more I would, if I had known how to keep him out. But when he went so frankly into our scheme, and told me how I was to dress myself like Robinson the player, whose ghost haunted Harrison, I wish no ghost may haunt me. When he taught me how to bear myself to terrify his lawful master, what could I think, wench? I only trust the doctor has kept the great secret of all from his knowledge. But here we are at the lodge. Go to thy chamber, wench, and compose thyself. I must seek out Dr. Rochecliffe. He is ever talking of his quick and ready invention. Here comes times, I think, that will demand it all." Phoebe went to her chamber accordingly, but the strength arising from the pressure of danger giving way when the danger was removed, she quickly fell into a succession of hysterical fits, which required the constant attention of Dame Jellicot and the less alarmed but more judicious care of Mistress Alice before they even abated in their rapid recurrence. The underkeeper carried his news to the politic doctor, who was extremely disconcerted, alarmed, nay, angry with Joceline for having slain a person on whose communications he had accustomed himself to rely. Yet his looks declared his suspicion whether his confidence had not been too rashly conferred, a suspicion which pressed him the more anxiously that he was unwilling to avow it as a derogation from his character for shrewdness on which he valued himself. Dr. Rochecliffe's reliance, however, on the fidelity of Tomkins had apparently good grounds. Before the civil wars, as may be partly collected from what has been already hinted at, Tomkins, under his true name of Hazeldine, had been under the protection of the rector of Woodstock, occasionally acted as his clerk, was a distinguished member of his choir, and being a handy and ingenious fellow, was employed in assisting the antiquarian researches of Dr. Rochecliffe through the interior of Woodstock. When he engaged in the opposite side in the civil wars, he still kept up his intelligence with the divine, to whom he had afforded what seemed valuable information from time to time. His assistance had latterly been eminently useful in aiding the doctor, with the assistance of Joceline and Phoebe, in contriving and executing the various devices by which the parliamentary commissioners had been expelled from Woodstock. Indeed, his services in this respect had been thought worthy of no less a reward than a present of what plate remained at the lodge, which had been promised to the Independent accordingly. The doctor, therefore, while admitting he might be a bad man, regretted him as a useful one, whose death, if inquired after, was likely to bring additional danger on a house which danger already surrounded, and which contained a pledge so precious. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter the 30th. Cassio. That thrust had been my enemy indeed, but that my coat is better than thou knowest. Othello. On the dark October night succeeding the evening on which Tomkins was slain, Colonel Everard, besides his constant attendant Roger Wildrake, had Master Nehemiah Holdenough with him as a guest at supper. The devotions of the evening having been performed according to the Presbyterian fashion, a light entertainment and a double quart of burnt claret were placed before his friends at 9 o'clock, an hour unusually late. Master Holdenough soon engaged himself in a polemical discourse against sectaries and independents, without being aware that his eloquence was not very interesting to his principal hearer, whose ideas in the meanwhile wandered to Woodstock, and all which it contained, the prince who lay concealed there, his uncle, above all, Alice Lee. As for Wildrake, after bestowing a mental curse both on sectaries and Presbyterians, as being, in his opinion, never a barrel the better herring, he stretched out his limbs, and would probably have composed himself to rest, but that he, as well as his patron, had thoughts which murdered sleep. The party were waited upon by a little gipsy-looking boy in an orange tawny doublet, much decayed and garnished with blue worsted lace. The rogue looked somewhat stinted in size, but active both in intelligence and in limb, as his black eyes seemed to promise by their vivacity. He was an attendant of Wildrake's choice, who had conferred on him the nom de guerre of Spitfire, and had promised him promotion so soon as his young protégé, Breakfast, was fit to succeed him in his present office. It need scarce be said that they manage was maintained entirely at the expense of Colonel Everard, who allowed Wildrake to arrange the household very much according to his pleasure. The page did not omit, in offering the company wine from time to time, to accommodate Wildrake with about twice the number of opportunities of refreshing himself which he considered it necessary to afford to the Colonel or his reverend guest. While they were thus engaged, the good divine, lost in his own argument, and the hearers in their private thoughts, their attention was about 10:30 arrested by a knocking at the door of the house. To those who have anxious hearts, trifles give cause of alarm. Even a thing so simple as a knock at the door may have a character which excites apprehension. This was no quiet, gentle tap, intimating a modest intruder, no redoubled rattle, as the pompous annunciation of some vain person, neither did it resemble the formal summons to formal business, nor the cheerful visit of some welcome friend. It was a single blow, solemn and stern, if not actually menacing in the sound. The door was opened by some of the persons of the house. A heavy foot ascended the stair. A stout man entered the room, and drawing the cloak from his face, said, "Markham Everard, I greet thee in God's name." It was General Cromwell. Everard, surprised and taken at unawares, endeavoured in vain to find words to express his astonishment. A bustle occurred in receiving the General, assisting him to uncloak himself, and offering in dumb show the civilities of reception. The General cast his keen eye around the apartment, and fixing it first on the divine, addressed Everard as follows: "A reverend man, I see, is with thee. Thou art not one of those, good Markham, who let the time unnoted and unimproved pass away, casting aside the things of this world, pressing forward to those of the next. It is by thus using our time in this poor seat of terrestrial sin and care, that we may, as it were— But how is this?" he continued, suddenly changing his tone, and speaking briefly, sharply, and anxiously. "One hath left the room since I entered." Wildrake had indeed been absent for a minute or two, but had now returned, and stepped forward from a bay window, as if he had been out of sight only, not out of the apartment. "Not so, sir. I stood but in the background, out of respect. Noble General, I hope all is well with the estate, that your Excellency makes us so late a visit. Would not your Excellency choose some— Ah!" said Oliver, looking sternly and fixedly at him, "our trusty go-between, our faithful confidant. No, sir. At present I desire nothing more than a kind reception, which methinks my friend Markham Everard is in no hurry to give me." "You bring your own welcome, my lord," said Everard, compelling himself to speak. "I can only trust it was no bad news that made your Excellency a late traveller, and ask, like my follower, what refreshment I shall command for your accommodation." "The state is sound and healthy, Colonel Everard," said the General, "and yet the less so, that many of its members, who have been hitherto workers together, and propounders of good counsel, and advancers of the public weal, have now waxed cold in their love and in their affection for the good cause, for which we should be ready, in our various degrees, to act and do so soon as we are called to act, that whereunto we are appointed, neither rashly nor over slothfully, neither lukewarmly nor over violently, but with such a frame and disposition in which zeal and charity may, as it were, meet and kiss each other in our streets. Howbeit, because we look back after we have put our hand to the plough, therefore is our force waxed dim." "Pardon me, sir," said Nehemiah, hold enough, who, listening with some impatience, began to guess in whose company he stood. "Pardon me, for unto this I have a warrant to speak. "Ah, ah," said Cromwell, "surely, most worthy sir, we grieve the spirit when we restrain those pourings forth, which, like water from a rock—" "Nay, therein I differ from you, sir," said Holdenough, "for as there is the mouth to transmit the food, and the prophet to digest what heaven hath sent, so is the preacher ordained to teach, and the people to hear. The shepherd to gather the flock into the sheepfold, the sheep to profit by the care of the shepherd." "Ah, my worthy sir," said Cromwell, with much unction, "methinks you verge upon the great mistake, which supposes that churches are tall, large houses, built by masons, and hearers are men, wealthy men, who pay tithes, the larger as well as the less, and that the priests, men in black gowns or grey cloaks, who receive the same, are in guerdon the only distributors of Christian blessings. Whereas, in my apprehension, there is more of Christian liberty in leaving it to the discretion of the hungry soul to seek his edification where it can be found, whether from the mouth of a lay teacher, who claimeth his warrant from heaven alone, or at the dispensation of those who take ordinations and degrees from synods and universities, at best but associations of poor sinful creatures like themselves." "You speak you know not what, sir," replied Holdenough impatiently. "Can light come out of darkness, sense out of ignorance, or knowledge of the mysteries of religion from such ignorant mediciners as give poisons instead of wholesome medicaments, and cram with filth the stomachs of such as seek to them for food?" This, which the Presbyterian divine uttered rather warmly, the General answered with the utmost mildness. "Lack-a-day! Lack-a-day! A learned man, but intemperate. Over-zeal hath eaten him up. Ah, well-a-day, sir, you may talk of your regular gospel meals, but a word spoken in season by one whose heart is with your heart, just perhaps when you are riding on to encounter an enemy, or are about to mount a breach, is to the poor spirit like a rasher on the coals, which the hungry shall find preferable to a great banquet, at such times when the full soul loatheth the honeycomb. Nevertheless, although I speak thus in my poor judgment, I would not put force on the conscience of any man, leaving to the learned to follow the learned, and the wise to be instructed by the wise, while poor, simple, wretched souls are not to be denied a drink from the stream which runneth by the way. Ay, verily, it will be a comely sight in England when men shall go on as in a better world, bearing with each other's infirmities, joining in each other's comforts. Ay, truly, the rich drink out of silver flagons and goblets of silver, the poor out of paltry bowls of wood. And even so let it be, since they both drink the same element." Here an officer opened the door and looked in, to whom Cromwell, exchanging the canting drawl, in which it seemed he might have gone on interminably, for the short brief tone of action, called out, "Pearson, is he come?" "No, sir," replied Pearson. "We have inquired for him at the place you noted, and also at other haunts of his about the town." "The knave!" said Cromwell, with bitter emphasis. "Can he have proved false?" "No, no, his interest is too deeply engaged. We shall find him by and by. Hark thee hither." While this conversation was going forward, the reader must imagine the alarm of Everard. He was certain that the personal attendance of Cromwell must be on some most important account, and he could not but strongly suspect that the General had some information respecting Charles's lurking place. If taken, a renewal of the tragedy of the 30th of January was instantly to be apprehended, and the ruin of the whole family of Lee, with himself probably included, must be the necessary consequence. He looked eagerly for consolation at Wildrake, whose countenance expressed much alarm, which he endeavoured to bear out with his usual look of confidence. But the weight within was too great. He shuffled with his feet, rolled his eyes, and twisted his hands like an unassured witness before an acute and not to be deceived judge. Oliver, meanwhile, left his company not a minute's leisure to take counsel together. Even while his perplexed eloquence flowed on in a stream so mazy that no one could discover which way its course was tending, his sharp, watchful eye rendered all attempts of Everard to hold communication with Wildrake, even by signs, altogether vain. Everard, indeed, looked for an instant at the window, then glanced at Wildrake, as if to hint there might be a possibility to escape that way. But the Cavalier had replied with a disconsolate shake of the head, so slight as to be almost imperceptible. Everard therefore lost all hope, and the melancholy feeling of approaching an inevitable evil was only varied by anxiety concerning the shape and manner in which it was about to make its approach. But Wildrake had a spark of hope left. The very instant Cromwell entered, he had got out of the room and down to the door of the house. Back, back, repeated by two armed sentinels, convinced him that, as his fears had anticipated, the general had come neither unattended nor unprepared. He turned on his heel, ran upstairs, and meeting on the landing-place the boy whom he called Spitfire, hurried him into the small apartment which he occupied as his own. Wildrake had been shooting that morning, and game lay on the table. He pulled a feather from a woodcock's wing, and saying hastily, "For thy life, Spitfire, mind my orders. I will put thee safe out at the window into the court. The yard wall is not high, and there will be no sentry there. Fly to the lodge, as thou wouldst win heaven, and give this feather to Mistress Alice Lee, if possible, if not to Joceline Joliffe. Say, I have won the wages of the young lady. Dost mark me, boy?" The sharp-witted youth clapped his hand in his master's, and only replied, "Done and done." Wildrake opened the window, and though the height was considerable, he contrived to let the boy down safely by holding his cloak. A heap of straw, on which Spitfire lighted, rendered the descent perfectly safe, and Wildrake saw him scramble over the wall of the courtyard at the angle which bore on a back lane, and so rapidly was this accomplished, that the Cavalier had just re-entered the room when, the bustle attending Cromwell's arrival subsiding, his own absence began to be noticed. He remained during Cromwell's lecture on the vanity of creeds, anxious in mind whether he might not have done better to send an explicit verbal message, since there was no time to write, but the chance of the boy being stopped, or becoming confused with feeling himself the messenger of a hurried and important communication, made him on the whole glad that he had preferred a more enigmatical way of conveying the intelligence. He had therefore the advantage of his patron, for he was conscious still of a spark of hope. Pearson had scarce shut the door when Holdenough, as ready in arms against the future dictator as he had been prompt to encounter the supposed phantoms and fiends of Woodstock, resumed his attack upon the schismatics, whom he undertook to prove to be at once soul-slayers, false brethren, and false messengers, and was proceeding to allege texts in behalf of his proposition, when Cromwell, apparently tired of the discussion, and desirous to introduce a discourse more accordant with his real feelings, interrupted him, though very civilly, and took the discourse into his own hands. "Lack-a-day," he said, "the good man speaks truth according to his knowledge and to his lights. Ay, bitter truths, and hard to be digested, while we see as men see, and not with the eyes of angels. False messengers, said the reverend man. Ay, truly the world is full of such. You shall see them, who will carry your secret message to the house of your mortal foe, and will say to him, Lo, my master is going forth with a small train by such and such desolate places. Be you speedy, therefore, that you may arise and slay him. And another who knoweth where the foe of your house and enemy of your person lies hidden, shall, instead of telling his master thereof, carry tidings to the enemy, even where he lurketh, saying, Lo, my master knoweth of your secret abode. Up now and fly, lest he come on thee like a lion on his prey. But shall this go without punishment? Looking at Wildrake with a withering glance. Now, as my soul liveth, and as he liveth who hath made me a ruler in Israel, such false messengers shall be knitted to gibbets on the wayside, and their right hands shall be nailed above their heads in an extended position, as if pointing out to others the road from which they themselves have strayed. Surely, said Master Holdenough, it is right to cut off such offenders. Thank ye, Mass John, muttered Wildrake. When did the Presbyterian fail to lend the devil a shove? But I say, continued Holdenough, that the matter is estranged from our present purpose, for the false brethren of whom I spoke are— Right, excellent sir, they be those of our own house, answered Cromwell. The good man is right once more. Ay, of whom can we now say that he is a true brother, although he has lain in the same womb with us, although we have struggled in the same cause, eat at the same table, fought in the same battle, worshipped at the same throne, there shall be no truth in him. Ah, Markham Everard, Markham Everard! He paused at this ejaculation, and Everard, desirous at once of knowing how far he stood committed, replied, Your Excellency seems to have something in your mind in which I am concerned. May I request you will speak it out, that I may know what I am accused of? Ah, Mark, replied the General, there needeth no accuser speak when the still small voice speaks within us. Is there not moisture on thy brow, Mark Everard? Is there not trouble in thine eye? Is there not a failure in thy frame? And who ever saw such things in noble and stout Markham Everard, whose brow was only moist after having worn the helmet for a summer's day, whose hand only shook when it had wielded for hours the weighty falchion? But go to, man, thou doubtest overmuch. Hast thou not been to me as a brother, and shall I not forgive thee even the 77th time? The knave hath tarried somewhere, who should have done by this time an office of much import. Take advantage of his absence, Mark. It is a grace that God gives thee beyond expectance. I do not say fall at my feet, but speak to me as a friend to his friend. I have never said anything to your Excellency that was in the least undeserving the title you have assigned to me, said Colonel Everard proudly. Nay, Markham, answered Cromwell, I say not you have, but you ought to have remembered the message I sent you by that person, pointing to Wildrake, and you must reconcile it with your conscience, how, having such a message, guarded with such reasons, you could think yourself at liberty to expel my friends from Woodstock, being determined to disappoint my object, whilst you availed yourself of the boon, on condition of which my warrant was issued. Everard was about to reply, when, to his astonishment, Wildrake stepped forward, and with a voice and look very different from his ordinary manner, and approaching a good deal to real dignity of mind, said boldly and calmly, You are mistaken, Master Cromwell, and address yourself to the wrong party here. The speech was so sudden and intrepid that Cromwell stepped a pace back, and motioned with his right hand towards his weapon, as if he had expected that an address of a nature so unusually bold was to be followed by some act of violence. He instantly resumed his indifferent posture. And irritated at a smile which he observed on Wildrake's countenance, he said, with the dignity of one long accustomed to see all tremble before him, "This to me, fellow? Know you to whom you speak?" "Fellow?" echoed Wildrake, whose reckless humour was now completely set afloat. "No fellow of yours, Master Oliver. I have known the day when Roger Wildrake of Squattlesea mere, Lincoln, a handsome young gallant with a good estate, would have been thought no fellow of the bankrupt brewer of Huntingdon." "Be silent," said Everard. "Be silent, Wildrake, if you love your life." "I care not a maravedì for my life," said Wildrake. "Zounds, if he dislikes what I say, let him take to his tools. I know, after all, he hath good blood in his veins, and I will indulge him with a turn in the court yonder, had he been 10 times a brewer." "Such ribaldry, friend," said Oliver, "I treat with the contempt it deserves; but if thou hast anything to say touching the matter in question, speak out like a man, though thou look'st more like a beast." "All I have to say is," replied Wildrake, "that whereas you blame Everard for acting on your warrant, as you call it, I can tell you he knew not a word of the rascally conditions you talk of. I took care of that, and you may take the vengeance on me if you list." "Slave, dare you tell this to me?" said Cromwell, still heedfully restraining his passion, which he felt was about to discharge itself upon an unworthy object. "Ay, you will make every Englishman a slave, if you have your own way," said Wildrake, not a whit abashed; for the awe which had formerly overcome him when alone with this remarkable man had vanished, now that they were engaged in an altercation before witnesses. "But do your worst, Master Oliver. I tell you beforehand, the bird has escaped you." "You dare not say so. Escaped! So ho! Pearson, tell the soldiers to mount instantly. Thou art a lying fool. Escaped where? Or from whence?" "Ay, that is the question," said Wildrake; "for, look you, sir, that men do go from hence is certain, but how they go, or to what quarter?" Cromwell stood attentive, expecting some useful hint from the careless impetuosity of the Cavalier upon the route which the King might have taken. "Or to what quarter, as I said before? Why, your Excellency, Master Oliver, may e'en find that out yourself." As he uttered the last words, he unsheathed his rapier, and made a full pass at the General's body. Had his sword met no other impediment than the buff jerkin, Cromwell's course had ended on the spot. But, fearful of such attempts, the General wore under his military dress a shirt of the finest mail, made of rings of the best steel, and so light and flexible that it was little or no encumbrance to the motions of the wearer. It proved his safety on this occasion, for the rapier sprung in shivers, while the owner, now held back by Everard, and hold enough, flung the hilt with passion on the ground, exclaiming, "Be damned the hand that forged thee! To serve me so long and fail me, when thy true service would have honoured us both for ever! But no good could come of thee, since thou wert pointed, even in jest, at a learned divine of the Church of England." In the first instant of alarm, and perhaps suspecting Wildrake might be supported by others, Cromwell half drew from his bosom a concealed pistol, which he hastily returned, observing that both Everard and the clergyman were withholding the Cavalier from another attempt. Pearson and a soldier or two rushed in. "Secure that fellow," said the General, in the indifferent tone of one to whom imminent danger was too familiar to cause irritation. "Bind him, but not so hard, Pearson," for the men, to show their zeal, were drawing their belts, which they used for want of cords, brutally tight round Wildrake's limbs. "He would have assassinated me, but I would reserve him for his fit doom." "Assassinated! I scorn your words, Master Oliver," said Wildrake. "I proffered you a fair duello." "Shall we shoot him in the street for an example?" said Pearson to Cromwell, while Everard endeavoured to stop Wildrake from giving further offence. "On your life harm him not, but let him be kept in safe ward, and well looked after," said Cromwell, while the prisoner exclaimed to Everard, "I prithee let me alone. I am now neither thy follower nor any man's, and I am as willing to die as ever I was to take a cup of liquor. And hark ye, speaking of that, Master Oliver, you were once a jolly fellow. Prithee, let one of thy lobsters here advance yonder tankard to my lips, and your Excellency shall hear a toast, a song, and a secret." "Unloose his head, and hand the debauched beast the tankard," said Oliver. "While yet he exists, it were shame to refuse him the element he lives in." "Blessings on your head for once," said Wildrake, whose object in continuing this wild discourse was, if possible, to gain a little delay, when every moment was precious. "Thou hast brewed good ale, and that's warrant for a blessing. For my toast and my song, here they go together. Son of a witch, mayest thou die in the ditch, with the hutchers who back thy quarrels, and rot above ground, while the world shall resound a welcome to royal King Charles. And now for my secret, that you may not say I had your liquor for nothing. I fancy my song will scarce pass current for much. My secret is, Master Cromwell, that the bird is flown, and your red nose will be as white as your winding sheet before you can smell out which way." "Pshaw, rascal," answered Cromwell contemptuously, "keep your scurrile jests for the gibbet foot." "I shall look on the gibbet more boldly," replied Wildrake, "than I have seen you look on the royal martyr's picture." This reproach touched Cromwell to the very quick. "Villain!" he exclaimed, "drag him hence, draw out a party, but hold, not now, to prison with him. Let him be close watched and gagged. If he attempts to speak to the sentinels, nay, hold, I mean, put a bottle of brandy into his cell, and he will gag himself in his own way, I warrant you. When day comes that men can see the example, he shall be gagged after my fashion." During the various breaks in his orders, the general was evidently getting command of his temper, and though he began in fury, he ended with the contemptuous sneer of one who overlooks the abusive language of an inferior. Something remained on his mind, notwithstanding, for he continued standing, as if fixed to the same spot in the apartment, his eyes bent on the ground, and with closed hand pressed against his lips, like a man who is musing deeply. Pearson, who was about to speak to him, drew back, and made a sign to those in the room to be silent. Master Holdenough did not mark, or at least did not obey it. Approaching the general, he said in a respectful but firm tone, "Did I understand it to be your Excellency's purpose that this poor man shall die next morning?" "Ha!" exclaimed Cromwell, starting from his reverie. "What sayest thou?" "I took leave to ask if it was your will that this unhappy man should die to-morrow." "Whom saidst thou?" demanded Cromwell. "Markham Everard. Shall he die, saidst thou?" "God forbid," replied Holdenough, stepping back. "I asked whether this blinded creature Wildrake was to be so suddenly cut off." "Ay, marry is he," said Cromwell. "Were the whole General Assembly of Divines at Westminster, the whole Sanhedrim of Presbytery, to offer bail for him." "If you will not think better of it, sir," said Holdenough, "at least give not the poor man the means of destroying his senses. Let me go to him as a divine to watch with him, in case he may yet be admitted into the vineyard at the latest hour, yet brought into the sheepfold, though he has neglected the call of the pastor till time is well nigh closed upon him." "For God's sake," said Everard, who had hitherto kept silence, because he knew Cromwell's temper on such occasions, "think better of what you do." "Is it for thee to teach me?" replied Cromwell. "Think thou of thine own matters, and believe me, it will require all thy wit. And for you, reverend sir, I will have no father confessors attend my prisoners, no tales out of school. If the fellow thirsts after ghostly comfort, as he is much more like to thirst after a quartern of brandy, there's Corporal Humgudgeon, who commands the corps de garde, will preach and pray as well as the best of ye, but this delay is intolerable. Comes not this fellow yet?" "No, sir," replied Pearson. "Had we not better go down to the lodge? The news of our coming hither may else get there before us." "True," said Cromwell, speaking aside to his officer, "but you know Tomkins warned us against doing so, alleging there were so many postern doors and sally ports and concealed entrances in the old house that it was like a rabbit warren, and that an escape might be easily made under our very noses unless he were with us to point out all the ports which should be guarded. He hinted, too, that he might be delayed a few minutes after his time of appointment, but we have now waited half an hour." "Does your Excellency think Tomkins is certainly to be depended upon?" said Pearson. "As far as his interest goes, unquestionably," replied the General. "He has ever been the pump by which I have sucked the marrow out of many a plot, in special those of the conceited fool Rochecliffe, who is goose enough to believe that such a fellow as Tomkins would value anything beyond the offer of the best bidder. And yet it groweth late. I fear we must to the lodge without him. Yet, all things well considered, I will tarry here till midnight." "Ah, Everard, thou mightest put this gear to rights, if thou wilt. Shall some foolish principle, a fantastic punctilio, have more weight with thee, man, than have the pacification and welfare of England, the keeping of faith to thy friend and benefactor, and who will be yet more so, and the fortune and security of thy relations? Are these, I say, lighter in the balance than the cause of a worthless boy, who with his father and his father's house have troubled Israel for 50 years?" "I do not understand your Excellency, nor at what service you point, which I can honestly render," replied Everard. "That which is dishonest I should be loath that you proposed." "Then this at least might suit your honesty, or scrupulous humour, call it which thou wilt," said Cromwell. "Thou knowest surely all the passages about Jezebel's palace down yonder. Let me know how they may be guarded against the escape of any from within." "I cannot pretend to aid you in this matter," said Everard. "I know not all the entrances and posterns about Woodstock, and if I did, I am not free in conscience to communicate with you on this occasion." "We shall do without you, sir," replied Cromwell haughtily, "and if aught is found which may criminate you, remember you have lost right to my protection." "I shall be sorry," said Everard, "to have lost your friendship, General, but I trust my quality as an Englishman may dispense with the necessity of protection from any man. I know no law which obliges me to be spy or informer, even if I were in the way of having opportunity to do service in either honourable capacity." "Well, sir," said Cromwell, "for all your privileges and qualities, I will make bold to take you down to the lodge at Woodstock to-night, to inquire into affairs in which the state is concerned. Come hither, Pearson." He took a paper from his pocket containing a rough sketch or ground plan of Woodstock Lodge, with the avenues leading to it. "Look here," he said, "we must move in 2 bodies on foot, and with all possible silence. Thou must march to the rear of the old house of iniquity with 20 file of men, and dispose them around it the wisest thou canst. Take the reverend man there along with you. He must be secured at any rate, and may serve as a guide. I myself will occupy the front of the lodge, and thus having stopped all the earths, thou wilt come to me for farther orders. Silence and dispatch is all. But for the dog Tomkins, who broke appointment with me, he had need render a good excuse, or woe to his father's son. Reverend sir, be pleased to accompany that officer. Colonel Everard, you are to follow me, but first give your sword to Captain Pearson, and consider yourself as under arrest." Everard gave his sword to Pearson without any comment, and with the most anxious presage of evil, followed the Republican general in obedience to commands which it would have been useless to dispute. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 31. Were my son William here but now, he wonna fail the pledge. We that in at the door there ran a ghastly looking page. I saw them, master, oh, I saw, beneath the thorny bray, of black-mailed warriors many a rank. Revenge! He cried, and gay. Henry Mackenzie. The little party at the lodge were assembled at supper, at the early hour of 8 o'clock. Sir Henry Lee, neglecting the food that was placed on the table, stood by a lamp on the chimney-piece, and read a letter with mournful attention. Does my son write to you more particularly than to me, Dr. Rochecliffe? Said the knight. He only says here that he will return probably this night, and that Master Kernguy must be ready to set off with him instantly. What can this haste mean? Have you heard of any new search after our suffering party? I wish they would permit me to enjoy my son's company in quiet but for a day. The quiet which depends on the wicked ceasing from troubling, said Dr. Rochecliffe, is connected, not by days and hours, but by minutes. Their glut of blood at Worcester has sated them for a moment, but their appetite, I fancy, has revived. You have news, then, to that purpose? Said Sir Henry. Your son, replied the doctor, wrote to me by the same messenger. He seldom fails to do so, being aware of what importance it is that I should know everything that passes. Means of escape are provided on the coast, and Master Kernguy must be ready to start with your son the instant he appears. It is strange, said the knight. For 40 years I have dwelt in this house, man and boy, and the point only was how to make the day pass over our heads, for if I did not scheme out some hunting match or hawking, or the like, I might have sat here on my armchair as undisturbed as a sleeping dormouse, from one end of the year to the other, and now I am more like a hare on her form, that dare not sleep unless her eyes open, and scuds off when the wind rustles among the fern. It is strange, said Alice, looking at Dr. Rochecliffe, that the round-headed steward has told you nothing of this. He is usually communicative enough of the motions of his party, and I saw you close together this morning. I must be closer with him this evening, said the doctor gloomily, but he will not blab. I wish you may not trust him too much, said Alice in reply. To me that man's face, with all its shrewdness, evinces such a dark expression, that methinks I read treason in his very eye. Be assured that matter is looked to, answered the doctor, in the same ominous tone as before. No one replied, and there was a chilling and anxious feeling of apprehension which seemed to sink down on the company at once, like those sensations which make such constitutions as are particularly subject to the electrical influence, conscious of an approaching thunderstorm. The disguised monarch, apprised that day to be prepared on short notice to quit his temporary asylum, felt his own share of the gloom which involved the little society, but he was the first also to shake it off, as what neither suited his character nor his situation. Gaiety was the leading distinction of the former, and presence of mind, not depression of spirits, was required by the latter. We make the hour heavier, he said, by being melancholy about it. Had you not better join me, Mistress Alice, in Patrick Carey's jovial farewell? Ah, you do not know Pat Carey, a younger brother of Lord Falkland's. a brother of the immortal Lord Falkland's, and write songs?" said the Doctor. "Oh, Doctor, the Muses take tithe as well as the Church," said Charles, "and have their share in every family of distinction. You do not know the words, Mistress Alice, but you can aid me, notwithstanding, in the burden at least. Come now that we're parting, and 'tis 1 to 10, if the towers of sweet Woodstock I e'er see again. Let us e'en have a frolic, and drink like tall men, while the goblet goes merrily round." The song arose, but not with spirit. It was one of those efforts at forced mirth, by which, above all other modes of expressing it, the absence of real cheerfulness is most distinctly animated. Charles stopped the song, and unbraided the choristers. "You sing, my dear Mistress Alice, as if you were chanting one of the 7 penitential psalms, and you, good Doctor, as if you recited the funeral service." The Doctor rose hastily from the table, and turned to the window, for the expression connected singularly with the task which he was that evening to discharge. Charles looked at him with some surprise, for the peril in which he lived made him watchful of the slightest motions of those around him, then turned to Sir Henry, and said, "My honoured host, can you tell any reason for this moody fit, which has so strangely crept upon us all?" "Not I, my dear Louis," replied the knight. "I have no skill in those nice quillets of philosophy. I could as soon undertake to tell you the reason why Bevis turns round 3 times before he lies down. I can only say for myself, that if age and sorrow and uncertainty be enough to break a jovial spirit, or at least to bend it now and then, I have my share of them all, so that I, for one, cannot say I am sad merely because I am not merry. I have but too good cause for sadness. I would I saw my son, were it but for a minute." Fortune seemed for once disposed to gratify the old man, for Albert Lee entered at that moment. He was dressed in a riding suit, and appeared to have travelled hard. He cast his eye hastily around as he entered. It rested for a second on that of the disguised prince, and satisfied with the glance which he received in lieu, he hastened, after the fashion of the olden day, to kneel down to his father and request his blessing. "It is thine boy," said the old man, a tear springing to his eye as he laid his hand on the long locks, which distinguished the young Cavalier's rank and principles, and which, usually combed and curled with some care, now hung wild and dishevelled about his shoulders. They remained an instant in this posture, when the old man suddenly started from it, as if ashamed on the emotion which he had expressed before so many witnesses, and passed the back of his hand hastily across his eyes. "Bid Albert get up and mind his supper, since I dare say you have ridden fast and far since you last baited. We'll send round a cup to his health, if Dr. Rochecliffe and the company pleases. Thou knave, sink about, thou look'st as if thou hadst seen a ghost." "Joceline," said Alice, "is sick for sympathy. One of the stags ran at Phœbe Mayflower to-day, and she was fain to have Joceline's assistance to drive the creature off. The girl has been in fits since she came home." "Silly slut," said the old knight, "she's a woodman's daughter. But, Joceline, if the deer gets dangerous, you might send a broad arrow through him." "I will not need, Sir Henry," said Joceline, speaking with great difficulty of utterance. He is quiet enough now. He will not offend in that sort again. See it be so, replied the knight. Remember Mistress Alice often walks in the chase. And now, fill round, and fill too, a cup to thyself to overred the fear, as Mad Will has it. Tush, man, Phoebe will do well enough. She only screamed and ran, that thou mightst have the pleasure to help her. Mind what thou dost, and not go spilling the wine after that fashion. Come, here is a health of our wanderer, who has come to us again. None will pledge it more willingly than I, said the distinguished prince, unconsciously assuming an importance which the character he personated scarce warranted. But Sir Henry, who had become fond of the supposed page, with all his peculiarities, imposed only a moderate rebuke upon his petulance. Thou art merry, good-humoured, Louis, he said, but it is a world to see how the forwardness of the present generation hath gone beyond the gravity and reverence which in my youth was so regularly observed towards those of higher rank and station. I dare no more have given my own tongue the rein, when there was a doctor of divinity in company, than I would have dared to have spoken in church in service time. True, sir, said Albert, hastily interfering, but Master Kerneguy had the better right to speak at present, that I have been absent on his business as well as my own, have seen several of his friends, and bring him important intelligence. Charles was about to rise and beckon Albert aside, naturally impatient to know what news he had procured, or what scheme of safe escape was now decreed for him. But Dr. Rochecliffe twitched his cloak, as a hint to him to sit still, and not show any extraordinary motive for anxiety, since in case of a sudden discovery of his real quality, the violence of Sir Henry Lee's feelings might have been likely to attract too much attention. Charles therefore only replied, as to the knight's stricter, that he had a particular title to be sudden and unceremonious in expressing his thanks to Colonel Lee, that gratitude was apt to be unmannerly, finally, that he was much obliged to Sir Henry for his admonition, and that quit Woodstock when he would, he was sure to leave it a better man than he came there. His speech was of course ostensibly directed towards the father, but a glance at Alice assured her that she had her full share in the compliment. I fear, he concluded, addressing Albert, that you come to tell us our stay here must be very short. A few hours only, said Albert, just enough for needful rest for ourselves and our horses. I have procured two which are good and tried, but Dr. Rochecliffe broke faith with me. I expected to have met some one down at Joceline's hut, where I left the horses, and finding no person, I was delayed an hour in littering them down myself, that they might be ready for tomorrow's work, for we must be off before day. I intended to have sent Tomkins, but, hesitated the doctor, the round-headed rascal was drunk, or out of the way, I presume, said Albert. I am glad of it. You may easily trust him too far. Hitherto he has been faithful, said the doctor, and I scarce think he will fail me now, but Joceline will go down and have the horses in readiness in the morning. Joceline's countenance was usually that of alacrity itself on a case extraordinary. Now, however, he seemed to hesitate. You will go with me a little way, doctor, he said, as he edged himself closely to Rockcliffe. "How, puppy fool and blockhead," said the knight, "wouldst thou ask Dr. Rochecliffe to bear thee company at this hour? Out, hound! Get down to the kennel yonder instantly, or I will break the knave's pate of thee." Joceline looked with an eye of agony at the divine, as if entreating him to interfere in his behalf; but just as he was about to speak, a most melancholy howling arose at the hall door, and a dog was heard scratching for admittance. "What ails Bevis next?" said the old knight. "I think this must be All Fool's Day, and that everything around me is going mad." The same sound startled Albert and Charles from a private conference in which they had engaged, and Albert ran to the hall door to examine personally into the cause of the noise. "It is no alarm," said the old knight to Kerneguy, "for in such cases the dog's bark is short, sharp, and furious. These long howls are said to be ominous. It was even so that Bevis's grandsire bayed the whole livelong night on which my poor father died. If it comes now as a presage, God send it regular the old and useless, not the young, and those who may yet serve king and country." The dog had pushed past Colonel Lee, who stood a little while at the hall door to listen if there were anything stirring without, while Bevis advanced into the room where the company were assembled, bearing something in his mouth, and exhibiting, in the unusual degree, that sense of duty and interest which a dog seems to show when he thinks he has the charge of something important. He entered therefore, drooping his long tail, slouching his head and ears, and walking with the stately yet melancholy dignity of a war-horse at his master's funeral. In this manner he paced through the room, went straight up to Joceline, who had been regarding him with astonishment, and uttering a short and melancholy howl, laid at his feet the object which he bore in his mouth. Joceline stooped, and took from the floor a man's glove, of the fashion worn by the troopers, having something like the old-fashioned gauntleted projections of thick leather arising from the wrist, which go half-way up to the elbow, and secured the arm against a cuff with a sword. But Joceline had no sooner looked at what itself was so common an object, than he dropped it from his hand, staggered backward, uttered a groan, and nearly fell to the ground. "Now the coward's curse be upon thee for an idiot," said the knight, who had picked up the glove and was looking at it. "Thou shouldst be sent back to school, and flogged till the craven's blood was switched out of thee. What dost thou look at but a glove, thou base poltroon, and a very dirty glove too? Stay here is writing, Joseph Tomkins. Why, that is the round-headed fellow. I wish he hath not come to some mischief, for this is not dirt on the chevron, but blood. Bevis may have bit the fellow, and yet the dog seemed to love him well too, or the stag may have hurt him. Out, Joceline, instantly, and see where he is. Wind your bugle." "I cannot go," said Joliffe, "unless—" and again he looked piteously at Dr. Rochecliffe, who saw no time was to be lost in appeasing the ranger's terrors, as his ministry was most needful in the present circumstances. "Get spade and mattock," he whispered to him, "and a dark lantern, and meet me in the wilderness." Joceline left the room, and the doctor, before following him, had a few words of explanation with Colonel Lee. His own spirit, far from being dismayed on the occasion, rather rose higher, like one whose natural element was intrigue and danger. "Here hath been wild work," he said, "since you parted. Tomkins was rude to the wench Phoebe. Joceline and he had a brawl together, and Tomkins is lying dead in the thicket, not far from Rosamond's Well. It will be necessary that Joceline and I go directly to bury the body, for besides that some one might stumble upon it and raise an alarm. This fellow Joceline will never be fit for any active purpose till it is under ground. Though as stout as a lion, the under-keeper has his own weak side, and is more afraid of a dead body than a living one. When do you propose to start to-morrow?" "By daybreak or earlier," said Colonel Lee, "but we will meet again. A vessel is provided, and I have relays in more places than one. We go off from the coast of Sussex, and I am to get a letter acquainting me precisely with the spot." "Wherefore not go off instantly?" said the Doctor. "The horses would fail us," replied Albert. "They have been hard ridden to-day." "Adieu," said Rochecliffe, "I must to my task. Do you take rest and repose for yours. To conceal a slaughtered body, and convey on the same night a king from danger and captivity, are two feats which have fallen to few folks save myself. But let me not, while putting on my harness, boast myself as if I were talking it off after a victory." So say he left the apartment, and, muffling himself in his cloak, went out into what was called the wilderness. The weather was raw frost. The mist lay in partial wreaths upon the lower grounds, but the night, considering that the heavenly bodies were in a great measure hidden by the haze, was not extremely dark. Dr. Rochecliffe could not, however, distinguish the under-keeper until he had hemmed once or twice, when Joceline answered the signal by showing a glimpse of light from the dark lantern which he carried. Guided by this intimation of his presence, the divine found him leaning against a buttress which had once supported a terrace, now ruinous. He had a pickaxe and shovel, together with a deer's hide hanging over his shoulder. "What do you want with the hide, Joceline?" said Dr. Rochecliffe, "that you lumber it about with you on such an errand?" "Why, look you, Doctor," he answered, "it is as well to tell you all about it. The man and I, he there, you know whom I mean, had many years since a quarrel about this deer. For though we were great friends, and Philip was sometimes allowed by my master's permission to help me in mine office, yet I knew, for all that, Philip Hazeldine was sometimes a trespasser. The deer stealers were very bold at that time, it being just before the breaking out of the war, when men were becoming unsettled, and so it chanced, that one day, in the chase, I found two fellows, with their faces blacked and shirts over their clothes, carrying as prime a buck between them as any was in the park. I was upon them in an instant. One escaped, but I got hold of the other fellow, and who should it prove to be but trusty Phil Hazeldine? Well, I don't know whether it was right or wrong, but he was my old friend and pot companion, and I took his word for amendment in future. And he helped me to hang up the deer on a tree, and I came back with a horse to carry him to the lodge, and tell the knight the story, all but Phil's name. But the rogues had been too clever for me, for they had flayed and dressed the deer, and quartered him, and carried him off, and left the hide and horns, with a chime, saying, the haunch to thee, the breast to me, the hide and the horns for the keeper's fee. And this I knew for one of Phil's mad pranks, that he would play in those days with any lad in the country, but I was so nettled that I made the deer's hide to be curried and dressed by a tanner, and swore that it should be his winding sheet or mine, and though I had long repented my rash oath, yet now, doctor, you see what is to come, too, though I forgot it, the devil did not. It was a very wrong thing to make a vow so sinful, said Rochecliffe, but it would have been greatly worse had you endeavoured to keep it. Therefore I bid you cheer up, said the good divine, for in this unhappy case I could not have wished, after what I heard from Phoebe and yourself, that you should have kept your hand still, though I may regret that the blow has proved fatal. Nevertheless, thou hast done even that which was done by the great and inspired legislator, when he beheld an Egyptian tyrannizing over a Hebrew, saying that, in the case present, it was a female, when, say the Septuagint, percussium ejectum abscondit sabulo, the meaning whereof I will explain to you another time. Wherefore I exhort you not to grieve beyond measure, for although this circumstance is unhappy in time and place, yet, from what Phoebe hath informed me of yonder wretch's opinion, it is much to be regretted that his brains had not been beaten out of his cradle, rather than he had grown up to be one of those Grindlestonians, or Muggletonians, in whom is the perfection of every foul and blasphemous heresy, united with such an universal practice of hypocritical assentation as would deceive their master, even Satan himself. Nevertheless, sir, said the forester, I hope you will bestow some of the service of the church on this poor man, as it was his last wish, naming you, sir, at the same time. Unless this were done, I should scarce dare to walk out in the dark again for my whole life. Thou art a silly fellow, but if, continued the doctor, he named me as he departed, and desired the last rites of the church, there was, it may be, a turning from evil, and a seeking to good even in his last moments, and if heaven granted him grace to form a prayer so fitting, wherefore should man refuse it? All I fear is the briefness of time. Nay, your reverence may cut the service somewhat short, said Joceline. Assuredly he does not deserve the whole of it, only if something were not to be done, I believe I should flee the country. They were his last words, and methinks he sent Bevis with his glove to put me in mind of them. Out, fool, do you think, said the doctor, dead men send gauntlets to the living, like knights in a romance, or, if so, would they choose dogs to carry their challenges? I tell thee, fool, the cause was natural enough. Bevis, questing about, found the body, and brought the glove to you to imitate where he was lying, and to require assistance, for such is the high instinct of these animals towards one in peril. Nay, if you think so, doctor, said Joceline, and doubtless, I must say, Bevis took an interest in the man, if indeed it was not something worse in the shape of Bevis, for methought his eyes looked wild and fiery, as if he would have spoken. As he talked thus, Joceline rather hung back, and in doing so, displeased the doctor, who exclaimed, Come along, thou lazy laggard. Art thou a soldier, and a brave one, and so much afraid of a dead man? Thou hast killed men in battle and in chase, I warrant thee. Ay, but their backs were to me, said Joceline. I never saw one of them cast back his head, and glare at me as yonder fellow did, his eyes retaining a glance of hatred, mixed with terror and reproach, till it became fixed like jelly, and were you not with me, and my master's concerns, something else, very deeply at stake, I promise you I would not again look at him for all Woodstock. You must, though, said the doctor, suddenly pausing, for here is the place where he lies. Come hither, deep into the corpse. Take care of stumbling. Here is a place just fitting, and we will draw the briars over the grave afterwards. As the doctor thus issued his directions, he assisted also in the execution of them, and while his attendant laboured to dig a shallow and misshapen grave, a task which the state of the soil, perplexed with roots, and hardened by the influence of the frost, rendered very difficult, the divine read a few passages out of the funeral service, partly in order to appease the superstitious terrors of Joceline, and partly because he held it matter of conscience not to deny the Church's rights to one who had requested their aid in extremity. End of chapter 31. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 32 of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 32. Case ye, on with your vizards. Henry IV. The company whom we had left in Victor Lee's parlour were about to separate for the night, and had risen to take a formal leave of each other, when a tap was heard at the hall door. Albert, the vidette of the party, hastened to open it, enjoining, as he left the room, the rest to remain quiet, until he had ascertained the cause of the knocking. When he gained the portal, he called to know who was there, and what they wanted at so late an hour. "It is only me," answered a troubled voice. "And what is your name, my little fellow?" said Albert. "Spitfire, sir," replied the voice without. "Spitfire?" said Albert. "Yes, sir," replied the voice. "All the world calls me so, and Colonel Everard himself, but my name is Spittle for all that." "Colonel Everard? You arrived from him?" demanded young Lee. "No, sir, I come, sir, from Roger Wildrake, Esquire, of the Squattlesea mare. If it like you," said the boy, "I have brought a token to Mistress Lee, which I am to give into her own hands. If you would but open the door, sir, and let me in, but I can do nothing with a 3-inch board between us." "It is some freak of that drunken rakehell," said Albert in a low voice to his sister, who had crept out after him on a tiptoe. "Yet let us not be hasty in concluding so," said the young lady. "At this moment the least trifle may be of consequence. What tokens has Master Wildrake sent me, my little boy?" "Nay, nothing very valuable neither," replied the boy, "but he was so anxious you get it, that he put me out of a window as one would chuck out a kitten, that I might not be stopped by the soldiers." "Hear you?" said Alice to her brother. "Undo the gate, for God's sake." Her brother, to whom her feelings of suspicion were now sufficiently communicated, opened the gate in haste, and admitted the boy, whose appearance, not much dissimilar to that of a skinned rabbit in a livery, or a monkey at a fair, would at another time have furnished them with amusement. The urgent messenger entered the hall, making several odd bows, and delivered the woodcock's feather with much ceremony to the young lady, assuring her it was the prize she had won upon a wager about hawking. "I prithee, my little man," said Albert, "was your master drunk or sober when he sent thee all this way with a feather at this time of night?" "With reverence, sir," said the boy, "he was what he calls sober, and what I would call concerned in liquor for any other person." "Curse on the drunken coxcomb," said Albert. "There is a tester for thee, boy, and tell thy master to break his jests on suitable persons, at fitting times." "Stay ye a minute," exclaimed Alex, "we must not go too fast. This craves wary walking." "A feather?" said Albert. "All this work about a feather? Why, Dr. Rochecliffe, who can suck intelligence out of every trifle as a magpie would suck an egg, could make nothing of this." "Let us try what we can do without him, then," said Alice. Then addressing herself to the boy, "So there are strangers at your master's?" "At Colonel Everard's, madam, which is the same thing," said Spitfire. "And what manner of strangers?" said Alice. "Guests, I suppose?" "Ay, mistress," said the boy, "a sort of guests that make themselves welcome whenever they come, if they meet not a welcome from the landlord. Soldiers, madam." "The men that have long been lying at Woodstock," said Albert. "No, sir," said Spitfire, "newcomers with gallant buff coats and steel breastplates, and their commander. Your honour and your ladyship never saw such a man. At least I am sure Bill Spitfire never did." "Was he tall or short?" said Albert, now much alarmed. "Neither one nor other," said the boy. "Stout made, with slouching shoulders, a nose large, and a face one would not like to say no to. He had several officers with him. I saw him but for a moment, but I shall never forget him while I live." "You are right," said Albert Lee to his sister, pulling her to one side, "quite right. This archfiend himself is upon us." "And the feather?" said Alice, whom fear had rendered apprehensive of slight tokens, "means flight, and a woodcock is a bird of passage." "You have hit it," said her brother, "but the time has taken us cruelly short. Give the boy a trifle more. Nothing can excite suspicion, and dismiss him. I must summon Rochecliffe and Joceline." He went accordingly, but, unable to find those he sought, returned with hasty steps to the parlour, where, in his character of Louis, the page was exerting himself to detain the old knight, who, while laughing at the tales he told him, was anxious to go see what was passing in the hall. "What is the matter, Albert?" said the old man. "Who calls at the Lodge at so undue an hour, and wherefore is the hall door open to them? I will not have my rules, and the regulations laid down for keeping this house, broken through, because I am old and poor. Why answer you not? Why keep a chattering with Louis Kerneguy, and neither of you all the while minding what I say? Daughter Alice, have you the sense and civility enough to tell me, what or who is that is admitted here contrary to my general orders?" "No one, sir," replied Alice. "A boy brought a message which I fear is an alarming one." "There is only one fear, sir," said Albert, stepping forward, "that whereas we thought to have stayed with you till to-morrow, we must now take farewell of you to-night." "Not so, brother," said Alice. "You must stay and aid the defence here. If you and Master Kerneguy are both missed, the pursuit will be instant, and probably successful. But if you stay, the hiding places about this house will take some time to search. You can change coats with Kerneguy too." "Right, noble wench," said Albert. "Most excellent. Yes, Louis, I remain as Kerneguy. You fly as young Master Lee." "I cannot see the justice of that," said Charles. "Nor I either," said the knight, interfering. "Men come and go, lay schemes, and alter them, in my house, without deigning to consult me. And who is Master Kerneguy, or what is he to me, that my son must stay and take the chance of mischief, and this your Scotch page is to escape in his dress? I will have no such contrivance carried into effect, though it were the finest cobweb that was ever woven in Dr. Rochecliffe's brains. I wish you no ill, Louis, thou art a lively boy, but I have been somewhat too lightly treated in this, man." "I am fully of your opinion, Sir Henry," replied the person whom he addressed. "You have been indeed repaid for your hospitality by want of that confidence, which could never have been so justly reposed. But the moment is come, when I must say in a word, I am that unfortunate Charles Stewart, whose lot it has been to become the cause of ruin to his best friends, and whose present residence in your family threatens to bring destruction to you and all around you." "Master Louis Kerneguy," said the knight very angrily, "I will teach you to choose the subjects of your mirth better when you address them to me, and moreover, very little provocation would make me desire to have an ounce or two of that malapert blood from you." "Be still, sir, for God's sake," said Albert to his father. "This is indeed the King, and such is the danger of his person, that every moment we waste may bring round a fatal catastrophe." "Good God!" said the father, clasping his hands together, and about to drop on his knees. "Has my earnest wish been accomplished? And is it in such manner as to make me pray it had never taken place?" He then attempted to bend his knee to the King, kissed his hand, while large tears trickled from his eyes, then said, "Pardon, my lord, your Majesty, I mean, permit me to sit in your presence but one instant till my blood beats more freely, and then—" Charles raised his ancient and faithful subject from the ground, and even in that moment of fear, anxiety, and danger, insisted on leading him to his seat, upon which he sunk in apparent exhaustion, his head drooping upon his long white beard, and big unconscious tears mingled with its silver hairs. Alice and Albert remained with the King, arguing and urging his instant departure. "The horses are at the under-keeper's hut," said Albert, "and the relays only 18 or 20 miles off. If the horses can but carry you so far—" "Will you not rather," interrupted Alice, "trust the concealments of this place, so numerous and so well tried, Rochecliffe's apartments, and yet farther places of secrecy?" "Alas!" said Albert, "I know them only by name. My father was sworn to confide them to but only one man, and he had chosen Rochecliffe." "I prefer taking the field to any hiding hole in England," said the King. "Could I but find my way to this hut, where the horses are, I would try what arguments whip and spur could use to get them to the rendezvous, where I am to meet Sir Thomas Acland and fresh cattle. Come with me, Colonel Lee, and let's run for it. The Roundheads have beat us in battle, but if it come to a walk or a race, I think I can show which has the best mettle." "But then," said Albert, "we lose all the time which may otherwise be gained by the defence of this house. leaving none here but my poor father, incapable from his state of doing anything, and you will be instantly pursued by fresh horses, while ours are unfit for the road. Oh, where is the villain Joceline?" "What can have become of Dr. Rochecliffe?" said Alice. "He that is so ready with advice, where can they be gone? Oh, if my father could but rouse himself!" "Your father is roused," said Sir Henry, rising and stepping up to them with all the energy of full manhood in his countenance and motions. "I did but gather my thoughts, for when did they fail a Lee when his king needed counsel or aid?" He then began to speak, with the ready and distinct utterance of a general at the head of an army, ordering every motion for attack and defence, unmoved himself, and his own energy compelling obedience, and that cheerful obedience, from all who heard him. "Daughter," he said, "beat up Dame Jellicot. Let Phœbe rise if she were dying, and secure doors and windows." "That hath been done regularly since we have been thus far honoured," said his daughter, looking at the King. "Yet, let them go through the chambers once more." And Alice retired to give the orders, and presently returned. The old knight proceeded, in the same decided tone of promptitude and dispatch. "Where is your first stage?" "Gray's, Rothbury, by Henley, where Sir Thomas Acland and young Knowles are to have horses in readiness," said Albert. "But how to get there with our weary cattle?" "Trust me for that," said the knight, and proceeding with the same tone of authority, "Your Majesty must instantly to Joceline's lodge," he said. "There are your horses and your means of flight. The secret places of this house, well managed, will keep the rebel dogs in play 2 or 3 hours good. Rochecliffe is, I fear, kidnapped, and his independence hath betrayed him. Would I have judged the villain better, I would have struck him through at one of our trials of fence, with an unbaited weapon, as Will says. But for your guide when on horseback, half a bowshot from Joceline's hut is that of old Martin the Verdurer. He is a score of years older than I, but fresh as an old oak. Beat up his quarters, and let him ride with you for death and life. He will guide you to your relay, for no fox that ever earthed in the chase knows the country so well for 7 leagues around." "Excellent, my dearest father, excellent," said Albert. "I had forgot Martin the Verdurer." "Young men forget all," answered the knight. "Alas, that the limbs should fail, when the head which can best direct them, is come perhaps its wisest." "But the tired horses," said the King, "could we not get fresh cattle?" "Impossible at this time of night," answered Sir Henry, "but tired horses may do much with the care and looking to." He went hastily to the cabinet which stood in one of the oriel windows, and searched for something in the drawers, pulling out one after another. "We lose time, father," said Albert, afraid that the intelligence and energy which the old man displayed had been but a temporary flash of the lamp, which was about to relapse into evening twilight. "Go to, Sir Boy," said his father sharply. "It is for thee to tax me in this presence. No, that were the whole Roundheads that are out of hell in present assemblage round Woodstock, I could send away the royal hope of England by a way that the wisest of them could never guess. Alice, my love, ask no questions, but speed to the kitchen, and fetch a slice or 2 of beef, or better of venison, cut them long and thin. D'ye mark me?" "This is wandering of the mind," said Albert apart to the King. "We do him wrong, and your Majesty harm, to listen to him." "I think otherwise," said Alice, "and I know my father better than you." So saying, she left the room to fulfil her father's orders. I think so too, said Charles. In Scotland the Presbyterian ministers, when thundering in their pulpits on my own sins and those of my house, took the freedom to call me to my face Jeroboam, or Rehoboam, or some such name, for following the advice of young counsellors. Oddsfish, I will take that of the grey beard for once, for never saw I more sharpness and decision than in the countenance of that noble old man. By this time Sir Henry had found what he was seeking. In this tin box, he said, are 6 balls prepared of the most cordial spices, mixed with medicaments of the choicest and most invigorating quality. Give from hour to hour, wrapped in a covering of good beef or venison. A horse of spirit will not flag for 5 hours, at the speed of 15 miles an hour. And please God, the 4th of the time places your Majesty in safety. What remains may be useful on some future occasion. Martin knows how to administer them, and Albert's weary cattle shall be ready, if walked gently for 10 minutes, in running to devour the way, as old Will says. Nay, waste no time in speech. Your Majesty does me but too much honour in using what is your own. Now, see if the coast is clear, Albert, and let his Majesty set off instantly. We will play our parts but ill, if any take the chase after him for these 2 hours that are between night and day. Change dresses, as you proposed, in yonder sleeping apartment. Something may be made of that too. But good Sir Henry, said the King, your zeal overlooks a principal point. I have, indeed, come from the under-keeper's hut you mentioned to this place, but it was by daylight, and under guidance. I shall never find my way thither in utter darkness, and without a guide. I feel you must let the Colonel go with me, and I entreat and command you will put yourself to no trouble or risk to defend the house. Only make what delay you can in showing its secret recesses. Rely on me, my royal and liege sovereign, said Sir Henry, but Albert must remain here, and Alice shall guide your Majesty to Joceline's hut in his stead. Alice, said Charles, stepping back in surprise. Why, it is dark night, and he glanced his eye toward Alice, who had by this time returned to the apartment, and saw doubt and apprehension in her look, and intimation that the reserve under which he had placed his disposition for gallantry since the morning of the proposed duel had not altogether effaced the recollection of his previous conduct. He hastened to put a strong negative upon a proposal which appeared so much to embarrass her. It is impossible for me, indeed, Sir Henry, to use Alice's services. I must walk as if bloodhounds were at my heels. Alice shall trip it, said the knight, with any wench in Oxfordshire, and what would your Majesty's best speed avail if you know not the way to go? Nay, nay, Sir Henry, continued the King, the night is too dark, we stay too long, I will find it myself. Lose no time in exchanging your dress with Albert, said Sir Henry. Leave me to take care of the rest. Charles, still inclined to expostulate, withdrew, however, into the apartment where young Lee and he were to exchange clothes, while Sir Henry said to his daughter, Get thee a cloak, wench, and put on thy thickest shoes. Thou mightst have ridden Pixie, but he is something spirited, and them art a timid horsewoman, and ever wert so, the only weakness I have known of thee. But my father, said Alice, fixing her eyes earnestly on Sir Henry's face. "Must I really go along with the King? Might not Phoebe or Dame Jellycote go with us?" "No, no," answered Sir Henry. "Phoebe, the silly slut, has, as you well know, been in fits to-night, and I take it, such a walk as you must take is no charm for hysterics. Dame Jellycote hobbles as slow as a broken-winded mare. Besides her deafness, there was occasion to speak to her. No, no, you shall go alone, and entitle yourself to have it written on your tomb, 'Here lies she who saved the King.' And hark you, not think of returning to-night, but stay at the verder's with his niece. The park and chase will shortly be filled with our enemies, and whatever chances here you will learn early enough in the morning." "And what is it I may then learn?" said Alice. "Alas, who can tell? Oh, dearest father, let me stay and share your fate. I will pull off the timorous woman, and fight for the King, if it be necessary, but I cannot think of becoming his only attendant in the dark night, and through a road so lonely." "How?" said the knight, raising his voice, "do you bring ceremonious and silly scruples forward, when the King's safety, nay his life, is at stake? By this mark of loyalty," stroking his grey beard as he spoke, "could I think thou wert other than becomes a daughter of the house of Lee, I would—" At this moment the King and Albert interrupted him by entering the apartment, having exchanged dresses, and from their stature, bearing some resemblance to each other, though Charles was evidently a plain, and Lee a handsome young man. Their complexions were different, but the difference could not be immediately noticed, Albert having adopted a black peruk and darkened his eyebrows. Albert Lee walked out to the front of the mansion, to give one turn around the lodge, in order to discover in which direction any enemies might be approaching, that they might judge of the road which it was safest for the royal fugitive to adopt. Meanwhile the King, who was first in entering the apartment, had heard a part of the angry answer which the old knight made to his daughter, and was at no loss to guess the subject of his resentment. He walked up to him with a dignity which he perfectly knew how to assume when he chose it. "Sir Henry," he said, "it is our pleasure, nay our command, that you forbear all exertion of paternal authority in this matter. Mistress Alice, I am sure, must have good and strong reasons for what she wishes, and I should never pardon myself were she placed in an unpleasant situation on my account. I am too well acquainted with woods and wildernesses to fear losing my way among my native oaks of Woodstock." "Your Majesty shall not incur the danger," said Alice, her temporary hesitation entirely removed by the calm, clear, and candid manner in which Charles uttered these last words. "You shall run no risk that I can prevent, and the unhappy chances of the times in which I have lived have from experience made the forest as well known to me by night as by day. So if you scorn not my company, let us away instantly." "If your company is given with goodwill, I accept it with gratitude," replied the monarch. "Willingly," said she, "most willingly. Let me be one of the first to show that zeal and that confidence, which I trust all England will one day emulously display in behalf of your Majesty." She uttered these words with an alacrity of spirit, and made the trifling change of habit with a speed and dexterity which showed that all her fears were gone, and that her heart was entirely in the mission on which her father had dispatched her. "All is safe around," said Albert Lee, showing himself. "You may take which passage you will, the most private is the best." Charles went gracefully up to Sir Henry Lee, ere his departure, and took him by the hand. "I am proud to make professions," he said, "which I may be too poor ever to realize. But while Charles Stewart lives, he lives the obliged and indebted debtor of Sir Henry Lee." "Say not so, please your Majesty, say not so," exclaimed the old man, struggling with the hysterical sobs which rose to his throat. "He who might claim all cannot be indebted by accepting some small part." "Farewell, good friend, farewell," said the King. "Think of me as a son, a brother to Albert and to Alice, who are, I see, already impatient. Give me a father's blessing, and let me be gone." "The God, through whom kings reign, bless your Majesty," said Sir Henry, kneeling and turning his reverend face and clasped hands to heaven. "The Lord of hosts bless you, and save your Majesty from your present dangers, and bring you in his own good time to the safe possession of the crown that is your due." Charles received this blessing like that of a father, and Alice and he departed on their journey. As they left the apartment, the old knight let his hands sink gently as he concluded this fervent ejaculation, his head sinking at the same time. His son dared not disturb his meditation, yet feared the strength of his feelings might overcome that of his constitution, and that he might fall into a swoon. At length he ventured to approach and gradually touch him. The old knight started to his feet, and was at once the same alert, active-minded, forecasting director which he had shown himself a little before. "You are right, boy," he said. "We must be up and doing. They lie, the round-headed traitors, that call him dissolute and worthless. He hath feelings worthy the son of the blessed martyr. You saw, even in the extremity of danger, he would have perilled his safety rather than take Alice's guidance when the silly wench seemed in doubt about going. Profligacy is intensely selfish, and thinks not of the feelings of others. But hast thou drawn bolt and bar after them? I vow I scarce saw when they left the hall." "I let them out at the little postern," said the Colonel, "and when I returned I was afraid I found you ill." "Joy, joy, only joy, Albert. I cannot allow a thought of doubt to cross my breast. God will not desert the descendant of 100 kings. The rightful heir will not be given up to the ruffians. There was a tear in his eye as he took leave of me. I am sure of it. Wouldst not die for him, boy?" "If I lay down my life for him to-night," said Albert, "I would only regret it, because I should not hear of his escape to-morrow." "Well, let us to this gear," said the knight. "Thinkest thou know'st enough of his manner, clad as thou art in his dress, to induce the women to believe thee to be the page Kerneguy?" "Umph," replied Albert, "it is not easy to bear out a personification of the king, when women are in the case, but there is only a very little light below, and I can try." "Do it instantly," said his father. "The knaves will be here presently." Albert accordingly left the apartment, while the knight continued, "If the women be actually persuaded that Kerneguy still be here, it will add strength to my plot. The beagles will open on a false scent, and the royal stag will be safe in cover ere they regain the slot of him. Then to draw them on from hiding place to hiding place, why the east will be grey before they have sought the half of them. Yes, I will play at bob cherry with them, hold the bait to their nose while they are never to gorge upon. I will drag a trail for them which will take them some time to puzzle out. But at what cost do I do this?" continued the old knight, interrupting his own joyous soliloquy. "O Absalom, Absalom! My son, my son! But let him go, he can but die as his fathers have died, and in the cause for which they lived. But he comes. Hush, Albert, hast thou succeeded? Hast thou taken royalty upon thee so as to pass current?" "I have, sir," replied Albert. "The women will swear that Louis Kerneguy was in the house this very last minute." "Right, for they are good and faithful creatures," said the knight, "and would swear what for his Majesty's safety at any rate, yet they will do it with more nature and effect, if they believe they are swearing truth. How didst thou impress the deceit upon them?" "By a trifling adoption of the royal manner, sir, not worth mentioning." "Out, rogue!" replied the knight. "I fear the King's character will suffer under your mummery." "Umph!" said Albert, muttering what he dared not utter aloud. "Were I to follow the example close up, I know whose character would be in the greatest danger. Well, now we must adjust the defence of the outworks, the signals, and etc., betwixt us both, and the best way to baffle the enemy for the longest time possible." He then again had recourse to the secret drawers of his cabinet, and pulled out a piece of parchment, on which was a plan. "This," said he, "is a scheme of the citadel, as I call it, which may hold out long enough after you have been forced to evacuate the places of retreat you are already acquainted with. The Ranger was always sworn to keep this plan secret, save for one person only in case of sudden death. Let us sit down and study it together." They accordingly adjusted their measures in a manner which will better show itself from what afterwards took place, than were we to state the various schemes which they proposed, and provisions made against events that did not arrive. At length young Lee, armed and provided with some food and liquor, took leave of his father, and went and shut himself up in Victor Lee's apartment, from which was an opening to the labyrinth of private apartments, or hiding places, that served the associates so well in the fantastic tricks which they had played off at the expense of the Commissioners of the Commonwealth. "I trust," said Sir Henry, sitting down by his desk, after having taken a tender farewell of his son, "that Rochecliffe has not blabbed out the secret of the plot to yonder fellow Tomkins, who was not unlikely to prate of it out of school. But here I am seated, perhaps for the last time, with my Bible on the one hand, and old Will on the other, prepared to thank God, to die as I have lived. I marvel they come not yet," he said, after waiting for some time. "I always thought the devil had a smarter spur to give its agents, when they were upon his own special service." End of chapter 32. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 33 of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Woodstock, or the Cavalier by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 33. Chapter the 33rd. But see, his face is black and full of blood, his eyeballs farther out than when he lived, staring full ghastly like a strangled man, his hair upreared, his nostrils stretched with struggling, his hands abroad displayed as one who grasped and tugged for life, and was by strength subdued. Henry IV, Part 1. Had those whose unpleasant visits Sir Henry expected come straight to the lodge, instead of staying for 3 hours at Woodstock, they would have secured their prey. But the Familist, partly to prevent the King's escape, partly to render himself of more importance in the affair, had represented the party at the Lodge as being constantly on the alert, and had therefore inculcated upon Cromwell the necessity of his remaining quiet until he, Tomkins, should appear to give him notice that the household were retired to rest. On this condition he undertook not only to discover the apartment in which the unfortunate Charles slept, but, if possible, to find some mode of fastening the door on the outside, so as to render flight impossible. He had also promised to secure the key of a postern, by which the soldiers might be admitted into the house without exciting alarm. Nay, the matter might, by means of his local knowledge, be managed, as he represented it, with such security, that he would undertake to place his Excellency, or whomsoever he might appoint for the service, by the side of Charles Stuart's bed, ere he had slept off the last night's claret. Above all, he had stated that, from the style of the old house, there were many passages and posterns which must be carefully guarded before the least alarm was caught by those within, otherwise the success of the whole enterprise might be endangered. He had therefore besought Cromwell to wait for him at the village, if he found him not there on his arrival, and assured him that the marching and countermarching of soldiers was at present so common, that even if any news were carried to the Lodge that fresh troops had arrived in the borough, so ordinary a circumstance would not give them the least alarm. He recommended that the soldiers chosen for this service should be such as could be depended upon. No fainters in spirit, none who turned back from Mount Gilead for fear of the Amalekites, but men of war, accustomed to strike with the sword, and to need no second blow. Finally, he represented that it would be wisely done if the general should put Pearson, or any other officer whom he could completely trust, into the command of the detachment, and keep his own person, if he should think it proper to attend, secret even from the soldiers. All this man's counsels Cromwell had punctually followed. He had travelled in the van of this detachment of 100 picked soldiers, whom he had selected for the service, men of dauntless resolution, bred in 1,000 dangers, and who were steeled against all feelings of hesitation and compassion by the deep and gloomy fanaticism which was their chief principle of action, men to whom, as their general, and no less the chief among the elect, the commands of Oliver were like a commission from the Deity. Great and deep was the general's mortification at the unexpected absence of the personage on whose agency he so confidently reckoned, and many conjectures he formed as to the cause of such mysterious conduct. Sometimes he thought Tomkins had been overcome by liquor, a frailty to which Cromwell knew him to be addicted, and when he held this opinion, he discharged his wrath in maledictions, which, of a different kind from the wild oaths and curses of the Cavaliers, had yet in them as much blasphemy and more determined malevolence. At other times he thought some unexpected alarm, or perhaps some drunken Cavalier revel, had caused the family of Woodstock Lodge to make later hours than usual. To this conjecture, which appeared the most probable of any, his mind often recurred, and it was the hope that Tomkins would still appear at the rendezvous, which induced him to remain at the borough, anxious to receive communications from his emissary, and afraid of endangering the success of the enterprise by any premature exertion on his own part. In the meantime, Cromwell, finding it no longer possible to conceal his personal presence, disposed of everything so as to be ready at a minute's notice. Half his soldiers he caused to dismount, and had the horses put into quarters. The other half were directed to keep their horses saddled, and themselves ready to mount at a moment's notice. The men were brought into the house by turns, and had some refreshment, leaving a sufficient guard on the horses, which was changed from time to time. Thus Cromwell waited with no little uncertainty, often casting an anxious eye upon Colonel Everard, who, he suspected, could, if he chose it, well supply the place of his absent confidant. Everard endured this calmly, with unaltered countenance, and brow neither ruffled nor dejected. Midnight at length tolled, and it became necessary to take some decisive step. Tomkins might have been treacherous, or, a suspicion which approached more near to the reality, his intrigue might have been discovered, and he himself murdered or kidnapped by the vengeful royalists. In a word, if any use was to be made of the chance which fortune afforded of securing the most formidable claimant of the supreme power, which he already aimed at, no farther time was to be lost. He at length gave orders to Pearson to get the men under arms. He directed him concerning the mode of forming them, and that they should march with the utmost possible silence. or as it was given out in the orders, even as Gideon marched in silence when he went down against the camp of the Midianites, with only Phurah his servant. Peradventure, continued this strange document, we too may learn of what yonder Midianites have dreamed. A single patrol, followed by a corporal and 5 steady, experienced soldiers, formed the advance guard of the party. Then followed the main body. A rear guard of 10 men guarded Everard and the minister. Cromwell required the attendance of the former, as it might be necessary to examine him, or confront him with others, and he carried Master Holdenough with him, because he might escape if left behind, and perhaps raise some tumult in the village. The Presbyterians, though they not only concurred with, but led the way in the Civil War, were at its conclusion highly dissatisfied with the ascendancy of the military sectaries, and not to be trusted as cordial agents in anything where their interest was concerned. The infantry being disposed of as we have noticed, marched off from the left of their line, Cromwell and Pearson both on foot, keeping at the head of the centre, or main body of the detachment. They were all armed with petronels, short guns similar to the modern carabine, and like them used by horsemen. They marched in the most profound silence and with the utmost regularity, the whole body moving like one man. About 100 yards behind the rearmost of the dismounted party came the troopers who remained on horseback, and it seemed as if even the irrational animals were sensible to Cromwell's orders, for the horses did not neigh, and even appeared to place their feet on the earth cautiously and with less noise than usual. Their leader, full of anxious thoughts, never spoke, save to enforce by whispers his caution respecting silence, while the men, surprised and delighted to find themselves under the command of their renowned general, and destined, doubtless, for some secret service of high import, used the utmost precaution in attending to his reiterated orders. They marched down the street of the little borough in the order we have mentioned. Few of the townsmen were abroad, and 1 or 2, who had protracted the orgies of the evening to that unusual hour, were too happy to escape the notice of a strong party of soldiers, who often acted in the character of police, to inquire about their purpose for being under arms so late, or the route which they were pursuing. The external gate of the Chase had, ever since the party had arrived at Woodstock, been strictly guarded by 3 file of troopers to cut off all communication between the lodge and the town. Spitfire, Wildrake's emissary, who had often been a bird-nesting, or on similar mischievous excursions in the forest, had evaded these men's vigilance by climbing over a breach, with which he was well acquainted, in a different part of the wall. Between this party and the advanced guard of Cromwell's detachment, a whispered challenge was exchanged according to the rules of discipline. The infantry entered the park, and were followed by the cavalry, who were directed to avoid the hard road, and ride as much as possible upon the turf, which bordered on the avenue. Here, too, an additional precaution was used, a file or 2 of foot soldiers being detached to search the woods on either hand, and make prisoner, or, in the event of resistance, put to death, any whom they might find lurking there under what pretence soever. Meanwhile the weather began to show itself as propitious to Cromwell as he had found most incidents in the course of his successful career. The grey mist which had hitherto obscured everything and rendered marching in the wood embarrassing and difficult had now given way to the moon, which after many efforts at length forced her way through the vapour, and hung her dim, dull crescent in the heavens, which she enlightened as the dying lamp of an anchorite does the cell in which he reposes. The party were in sight of the front of the palace, when Holdenough whispered to Everard as they walked near each other, "See ye not yonder flutters the mysterious light in the turret of the incontinent Rosamond? This night will try whether the devil of the sectaries or the devil of the malignants shall prove the stronger. Oh, sing jubilee, for the kingdom of Satan is divided against itself." Here the divine was interrupted by a non-commissioned officer, who came hastily, yet with noiseless steps, to say in a low stern whisper, "Silence, prisoner in the rear, silence on pain of death." A moment afterwards the whole party stopped their march, the word halt being passed from one to another, and instantly obeyed. The cause of this interruption was the hasty return of one of the flanking party to the main body, bringing news to Cromwell that they had seen a light in the wood at some distance on the left. "What can it be?" said Cromwell, his low, stern voice, even in a whisper, making itself distinctly heard. "Does it move, or is it stationary?" "So far as we can judge, it moveth not," answered the trooper. "Strange! There is no cottage near the spot where it is seen." "So please your Excellency, it may be a device of Satan," said Corporal Humgudgeon, sniffing through his nose. "He is mighty powerful in these parts of late." "So please your idiocy, thou art an ass," said Cromwell, but instantly recollecting that the corporal had been one of the agitators or tribunes of the common soldiers, and was therefore to be treated with suitable respect, he said, "Nevertheless, if it be the device of Satan, please it the Lord, we will resist him, and the foul slave shall fly from us. Pearson," he said, resuming his soldier-like brevity, "take 4 file and see what is yonder. No, the knaves may shrink from thee. Go thou straight to the lodge, invest it in the way we agreed, so that a bird shall not escape out of it. Form an outward and an inward ring of sentinels, but give no alarm until I come. Should any attempt to escape, kill them." He spoke that command with terrible emphasis. "Kill them on the spot," he repeated, "be they who or what they will. Better so than trouble the Commonwealth with prisoners." Pearson heard and proceeded to obey his commander's orders. Meanwhile the future Protector disposed the small force which remained with him in such a manner that they should approach from different points at once the light which excited his suspicions, and gave them orders to creep as near to it as they could, taking care not to lose each other's support, and to be ready to rush in at the same moment when he should give the sign, which was to be a loud whistle. Anxious to ascertain the truth with his own eyes, Cromwell, who had by instinct all the habits of military foresight, which in others are the result of professional education and long experience, advanced upon the object of his curiosity. He skulked from tree to tree with the light step and prowling sagacity of an Indian bushfighter, and before any of his men had approached so near as to descry them, he saw by the lantern which was placed on the ground 2 men, who had been engaged in digging what seemed to be an ill-made grave. Near them lay extended something wrapped in a deer's hide, which greatly resembled the dead body of a man. They spoke together in a low voice, yet so that their dangerous auditor could perfectly overhear what they had said. "It is done at last," said one, "the worst and hardest labour I ever did in my life. I believe there is no luck about me left. My very arms feel as if they did not belong to me, and, strange to tell, toil as hard as I would, I could not gather warmth in my limbs." "I have warmed me enough," said Rochecliffe, breathing short with fatigue. "But the cold lies at my heart," said Joceline. "I scarce hope ever to be warm again. It is strange, and a charm seems to be on us. Here have we been nigh 2 hours in doing what Diggin the sexton would have done to better purpose in half a one." "We are wretched spadesmen enough," answered Dr. Rochecliffe, "every man to his tools, thou to thy bugle horn, and I to my papers and cipher. But do not be discouraged. It is the frost on the ground, and the number of roots which rendered our task difficult. And now, all due rights done to this unhappy man, and having read over him the service of the Church, belay et quantum, let us lay him decently in this place of last repose. There will be small lack of him above ground. So cheer up thy heart, man, like a soldier as thou art. We have read the service over his body, and should times permit it, we will have him removed to consecrated ground, though he is all unworthy of such favour. Here, help me to lay him in the earth. We will drag briars and thorns over the spot when we have shovelled dust upon dust. And do thou think of this chance more manfully, and remember thy secret is in thine own keeping." "I cannot answer for that," said Joceline. "Methinks the very night winds among the leaves will tell of what we have been doing. Methinks the trees themselves will say, there is a dead corpse lies among our roots. Witnesses are soon found when blood hath been spilled." "They are so, and that right early," exclaimed Cromwell, starting from the thicket, laying hold on Joceline, and putting a pistol to his head. At any other period of his life, the forester would, even against the odds of numbers, have made a desperate resistance, but the horror he had felt at the slaughter of an old companion, although in defence of his own life, together with fatigue and surprise, had altogether unmanned him, and he was seized as easily as a sheep is secured by the butcher. Dr. Rochecliffe offered some resistance, but was presently secured by the soldiers who pressed round him. "Look, some of you," said Cromwell, "what corpse this is upon whom these lewd sons of Belial have done a murder. Corporal Grace be here, Humgudgeon, see if thou knowest the face." "I profess I do, even as I should do mine own in a mirror," snuffled the corporal, after looking on the countenance of the dead man by the help of the lantern. "Of a verity it is our trusty brother in the faith, Joseph Tomkins." "Tomkins!" exclaimed Cromwell, springing forward and satisfying himself with a glance at the features of the corpse. "Tomkins! And murdered, as the fracture of the temple intimates. Dogs that ye are, confess the truth. You have murdered him because you have discovered his treachery, I should say, his true spirit towards the Commonwealth of England, and his hatred of those complots in which you would have engaged his honest simplicity." "Ay," said Graceby here Humgudgeon, "and then to misuse his dead body with your papistical doctrines, as if you had crammed cold porridge into its cold mouth. I pray thee, General, let these men's bonds be made strong." "Forbear, Corporal," said Cromwell, "our time presses. Friend, to you, whom I believe to be Dr. Anthony Rochecliffe by name and surname, I have to give the choice of being hanged at daybreak tomorrow, or making atonement for the murder of one of the Lord's people, by telling what thou knowest of the secrets which are in yonder house." "Truly, sir," replied Rochecliffe, "you found me but in my duty as a clergyman interring the dead, and respecting answering your questions, I am determined myself, and do advise my fellow sufferer on this occasion." "Remove him," said Cromwell. "I know his stiff-neckedness of old, though I have made him plough in my furrow when he thought he was turning up his own swath. Remove him to the rear, and bring hither the other fellow. Come thou here. This way. Closer. Closer. Corporal Graceby here, do thou keep thy hand upon the belt with which he is bound. We must take care of our life for the sake of this distracted country. Though lack-a-day for its own proper worth, we could peril it for a pin's point. Now mark me, fellow, choose betwixt buying thy life by a full confession, or being tucked presently up to one of those old oaks. How likest thou that?" "Truly, master," answered the under-keeper, affecting more rusticity than was natural to him, for his frequent intercourse with Sir Henry Lee had partly softened and polished his manners, "I think the oak is likely to bear a lusty acorn. That is all." "Dally not with me, friend," continued Oliver. "I profess to thee in sincerity I am no trifler. What guests have you seen at yonder house called the Lodge?" "Many a brave guest in my day, I'se warrant ye, master," said Joceline. "Ah, to see how the chimneys used to smoke some 12 years back! Ah, sir, a sniff of it would have dined a poor man." "Out, rascal!" said the General, "dost thou jeer me? Tell me at once what guests have been of late in the Lodge, and look thee, friend, be assured that in rendering me this satisfaction, thou shalt not only rescue thy neck from the halter, but render also an acceptable service to the state, and one which I will see fittingly rewarded. For truly I am not of those who would have the rain fall only on the proud and stately plants, but rather would, so far as my poor wishes and prayers are concerned, that it should also fall upon the lowly and humble grass and corn, that the heart of the husbandman may be rejoiced, and that as the cedar of Lebanon waxes in its height, in its boughs, and in its roots, so may the humble and lowly hyssop that groweth upon the walls flourish, and truly. Understand'st thou me, knave?" "Not entirely, if it please your honour," said Joceline, "but it sounds as if you were preaching a sermon, and has a marvellous twang of doctrine with it." "Then in one word, thou knowest there is one Louis Kerneguy, or Carnago, or some such name, in hiding at the Lodge yonder?" "Nay, sir," replied the under-keeper, "there have been many coming and going since Worcester Field, and how should I know who they are? My service is out of doors, I trow." £1,000, said Cromwell, do I tell down to thee if thou canst place that boy in my power. £1,000 is a marvellous matter, sir, said Joceline, but I have more blood on my hand than I like already. I know not how the price of life may thrive, and, scape or hang, I have no mind to try. "Away with him to the rear," said the General, "and let him not speak with his yoke fellow yonder. Fool that I am to waste time in expecting to get milk from mules. Move on towards the Lodge." They moved with the same silence as formerly, notwithstanding the difficulties which they encountered from being unacquainted with the road and its various intricacies. At length they were challenged in a low voice by one of their own sentinels, two concentric circles of whom had been placed around the Lodge, so close to each other as to preclude the possibility of an individual escaping from within. The outer guard was maintained partly by horse upon the roads and open lawn, and where the ground was broken and bushy, by infantry. The inner circle was guarded by foot soldiers only. The whole were in the highest degree alert, expecting some interesting and important consequences from the unusual expedition on which they were engaged. "Any news, Pearson?" said the General to his aide-de-camp, who came instantly to report to his superior. He received for answer, "None." Cromwell led his officer forward, just opposite to the door of the lodge, and there paused betwixt the circle of guards, so that their conversation could not be overheard. He then pursued his inquiry, demanding, were there any lights, any appearances of stirring, any attempted sally, any preparation for defence? "All as silent as the valley of the shadow of death, even as the vale of Jehoshaphat." "Pshaw! Tell me not of Jehoshaphat, Pearson," said Cromwell. "These words are good for others, but not for thee. Speak plainly and like a blunt soldier as thou art. Each man hath his own mode of speech, and bluntness, not sanctity, is thine." "Well, then, nothing has been stirring," said Pearson. "Yet peradventure not me," said Cromwell, "or thou wilt tempt me to knock thy teeth out. I ever distrust a man when he speaks after another fashion than his own." "Zounds, let me speak to an end," answered Pearson, "and I will speak in what language your Excellency will." "Thy zounds, friend," said Oliver, "showeth little of grace, but much of sincerity. Go to, then. Thou knowest I love and trust thee. Hast thou kept close watch? It behooves us to know that before giving the alarm." "On my soul," said Pearson, "I have watched as closely as a cat at a mouse hole. It is beyond possibility that anything could have eluded our vigilance, or even stirred within the house, without our being aware of it." "'Tis well," said Cromwell. "Thy services shall not be forgotten, Pearson. Thou canst not preach and pray, but thou canst obey thine orders, Gilbert Pearson, and that may make amends." "I thank your Excellency," replied Pearson, "but I beg leave to chime in with the humours of the times. A poor fellow hath no right to hold himself singular." He paused, expecting Cromwell's orders what next was to be done, and indeed not a little surprised that the General's active and prompt spirit had suffered him during a moment so critical to cast away a thought upon a circumstance so trivial as his officer's peculiar mode of expressing himself. He wondered still more when, by a brighter gleam of moonshine than he had yet enjoyed, he observed that Cromwell was standing motionless, his hands supported upon his sword, which he had taken out of the belt, and his stern brows beat on the ground. He waited for some time impatiently, yet afraid to interfere lest he should awaken this unwonted fit of ill-timed melancholy into anger and impatience. He listened to the muttered sounds which escaped from the half-opening lips of his principal, in which the words "hard necessity," which occurred more than once, were all of which the sense could be distinguished. "My Lord General," at length he said, "time flies." "Peace, busy fiend, and urge me not," said Cromwell. "Think'st thou, like other fools, that I have made a paction with the devil for success, and am bound to do my work within an appointed hour, lest the spell should lose its force?" "I only think, my Lord General," said Pearson, "that fortune has put into your coffer what you have long desired to make prize of, and that you hesitate." Cromwell sighed deeply as he answered, "Ah, Pearson, in this troubled world, a man who is called, like me, to work great things in Israel, had need to be, as the poets feign, a thing made of hardened metal, immovable to feelings of human charities, impassible, resistless. Pearson, the world will hereafter, perchance, think of me as being such a one as I have described, an iron man and made of iron mould. Yet they will wrong my memory. My heart is flesh, and my blood is mild as that of others. When I was a sportsman, I have wept for the gallant heron that was struck down by my hawk, and sorrowed for the hare which lay screaming under the jaws of my greyhound. And canst thou think it a light thing to me that the blood of this lad's father, lying in some measure upon my head, I should now put in peril that of the son? They are of the kindly race of English sovereigns, and doubtless are adored like to demigods by those of their own party. I am called parricide, bloodthirsty usurper already for shedding the blood of one man, that the plague might be stayed, or as Achan was slain, that Israel might thereafter stand against the face of their enemies. Nevertheless, who has spoke unto me graciously since that high deed? Those who acted in the matter with me are willing that I should be the scapegoat of the atonement. Those who looked on and helped not bear themselves now as if they had been borne down by violence. And while I looked that they should shout applause on me because of the victory of Worcester, whereof the Lord had made me the poor instrument, they look aside to say, Ha! Ha! The king-killer! The parricide! Soon shall his place be made desolate. Truly it is a great thing, Gilbert Pearson, to be lifted above the multitude. But when one feeleth that his exaltation is rather hailed with hate and scorn than with love and reverence, in sooth it is still a hard matter for a mild, tender-conscienced, infirm spirit to bear. And God be my witness, that rather than do this new deed, I would shed my own best heart's blood in a pitched field 20 against 1. Here he fell into a flood of tears, which he sometimes was wont to do. This extremity of emotion was of a singular character. It was not actually the result of penitence, and far less that of absolute hypocrisy, but arose merely from the temperature of that remarkable man, whose deep policy and ardent enthusiasm were intermingled with a strain of hypochondriacal passion, which often led him to exhibit scenes of this sort, though seldom as now when he was called to the execution of great undertakings. Pearson, well acquainted as he was with the peculiarities of his general, was baffled and confounded by this fit of hesitation and contrition, by which his enterprising spirit appeared to be so suddenly paralyzed. After a moment's silence, he said with some dryness of manner, "If this be the case, it is a pity your Excellency came hither. Corporal Humgudgeon and I, the greatest saint and greatest sinner in your army, had done the deed and divided the guilt and the honour betwixt us." "Ha!" said Cromwell, as if touched to the quick, "wouldst thou take the prey from the lion?" "If the lion behaves like a village cur," said Pearson boldly, who now barks, and seems as if he would tear all to pieces, and now flies from a raised stick or a stone, "I know not why I should fear him. If Lambert had been here, there had been less speaking and more action." "Lambert! What of Lambert?" said Cromwell very sharply. "Only," said Pearson, "that I long since hesitated whether I should follow your Excellency or him, and I begin to be uncertain whether I have made the best choice, that's all." "Lambert!" exclaimed Cromwell impatiently, yet softening his voice lest he should be overheard descanting on the character of his rival. "What is Lambert? A tulip fancying fellow, whom nature intended for a Dutch gardener at Delft or Rotterdam. Ungrateful as thou art, what could Lambert have done for thee?" "He would not," answered Pearson, "have stood here hesitating before a locked door, when fortune presented the means of securing, by one blow, his own fortune, and that of all who followed him." "Thou art right, Gilbert Pearson," said Cromwell, grasping his officer's hand and strongly pressing it. "Be the half of this bold accompt thine, whether the reckoning be on earth or heaven." "Be the whole of it mine hereafter," said Pearson heartily, "so your Excellency have the advantage of it upon earth. Step back to the rear till I force the door. There may be danger if despair induce them to make a desperate sally." "And if they do sally, is there one of my Ironsides who fears fire or steel less than myself?" said the General. "Let 10 of the most determined men follow us, 2 with halberts, 2 with petronels, the others with pistols. Let all their arms be loaded, and fire without hesitation if there is any attempt to resist or to sally forth. Let Corporal Humgudgeon be with them, and do thou remain here and watch against escape, as thou wouldst watch for thy salvation." The General then struck at the door with the hilt of his sword, at first with a single blow or two, then with a reverberation of strokes that made the ancient building ring again. This noisy summons was repeated once or twice without producing the least effect. "What can this mean?" said Cromwell. "They cannot surely have fled and left the house empty." "No," replied Pearson, "I will ensure you against that, but your Excellency strikes so fiercely you allow no time for an answer. Hark! I hear the baying of a hound, and the voice of a man who is quieting him. Shall we break in at once, or hold parley?" "I will speak to them first," said Cromwell. "Hallo! Who is within there?" "Who is it inquires?" answered Sir Henry Lee from the interior, "or what want you here at this dead hour?" "We come by warrant of the Commonwealth of England," said the General. "I must see your warrant ere I undo either bolt or latch," replied the knight. "We are enough of us to make good the castle. Neither I nor my fellows will deliver it up, but upon good quarter and conditions, and we will not treat for these save in fair daylight." "Since you will not yield to our right, you must try our might," replied Cromwell. "Look to yourselves within, the door will be in the midst of you in 5 minutes." "Look to yourselves without," replied the stout-hearted Sir Henry. "We will pour out our shot upon you if you attempt the least violence." But alas! while he assumed this bold language, his whole garrison consisted of 2 poor terrified women, for his son, in conformity with the plan which they had fixed upon, had withdrawn from the hall into the secret recesses of the palace. "What can they be doing now, sir?" said Phœbe, hearing a noise, as it were, of a carpenter turning screw nails, mixed with a low buzz of men talking. "They are fixing a petard," said the knight, with great composure. "I have noted thee for a clever wench, Phœbe, and I will explain it to thee. 'Tis a metal pot, shaped much like one of the roguish knave's own sugar-loaf hats, supposing it had narrower brims. It is charged with some few pounds of fine gunpowder. Then—" "Gracious, we shall be all blown up!" exclaimed Phœbe, the word gunpowder being the only one which she understood in the knight's description. "Not a bit, foolish girl. Pack old Dame Jellicot into the embrasure of yonder window," said the knight, "on that side of the door, and we will ensconce ourselves on this, and we shall have time to finish my explanation, for they have bungling engineers. We had a clever French fellow at Newark would have done the job in the firing of a pistol." They had scarce got into the place of security when the knight proceeded with his description. "The petard being formed, as I tell you, is secured with a thick and strong piece of plank, termed the madriere, and the whole being suspended, or rather secured against the gate to be forced. But thou mindest me not." "How can I, Sir Henry," she said, "within reach of such a thing as you speak of? Oh, Lord, I shall go mad with very terror. We shall be crushed, blown up in a few minutes." "We are secure from the explosion," replied the knight, gravely, "which will operate chiefly in a forward direction into the middle of the chamber, and from any fragments that may fly laterally we are sufficiently guarded by this deep embrasure." "But they will slay us when they enter," said Phœbe. "They will give thee fair quarter, wench," said Sir Henry, "and if I do not bestow a brace of balls on that rogue engineer, it is because I would not incur the penalty inflicted by martial law, which condemns to the edge of the sword all persons who attempt to defend an untenable post. Not that I think the rigour of the law could reach Dame Jellicot or thyself, Phœbe, considering that you carry no arms. If Alice had been here, she might indeed have done somewhat, for she can use a birding piece." Phœbe might have appealed to her own deeds of that day as more allied to feats of melee and battle than any which her young lady ever acted, but she was in an agony of inexpressible terror, expecting from the knight's account of the petard some dreadful catastrophe, of what nature she did not justly understand, notwithstanding his liberal communication on the subject. "They are strangely awkward at it," said Sir Henry. "Little Booterlin would have blown the house up before now." "Ah, he is a fellow would take the earth like a rabbit if he had been here. Never may I stir but he would have countermined them ere now. 'Tis sport to have the engineer hoist with his own petard, as our immortal Shakspeare has it." "Oh, Lord, the poor mad old gentleman!" thought Phœbe. "Oh, sir, had you better not leave alone play books and think of your end?" uttered she aloud in sheer terror and vexation of spirit. "If I had not made up my mind to that many days since," answered the knight, "I had not now met this hour with a free bosom. As gentle and as jocund as to rest, go I to death. Truth hath a quiet breast." As he spoke, a broad glare of light flashed from without, through the walls of the hall, and betwixt the strong iron stanchions with which they were secured. A broad discoloured light it was, which shed a red and dusky illumination on the old armour and weapons, as if it had been the reflection of a conflagration. Phœbe screamed aloud, and, forgetful of reverence in the moment of passion, clung closely to the knight's cloak and arm, while Dame Jellicot, from her solitary niche, having the use of her eyes, though bereft of her hearing, yelled like an owl when the moon breaks out suddenly. "Take care, good Phœbe," said the knight, "you will prevent my using my weapon if you hang upon me thus. The bungling fools cannot fix their petard without the use of torches. Now let me take the advantage of this interval. Remember what I told thee, and how to put off time." "O Lord! Ay, sir," said Phoebe, "I will say anything, O Lord, that it were but over." "Ah! ah!" Two prolonged screams. "I hear something hissing like a serpent." "It is the fusee, as we martialists call it," replied the knight. "That is, Phoebe, the match which fires the petard, and which is longer or shorter according to the distance." Here the knight's discourse was cut short by a dreadful explosion, which, as he had foretold, shattered the door, strong as it was, to pieces, and brought down the glass clattering from the windows, with all the painted heroes and heroines who had been recorded on that fragile place of memory for centuries. The women shrieked incessantly, and were answered by the bellowing of Bevis, though shut up at a distance from the scene of action. The knight, shaking Phoebe from him with difficulty, advanced into the hall to meet those who rushed in with torches lighted and weapons prepared. "Death to all who resist! Life to those who surrender!" exclaimed Cromwell, stamping with his foot. "Who commands this garrison?" "Sir Henry Lee of Ditchley," answered the old knight, stepping forward, "who, having no other garrison than 2 weak women, is compelled to submit to what he would willingly have resisted." "Disarm the inveterate and malignant rebel," cried Oliver. "Art thou not ashamed, sir, to detain me before the door of a house which you had no force to defend? Wearest thou so white a beard, and knowest thou not that to refuse surrendering an indefensible post by the martial law deserves hanging?" "My beard and I," said Sir Henry, "have settled that matter between us, and agree right cordially. It is better to run the risk of being hanged like honest men, than to give up our trust like cowards and traitors." "Ha! sayest thou?" said Cromwell. "Thou hast powerful motives, I doubt not, for running thy head into a noose. But I will speak with thee by and by. Ho, Pearson! Gilbert Pearson! Take this scroll. Take the elder woman with thee. Let her guide you to the various places therein mentioned. Search every room therein set down, and arrest or slay upon the slightest resistance whomsoever you find there. Then note those places marked as commanding points for cutting off intercourse through the mansion, the landing places of the great staircase, the great gallery, and so forth. Use the woman civilly. The plan annexed to the scroll will point out the posts, even if she prove stupid or refractory. Meanwhile the corporal with a party will bring the old man and the girl there to some apartment. The parlour, I think, called Victor Lee's, will do as well as another. We will then be out of this stifling smell of gunpowder." So saying, and without requiring any farther assistance or guidance, he walked towards the apartment he had named. Sir Henry had his own feelings when he saw the unhesitating decision with which the General led the way, and which seemed to intimate a more complete acquaintance with the various localities of Woodstock than was consistent with his own present design, to engage the Commonwealth party in a fruitless search through the intricacies of the lodge. "I will now ask thee a few questions, old man," said the General when they had arrived in the room, "and I warn thee that hope of pardon for thy many and persevering efforts against the Commonwealth can be no otherwise merited than by the most direct answers to the questions I am about to ask." Sir Henry bowed. He would have spoken, but he felt his temper rising high, and became afraid it might be exhausted before the part he had settled to play, in order to afford the King time for his escape, should be brought to an end. "What household have you had here, Sir Henry Lee, within these few days? What guests? What visitors? We know that your means of housekeeping are not so profuse as usual, so the catalogue cannot be burdensome to your memory." "Far from it," replied the knight, with unusual command of temper. "My daughter, and latterly my son, have been my guests, and I have had these females and one Joceline Joliffe to attend upon us. I do not ask after the regular members of your household, but after those who have been within your gates, either as guests or as malignant fugitives taking shelter." "There may have been more of both kinds, sir, than I, if it please your valour, am able to answer for," replied the knight. "I remember my kinsman Everard was here one morning, also I bethink me a follower of his called Wildrake." "Did you not also receive a young cavalier called Louis Garneguy?" said Cromwell. "I remember no such name, were I to hang for it," said the knight. "Kerneguy, or some such word," said the General. "We will not quarrel for a sound." "A Scotch lad called Lewis Kerneguy was a guest of mine," said Sir Henry, "and left me this morning for Dorsetshire." "So late!" exclaimed Cromwell, stamping with his foot. "How fate contrives to baffle us even when she seems most favourable!" "What direction did he take, old man?" continued Cromwell. "What horse did he ride? Who went with him?" "My son went with him," replied the knight. "He brought him here as the son of a Scottish lord. I pray you, sir, to be finished with these questions, for although I owe thee, as Will Shakespeare says, respect for thy great place, and let the devil be sometimes honoured for his burning throne, yet I feel my patience wearing thin." Cromwell here whispered to the corporal, who in turn uttered orders to two soldiers who left the room. "Place the knight aside. We will now examine the servant damsel," said the General. "Dost them know," said he to Phœbe, "of the presence of one Lewis Kerneguy, calling himself a Scotch page, who came here a few days since?" "Surely, sir," she replied, "I cannot easily forget him, and I warrant no well-looking wench that comes into his way will be like to forget him either." "Aha!" said Cromwell, "sayest thou so? Truly, I believe the woman will prove the truer witness. When did he leave this house?" "Nay, I know nothing of his movements, not I," said Phœbe. "I am only glad to keep out of his way. But if he have actually gone hence, I am sure he was here some 2 hours since, for he crossed me in the lower passage between the hall and the kitchen." "How did you know it was he?" demanded Cromwell. "By a rude enough token," said Phœbe. "La, sir, you do ask such questions," she added, hanging down her head. Humgudgeon here interfered, taking upon himself the freedom of a coadjutor. "Verily," he said, "if what the damsel is called to speak upon hath aught unseemly, I crave your Excellency's permission to withdraw, not desiring that my nightly meditations may be disturbed with tales of such a nature." "Nay, your honour," said Phœbe, "I scorn the old man's words in the way of seemliness or unseemliness either. Master Lewis did but snatch a kiss, that is the truth of it, if it must be told." Here Humgudgeon groaned deeply, while his Excellency avoided laughing with some difficulty. "Thou hast given excellent tokens, Phœbe," he said, "and if they be true, as I think they seem to be, thou shalt not lack thy reward. And here comes our spy from the stables." "There are not the least signs," said the trooper, "that horses have been in the stables for a month. There is no litter in the stalls, no hay in the racks, the corn bins are empty, and the mangers are full of cobwebs." "Ay, ay," said the old knight, "I have seen when I kept 20 good horses in these stalls, with many a groom and stable boy to attend them." "In the meanwhile," said Cromwell, "their present state tells little for the truth of your own story, that there were horses to-day, on which this Kerneguy and your son fled from justice." "I did not say that the horses were kept there," said the knight. "I have horses and stables elsewhere." "Fie, fie, for shame," said the General. "Can a white-bearded man, I ask it once more, be a false witness?" "Faith, sir," said Sir Henry Lee, "it is a thriving trade, and I wonder not that you who live on it are so severe in prosecuting interlopers. But it is the times, and those who rule the times, that make greybeards deceivers." "Thou art facetious, friend, as well as daring in thy malignity," said Cromwell. "But credit me, I will cry quittance with you ere I am done. Whereunto lead these doors?" "To bedrooms," answered the knight. "Bedrooms? Only to bedrooms?" said the Republican General, in a voice which indicated such was the internal occupation of his thoughts, that he had not fully understood the answer. "Lord, sir," said the knight, "why should you make it so strange? I say these doors lead to bedrooms, to places where honest men sleep, and rogues lie awake." "You are running up a farther account, Sir Henry," said the General, "but we will balance it once and for all." During the whole of the scene, Cromwell, whatever might be the internal uncertainty of his mind, maintained the most strict temperance in language and manner, just as if he had no farther interest in what was passing than as a military man employed in discharging the duty enjoined him by his superiors. But the restraint upon his passion was but "the torrent's smoothness ere it dash below." But mortal pleasure, what art thou in truth? The torrent's smoothness ere it dash below. Campbell's Gertrude of Wyoming. The course of his resolution was hurried on even more forcibly because no violence of expression attended or announced its current. He threw himself into a chair with a countenance that indicated no indecision of mind, but a determination which awaited only the signal for action. Meanwhile the knight, as if resolved in nothing to forego the privileges of his rank and place, sat himself down in turn, and putting on his hat, which lay on a table, regarded the General with a calm look of fearless indifference. The soldiers stood around, some holding the torches which illuminated the apartment with a lurid and sombre glare of light, the others resting upon their weapons. Phœbe, with her hands folded, her eyes turned upwards till the pupils were scarce visible, and every shade of colour banished from her ruddy cheek, stood like one in immediate apprehension of the sentence of death being pronounced, and instant execution commanded. Heavy steps were at last heard, and Pearson and some of the soldiers returned. This seemed to be what Cromwell waited for. He started up and asked hastily, "Any news, Pearson? Any prisoners? Any malignants slain in thy defence?" "None, so please your Excellency," said the officer. "And are thy sentinels all carefully placed, as Tomkins' scroll gave direction, and with fitting orders?" "With the most deliberate care," said Pearson. "Art thou very sure," said Cromwell, pulling him a little to one side, "that this is all well and duly cared for? Bethink thee, that when we engage ourselves in the private communications, all will be lost should the party we look for have the means of dodging us by an escape into the more open rooms, and from thence perhaps into the forest." "My Lord General," answered Pearson, "if placing the guards on the places pointed out in this scroll be sufficient, with the strictest orders to stop, and, if necessary, to stab or shoot, whoever crosses their post, such orders are given to men who will not fail to execute them. If more is necessary, your Excellency has only to speak." "No, no, no, Pearson," said the General, "thou hast done well. This night over, and let it end but as we hope, thy reward shall not be wanting. And now to business. Sir Henry Lee, undo me the secret spring of yonder picture of your ancestor. Nay, spare yourself the trouble and guilt of falsehood or equivocation, and I say, undo me that spring presently." "When I acknowledge you for my master, and wear your livery, I may obey your commands," answered the knight. "Even then I would need first to understand them." "Wench," said Cromwell, addressing Phœbe, "go thou undo the spring. You could do it fast enough when you aided at the gambols of the demons of Woodstock, and terrified even Mark Everard, who, I judged, had more sense." "O Lord, sir, what shall I do?" said Phœbe, looking to the knight. "They know all about it. What shall I do?" "For thy life, hold out to the last, wench. Every minute is worth a million." "Ha! Heard you that, Pearson?" said Cromwell to the officer. Then stamping with his foot, he added, "Undo the spring, or I will else use levers and wrenching irons, or— Ha! Another petard were well bestowed. Call the engineer." "O Lord, sir," cried Phœbe, "I shall never live another Peter. I will open the spring." "Do as thou wilt," said Sir Henry, "it shall profit them but little." Whether from real agitation or from a desire to gain time, Phœbe was some minutes ere she could get the spring to open. It was indeed secured with art, and the machinery on which it acted was concealed in the frame of the portrait. The whole, when fastened, appeared quite motionless, and betrayed, as when examined by Colonel Everard, no external mark of its being possible to remove it. It was now withdrawn, however, and showed a narrow recess, with steps which ascended on one side into the thickness of the wall. Cromwell was now like a greyhound slipped from the leash with the prey in full view. "Up!" he cried. "Pearson, thou art swifter than I. Up thou next, corporal." With more agility than could have been expected from his person or years, which were past the meridian of life, and exclaiming, "Before! Those with the torches!" he followed the party like an eager huntsman in the rear of his hounds, to encourage at once and direct them, as they penetrated into the labyrinth described by Dr. Rochecliffe in The Wonders of Woodstock. End of chapter 33. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 34 of Woodstock, or the Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Woodstock, or the Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 34. The king, therefore, for his defence, against the furious queen, at Woodstock builded such a bower, as never yet was seen. Most curiously then bower was built, of stone and timber strong. 150 doors did this bower belong, and they so cunningly contrived, with turnings round about, that none but with a clue of thread could enter in or out. Ballad of Fair Rosamond. The tradition of the country, as well as some historical evidence, confirmed the opinion that there existed, within the old royal lodge at Woodstock, a labyrinth, or connected series of subterranean passages, built chiefly by Henry II, for the security of his mistress, Rosamond Clifford, from the jealousy of his queen, the celebrated Eleanor. Dr. Rochecliffe, indeed, in one of those fits of contradiction with which antiquaries are sometimes seized, was bold enough to dispute the alleged purpose of the perplexed maze of rooms and passages with which the walls of the ancient palace were perforated, but the fact was undeniable, that in raising the fabric some Norman architect had exerted the utmost of the complicated art, which they have often shown elsewhere, in creating secret passages, and chambers of retreat and concealment. There were stairs, which were ascended merely, as it seemed, for the purpose of descending again, passages, which, after turning and winding for a considerable way, returned to the place where they set out. There were trap-doors and hatchways, panels and portcullises. Although Oliver was assisted by a sort of ground plan made out and transmitted by Joseph Tomkins, whose former employment in Dr. Rochecliffe's service had made him fully acquainted with the place, it was found imperfect, and moreover the most serious obstacles to their progress occurred in the shape of strong doors, party walls, and iron grates, so that the party blundered on in the dark, uncertain whether they were not going further from, rather than approaching, the extremity of the labyrinth. They were obliged to send for mechanics, with sledge-hammers and other instruments, to force one or two of those doors, which resisted all other means of undoing them, labouring along in these dusky passages, where, from time to time, they were like to be choked by the dust where their acts of violence excited. The soldiers were obliged to be relieved oftener than once, and the bulky Corporal Grace be here himself puffed and blew like a grampus that had got into shoal water. Cromwell alone continued, with unabated zeal, to push on his researches, to encourage the soldiers by the exhortations which they best understood, against fainting for lack of faith, and to secure, by sentinels at proper places, possession of the ground which they had already explored. His acute and observing eye detected, with a sneering smile, the cordage and machinery by which the bed of poor Desborough had been inverted, and several remains of the various disguises, as well as private modes of access, by which Desborough, Bletson, and Harrison had been previously imposed upon. He pointed them out to Pearson, with no farther comment than was implied in the exclamation, "The simple fools!" But his assistants began to lose heart and be discouraged, and required all his spirit to raise theirs. He then called their attention to voices which they seemed to hear before them, and urged these as evidence that they were moving on the track of some enemy of the Commonwealth, who, for the execution of his malignant plots, had retreated into these extraordinary fastnesses. The spirits of the men became at last downcast. Notwithstanding all this encouragement, they spoke to each other in whispers of the devils of Woodstock, who might be all in the while decoying them forward to a room said to exist in the palace, where the floor, revolving on an axis, precipitated those who entered into a bottomless abyss. Humgudgeon hinted that he had consulted the Scripture that morning by way of lot, and his fortune had been to alight on the passage. Eutychus fell down from the third loft. The energy and authority of Cromwell, however, and the refreshment of some food and strong waters reconciled them to pursuing their task. Nevertheless, with all their unwearied exertions, morning dawned on the search before they had reached Dr. Rochecliffe's sitting apartment, in which, after all, they obtained entrance by a mode much more difficult than that which the doctor himself employed. But here their ingenuity was long at fault. From the miscellaneous articles that were strewn around, and the preparations made for food and lodging, it seemed they had gained the very citadel of the labyrinth, but through various passages opened from it, they all terminated in places with which they were already acquainted, or communicated with the other parts of the house, where their own sentinels assured them none had passed. Cromwell remained long in deep uncertainty. Meanwhile he directed Pearson to take charge of the ciphers and more important papers which lay on the table. "Though there is little there," he said, "that I have not already known, by means of the trusty Tomkins, honest Joseph, for an artful and thorough-paced agent, the like of thee is not left in England." After a considerable pause, during which he sounded with the pommel of his sword almost every stone in the building, and every plank on the floor, the General gave orders to bring the old knight and Dr. Rochecliffe to the spot, trusting that he might work out of them some explanation of the secrets of this apartment. "So please your Excellency to let me deal with him," said Pearson, who was a true soldier of fortune, and had been a buccaneer in the West Indies. "I think that, by a whipcord twitched tight round their forehead, and twisted about with a pistol butt, I could make either the truth start from their lips, or the eyes from their head." "Out upon thee, Pearson," said Cromwell, with abhorrence. "We have no warrant for such cruelty, neither as Englishmen nor Christians. We may slay malignants as we crush noxious animals, but to torture them is a deadly sin, for it is written, He made them to be pitied of those who carried them captive. Nay, I recall the order even for their examination, trusting that wisdom will be granted us without it, to discover their most secret devices." There was a pause accordingly, during which an idea seized upon Cromwell's imagination. "Bring me hither," he said, "yonder stool, and place it beneath one of the windows, of which there were two so high in the wall as not to be accessible from the floor." He clambered up into the entrance of the window, which was 6 or 7 feet deep, corresponding with the thickness of the wall. "Come up hither, Pearson," said the General, "but ere thou comest, double the guard at the foot of the turret called Love's Ladder, and bid them bring up the other petard. So now, come thou hither." The inferior officer, however brave in the field, was one of those whom a great height strikes with giddiness and sickness. He shrunk back from the view of the precipice, on the verge of which Cromwell was standing with complete indifference, till the General, catching the hand of his follower, pulled him forward as far as he would advance. "I think," said the General, "I have found the clue, but by this light it is no easy one. See you, we stand in the portal near the top of Rosamond's Tower. Yon turret, which rises opposite to our feet, is that which is called Love's Ladder, from which the drawbridge reached that admitted the profligate Norman Tyrant to the bower of his mistress." "True, my lord, but the drawbridge is gone," said Pearson. "Ay, Pearson," replied the General, "but an active man might spring from the spot we stand upon to the battlements of yonder turret." "I do not think so, my lord," said Pearson. "What?" said Cromwell. "If not the Avenger of Blood were behind you, with his slaughter weapon in his hand?" "The fear of instant death might do much," answered Pearson; "but when I look at the sheer depth on either side, and at the empty chasm between us and yonder turret, which is, I warrant you, 12 feet distant, I confess the truth, nothing short of the most imminent danger should induce me to try. Pah! the thought makes my head grow giddy. I tremble to see your Highness stand there, balancing yourself as if you meditated a spring into the empty air. I repeat, I would scarce stand so near the verge as does your Highness for the rescue of my life." "Ah, base and degenerate spirit," said the General, "soul of mud and clay, wouldst thou not do it? And much more, for the possession of empire." "That is, peradventure," continued he, changing his tone as one who has said too much, "shouldst thou be called on to do this, that thereby becoming a great man in the tribes of Israel, thou mightest redeem the captivity of Jerusalem, ay, and it may be, work some great work for the afflicted people of this land?" "Your Highness may feel such calls," said the officer, "but they are not for poor Gilbert Pearson, your faithful follower. You made a jest of me yesterday, when I tried to speak your language, and I am no more able to fulfil your designs than to use your mode of speech." "But, Pearson," said Cromwell, "thou hast thrice, yea, 4 times called me your Highness." "Did I, my lord? I was not sensible of it. I crave your pardon," said the officer. "Nay," said Oliver, "there was no offence. I do indeed stand high, and I may perchance stand higher, though, alas, it were fitter for a simple soul like me to return to my plough and my husbandry. Nevertheless, I will not wrestle against the supreme will, should I be called on to do yet more in that worthy cause. For surely he who hath been to our British Israel as a shield of help and a sword of excellency, making her enemies be found liars unto her, will not grieve over the flock to those foolish shepherds of Westminster, who shear the sheep and feed them not, and who are in very deed hirelings, not shepherds." "I trust to see your lordship quote them all down stairs," answered Pearson; "but may I ask why we pursue this discourse even now, until we have secured the common enemy?" "I will tarry not jot of time," said the General. "Fence the communication of Love's Ladder, as it is called below, as I take it for almost certain that the party whom we have driven from fastness to fastness during the night has at length sprung to the top of yonder battlements from the place where we now stand. Finding the turret is guarded below, the place he has chosen for his security will prove a rat trap, from whence there is no returning. "There is a cask of gunpowder in this cabinet," said Pearson. "Were it not better, my lord, to mine the tower, if he will not render himself, and send the whole turret with its contents 100 feet in the air?" "Ah, silly man," said Cromwell, striking him familiarly on the shoulder, "if thou hadst done this without telling me, it had been good service. But we will first summon the turret, and then think whether the petard will serve our turn. But it is but mining at last. Blow a summons there, down below." The trumpets rang at his bidding, till the old walls echoed from every recess and vaulted archway. Cromwell, as if he cared not to look upon the person whom he expected to appear, drew back, like a necromancer afraid of the sceptre which he had evoked. "It has come to the battlement," said Pearson to his general. "In what dress or appearance?" answered Cromwell from within the chamber. "A grey riding suit, passamated with silver, russet walking boots, a cut band, a grey hat and plume, black hair." "It is he, it is he," said Cromwell, "and another crowning mercy is vouchsafed." Meanwhile Pearson and young Lee exchanged defiance from their respective posts. "Surrender," said the former, "or we blow up in your fastness." "I am come of too high a race to surrender to rebels," said Albert, assuming the air with which, in such a condition, a king might have spoken. "I bear you to witness," cried Cromwell, exultingly, "he hath refused quarter. Of a surety his blood will be on his head. One of you bring down the barrel of powder. As he loves to soar high, we will add what we can be taken from the soldiers' bandoliers. Come with me, Pearson, thou understandest this gear. Corporal Grace be here. Stand thou fast on the platform of the window where Captain Pearson and I stood but even now, and bend the point of thy partisan against any who shall attempt to pass. Thou art as strong as a bull, and I will back thee against despair itself." "But," said the corporal, mounting reluctantly, "the place is as the pinnacle of the temple, and it is written that Eutychus fell down from the third loft, and was taken up dead." "Because he slept upon his post," answered Cromwell readily. "Beware thou of carelessness, and thus thy feet shall be kept from stumbling. You 4 soldiers, remain here to support the corporal, if it be necessary, and you, as well as the corporal, will draw into the vaulted passage the minute the trumpets sound a retreat. It is as strong as a casemate, and you may lie there, safe from the effects of the mine, though Zerubbabel Robins, I know, will be their lance prisade." [Footnote: Lance prisade, or lance brisade, a private appointed to a small command, a sort of temporary corporal. Robins bowed, and the General departed to join those who were without. As he reached the door of the hall, the petard was heard to explode, and he saw that it had succeeded, for the soldiers rushed, brandishing their swords and pistols, in at the postern of the turret, whose gate had been successfully forced. A thrill of exultation, but not unmingled with the horror shot across the veins of the ambitious soldier. "Now, now," he cried, "they are dealing with him." His expectations were deceived. Pearson and the others returned disappointed, and reported they had been stopped by a strong trap-door of grated iron, extending over the narrow stair, and they could see there was an obstacle of the same kind some 10 feet higher. To remove it by force, while a desperate and well-armed man had the advantage of the steps above them, might cost many lives, which, lack a day, said the General, is our duty to be tender of. What dost thou advise, Gilbert Pearson? "We must use powder, my lord," answered Pearson, who saw his master was too modest to reserve to himself the whole merit of the proceeding. "There may be a chamber easily and conveniently formed under the foot of the stair. We have a sausage, by good luck, to form the train, and so—" "Ah!" said Cromwell, "I know thou canst manage such gear well. But, Gilbert, I go to visit the posts, and give them orders to retire to a safe distance when the retreat is sounded. You will allow them 5 minutes for this purpose." "3 is enough for any knave of them all," said Pearson. "They will be lame indeed, that require more on such a service. I ask but one, though I fire the train myself." "Take heed," said Cromwell, "that the poor soul be listened to. If he asks quarter, it may be he may repent him of his hard-heartedness, and call for mercy." "And mercy he shall have," answered Pearson, "provided he calls loud enough to make me hear him, for the explosion of that damned petard has made me as deaf as a devil's dam." "Hush, Gilbert, hush," said Cromwell, "you offend in your language." "Zooks, sir, I must speak either in your way or in my own," said Pearson, "unless I am to be dumb as well as deaf. Away with you, my lord, to visit the posts, and you will presently hear me make some noise in the world." Cromwell smiled gently at his aide-de-camp petulance, patted him on the shoulder, and called him a mad fellow, walked a little way, then turned back to whisper, "What thou dost, do quickly," then returned again towards the outer circle of guards, turning his head from time to time, as if to assure himself that the corporal, to whom he had entrusted the duty, still kept guard with his advanced weapon upon the terrific chasm between Rosamond's Tower and the corresponding turret. Seeing him standing on his post, the General muttered between his moustaches, "The fellow hath the strength and courage of a bear, and yonder is a post where one shall do more to keep back than 100 in making way." He cast a last look on the gigantic figure, who stood in that airy position, like some Gothic statue, the weapon half levelled against the opposite turret, with the butt rested against his right foot, his steel cap and burnished corselet glittering in the rising sun. Cromwell then passed on to give the necessary orders that such sentinels as might be endangered at their present posts by the effect of the mine should withdraw at the sound of the trumpet to the places which he pointed out to them. Never, on any occasion of his life, did he display more calmness and presence of mind. He was kind, nay, facetious, with the soldiers, who adored him, and yet he resembled the volcano before the eruption commences, all peaceful and quiet without, while 100 contradictory passions were raging in his bosom. Corporal Hummigion meanwhile remained steady upon his post, yet, though as determined a soldier as ever fought among the redoubted regiment of Ironsides, and possessed of no small share of that exalted fanaticism which lent so keen an edge to the natural courage of those stern religionists, the veteran felt his present situation to be highly uncomfortable. Within a pike's length of him rose a turret, which was about to be dispersed in massive fragments through the air, and he felt small confidence in the length of time which might be allowed for his escape from such a dangerous vicinity. The duty of constant vigilance upon his post was partly divided by this natural feeling, which induced him from time to time to bend his eyes on the miners below, instead of keeping them riveted on the opposite turret. At length the interest of the scene arose to the uttermost. After entering and returning from the turret, and coming out again more than once, in the course of about 20 minutes, Pearson issued, as it might be supposed, for the last time, carrying in his hand, and uncoiling, as he went along, the sausage or linen bag, so called from its appearance, which, strongly sewed together and crammed with gunpowder, was to serve as a train betwixt the mine to be sprung, and the point occupied by the engineer who was to give fire. He was in the act of finally adjusting it, when the attention of the corporal on the tower became irresistibly and exclusively riveted upon the preparations for the explosion. But while he watched the aide-de-camp drawing his pistol to give fire, and the trumpeter handling his instrument as waiting the order to sound the retreat, fate rushed on the unhappy sentinel in a way he least expected. Young, active, bold, and completely possessed of his presence of mind, Albert Lee, who had been from the loopholes a watchful observer of every measure which had been taken by his besiegers, had resolved to make one desperate effort for self-preservation. While the head of the sentinel on the opposite platform was turned from him, and bent rather downwards, he suddenly sprung across the chasm. Through the space on which he lighted was scarce wide enough for 2 persons, threw the surprised soldier from his precarious stand, and jumped himself down into the chamber. The gigantic trooper went sheer down 20 feet, struck against a projecting battlement, which launched the wretched man outwards, and then fell on the earth with such tremendous force that the head, which first touched the ground, dinted a hole in the soil of 6 inches in depth, and was crushed like an eggshell. Scarce knowing what had happened, yet startled and confounded at the descent of this heavy body, which fell at no great distance from him, Pearson snapped his pistol at the train. No previous warning given, the powder caught, and the mine exploded. Had it been strongly charged with powder, many of those without might have suffered, but the explosion was only powerful enough to blow out, in a lateral direction, a part of the wall just above the foundation, sufficient, however, to destroy the equipoise of the building. Then, amid a cloud of smoke, which began gradually to encircle the turret like a shroud, arising slowly from its base to its summit, it was seen to stagger and shake by all who had courage to look steadily at a sight so dreadful. Slowly, at first, the building inclined outwards, then rushed precipitately to its base, and fell to the ground in huge fragments. The strength of its resistance showing the excellence of the mason work, the engineer, so soon as he had fired the train, fled in such alarm that he well nigh ran against his general, who was advancing towards him, while a huge stone from the summit of the building, flying farther than the rest, lighted within a yard of them. "Thou hast been over hasty, Pearson," said Cromwell, with the greatest composure possible. "Hath no one fallen in the same tower of Silo?" "Some one fell," said Pearson, still in great agitation, "and yonder lies his body half buried in the rubbish." With a quick and resolute step Cromwell approached the spot, and exclaimed, "Pearson, thou hast ruined me. The young man hath escaped. This is our own sentinel. Plague on the idiot! Let him rot beneath the ruins which crushed him." A cry now resounded from the platform of Rosamond's Tower, which appeared yet taller than formerly, deprived of the neighbouring turret, which emulated though it did not attain its height. "A prisoner, noble General, a prisoner! The fox whom we have chased all night is now in the snare. The Lord hath delivered him into the hand of his servants." "Look you keep him in safe custody," exclaimed Cromwell, "and bring him presently down to the apartment from which the secret passages have their principal entrance." "Your Excellency shall be obeyed." The proceedings of Albert Lee, to which these exclamations related, had been unfortunate. He had dashed from the platform, as we have related, the gigantic strength of the soldier opposed to him, and had instantly jumped down into Rochecliffe's chamber, but the soldiers stationed there threw themselves upon him, and after a struggle, which was hopelessly maintained against such advantage of numbers, had thrown the young Cavalier to the ground, two of them, drawn down by his strenuous exertions, falling across him. At the same moment a sharp and severe report was heard, which, like a clap of thunder in the immediate vicinity, shook all around them, till the strong and solid tower tottered like the mass of a stately vessel when about to part by the board. In a few seconds this was followed by another sullen sound, at first low and deep, but augmenting like the roar of a cataract, as it descends, reeling, bellowing, and rushing, as if to astound both heaven and earth. So awful, indeed, was the sound of the neighbour tower as it fell, that both the captive and those who struggled with him continued for a minute or two passive in each other's grasp. Albert was the first who recovered consciousness and activity. He shook off those who lay above him, and made a desperate effort to gain his feet, in which he partly succeeded. But as he had to deal with men accustomed to every species of danger, and whose energies were recovered nearly as soon as his own, he was completely secured, and his arms held down. Loyal and faithful to his trust, and resolved to sustain to the last the character which he had assumed, he exclaimed, as his struggles were finally overpowered, "Rebel villains! Would you slay your king?" "Ha! Heard you that?" cried one of the soldiers to the lance parcade, who commanded the party. "Shall I not strike this son of a wicked father under the fifth rib, even as the tyrant of Moab was smitten by Oude with a dagger of his cubit's length?" But Robins answered, "Be it far from us, merciful Strike-a-thou, to slay in cold blood the captive of our bow and our spear. Methinks, since the storm of Tregaga, footnote, Tregaga or Droga, was taken by Cromwell in 1649 by storm, and the governor and the whole garrison put to the sword, We have shed enough of blood. Therefore, on your lives do him no evil, but take from him his arms, and let us bring him before the chosen instrument, even our general, that he may do with him what is meet in his eyes." By this time the soldier, whose exultation had made him the first to communicate the intelligence from the battlements to Cromwell, returned, and brought commands corresponding to the orders of their temporary officer, and Albert Lee, disarmed and bound, was conducted as a captive into the apartment which derived its name from the victories of his ancestor, and placed in the presence of General Cromwell. Running over in his mind the time which had elapsed since the departure Charles till the siege, it may be termed so, had terminated in his own capture, Albert had every reason to hope that this royal master must have had time to accomplish his escape, yet he determined to maintain to the last deceit which might for a time ensure the king's safety. The difference betwixt them could not, he thought, be instantly discovered. Begrimed as he was with dust and smoke, and with blood issuing from some scratches received in the scuffle. In this evil plight, but bearing himself with such dignity as was adapted to the princely character, Albert was ushered into the apartment of Victor Lee, where, in his father's own chair, reclined the triumphant enemy of the cause to which the house of Lee had been hereditarily faithful. End of chapter 34. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 35 of Woodstock, or The Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Woodstock, or The Cavalier, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 35. Chapter the 35th. A barren title hast thou bought too dear. Why didst thou tell me that thou wert a king? Henry IV, Part 1. Oliver Cromwell arose from his seat as the two veteran soldiers, Zerubbabel Robbins and Merciful Stricklethrow, introduced into the apartment the prisoner, whom they held by the arms, and fixed his stern hazel eye on Albert long before he could give vent to the ideas which were swelling in his bosom. Exultation was the most prominent. "Art thou not," he at length said, "that Egyptian which, before these days, madest an uproar, and leddest out into the wilderness many thousand men who were murderers? Ha! Youth, I have hunted thee from Stirling to Worcester, from Worcester to Woodstock, and we have met at last." "I would," replied Albert, speaking in the character which he had assumed, "that we had met where I could have shown thee the difference betwixt a rightful king and an ambitious usurper." "Go to, young man," said Cromwell. "Say rather the difference between a judge raised up for the redemption of England, and the son of those kings whom the Lord in his anger permitted to reign over her. But we will not waste useless words. God knows that it is not of our will that we are called to such high matters, being as humble in our thoughts as we are of ourselves, and in our unassisted nature frail and foolish, and unable to render a reason but for the better spirit within us, which is not of us. Thou art weary, young man, and thy nature requires rest and refection, being doubtless dealt with delicately as one who hath fed on the fat, and drunk of the sweet, and who hath been clothed in purple and fine linen." Here the general suddenly stopped, and then abruptly exclaimed, "But is this—Ay, whom have we here? These are not the locks of the swarthy lad Charles Stuart. A cheat! A cheat!" Albert hastily cast his eye on a mirror which stood in the room, and perceived that a dark peruke, found among Dr. Rochecliffe's miscellaneous wardrobe, had been disordered in the scuffle with the soldiery, and that his own light brown hair was escaping from beneath it. "Who is this?" said Cromwell, stamping with fury. "Pluck the disguise from him." The soldiers did so, and bringing him at the same moment towards the light, the deception could not be maintained for a moment longer with any possibility of success. Cromwell came up to him with his teeth set, and grinding against each other as he spoke, his hands clenched and trembling with emotion, and speaking with a voice low-pitched, bitterly and deeply emphatic, such as might have preceded a stab with his dagger. "Thy name, young man?" He was answered calmly and firmly, while the countenance of the speaker wore a cast of triumph, and even contempt. "Albert Lee of Ditchley, a faithful subject of King Charles." "I might have guessed it," said Cromwell. "Ay, and to King Charles shalt thou go as soon as it is noon on the dial. Pearson," he continued, "let him be carried to the others, and let them be executed at 12 exactly." "All, sir?" said Pearson, surprised; for Cromwell, though he at times made formidable examples, was in general by no means sanguinary. "All," repeated Cromwell, fixing his eye on young Lee. "Yes, young sir, your conduct has devoted to death thy father, thy kinsman, and the stranger that was in thine household. Such wreck hast thou brought on thy father's house." "My father too, my aged father," said Albert, looking upward and endeavouring to raise his hands in the same direction, which was prevented by his bonds. "The Lord's will be done." "All this havoc can be saved if," said the General, "thou wilt answer one question. Where is the young Charles Stuart who was called King of Scotland?" "Under Heaven's protection, and safe from thy power," was the firm and unhesitating answer of the young royalist. "Away with him to prison," said Cromwell, "and from thence to execution with the rest of them, as malignants taken in the fact. Let a court-martial sit on them presently." "One word," said young Lee, as they led him from the room. "Stop, stop," said Cromwell, with the agitation of renewed hope. "Let him be heard." "You love text of Scripture," said Albert. "Let this be the subject of your next homily. Had Zimri peace who slew his master?" "Away with him," said the General. "Let him die the death. I have said it." As Cromwell spoke these words, his aide-de-camp observed that he became unwontedly pale. "Your Excellency is overtoiled in the public service," said Pearson. "A course of the stag in the evening will refresh you. The old knight hath a noble hound here, if we can but get him to hunt without his master, which may be hard, as he is faithful and—" "Hang him up," said Cromwell. "What? Whom? Hang the noble dog? Your Excellency was wont to love a good hound." "It matters not," said Cromwell. "Let him be killed. Is it not written that they slew in the valley of Achor not only the accursed Achan with his sons and his daughters, but also his oxen and asses, and his sheep, and every live thing belonging to him? And even thus shall we do to the malignant family of Lee, who have aided Sisera in his flight, when Israel might have been delivered of his trouble for ever. But send out couriers and patrols. Follow, pursue, watch in every direction. Let my horse be ready at the door in 5 minutes, or bring me the first thou canst find." It seemed to Pearson that this was something wildly spoken, and that the cold perspiration was standing upon the General's brow as he said it. He therefore again pressed the necessity of repose, and it would appear that nature seconded strongly the representation. Cromwell arose, and made a step or two towards the door of the apartment, but stopped, staggered, and after a pause sat down in a chair. "Truly, friend Pearson," he said, "this weary carcass of ours is an impediment to us, even in our most necessary business, and I am fitter to sleep than to watch, which is not my wont. Place guards, therefore, till we repose ourselves for an hour or two. Send out in every direction, and spare not for horse's flesh. Wake me if the court-martial require instruction, and forget not to see the sentence punctually executed on the Lees and those who were arrested with them." As Cromwell spoke thus, he arose and half opened a bedroom door, when Pearson again craved pardon for asking if he had rightly understood his Excellency that all the prisoners were to be executed. "Have I not said it?" answered Cromwell displeasedly. "Is it because thou art a man of blood, and hast ever been, that thou dost affect these scruples to show thyself tender-hearted at my expense? I tell thee, that if there lack one in the full tale of execution, thine own life shall pay the forfeit." So saying, he entered the apartment, followed by the groom of his chamber, who attended upon Pearson's summons. When his general had retired, Pearson remained in great perplexity what he ought to do, and that from no scruples of conscience, but from uncertainty whether he might not err either in postponing or in too hastily and too literally executing the instructions he had received. In the meantime, Stricklethrow and Robins had returned, after lodging Albert in prison, to the room where Pearson was still musing on his general's commands. Both these men were agitators in their army, and old soldiers whom Cromwell was accustomed to treat with great familiarity, so that Robins had no hesitation to ask Captain Pearson whether he meant to execute the commands of the general even to the letter. Pearson shook his head with an air of doubt, but added, there was no choice left. "Be assured," said the old man, "that if thou dost this folly, thou wilt cause Israel to sin, and that the general will not be pleased with your service. Thou knowest, and none better than thou, that Oliver, although he be like unto David the son of Jesse in faith, and wisdom, and courage, yet there are times when the evil spirit cometh upon him as it did upon Saul, and he uttereth commands which he will not thank any one for executing." Pearson was too good a politician to assent directly to a proposition which he could not deny. He only shook his head once more, and said that it was easy for those to talk who were not responsible, but the soldier's duty was to obey his orders, and not to judge of them. "Very righteous truth," said merciful Stricklethrow, a grim old Scotchman. "I marvel where our brother Zerubbabel caught up this softness of heart." "Why, I do but wish," said Zerubbabel, "that 4 or 5 human creatures may draw the breath of God's air for a few hours more. There can be small harm done by delaying the execution, and the general will have some time for reflection." "Ay," said Captain Pearson, "but I in my service must be more pointedly obsequious than thou in thy plainness art bound to be, friend Zerubbabel." "Then shall the coarse frieze cassock of the private soldier help the golden gabardine of the captain to bear out the blast," said Zerubbabel. "Ay, indeed, I can show you warrant why we be aidful to each other in doing acts of kindness and long-suffering, seeing the best of us are poor sinful creatures, who might suffer, being called to a brief accounting." "Of a verity you surprise me, brother Zerubbabel," said Stricklethrow, "that thou, being an old and experienced soldier, whose head hath grown grey in battle, should give such advice to a young officer. Is not the general's commission to take away the wicked from the land, and to root out the Amalekite, and the Jebusite, and the Perizzite, and the Hittite, and the Girgashite, and the Amorite? And are not these men justly to be compared to the 5 kings who took shelter in the cave of Makkedah, who were delivered into the hands of Joshua the son of Nun? And he caused his captains and his soldiers to come near and tread on their necks, and then he smote them, and he slew them, and then he hanged them on 5 trees even till evening. And thou, Gilbert Pearson by name, be not withheld from the duty which is appointed to thee. And thou, Gilbert Pearson by name, be not withheld from the duty which is appointed to thee, but do even as has been commanded by him who is raised up to judge and deliver Israel. For it is written, Cursed is he who holdeth back his sword from the slaughter." Thus wrangled the 2 military theologians, while Pearson, much more solicitous to anticipate the wishes of Oliver than to know the will of heaven, listened to them with great indecision and perplexity. End of chapter 35. Recording by Philip Gould. Chapter 36 of Woodstock, or The Cavalier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Woodstock, or The Cavalier by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 36. Chapter the 36th. But let us now, like soldiers on the watch, put the soul's armour on, alike prepared for all a soldier's warfare brings. Joanna Baillie. The reader will recollect that when Rochecliffe and Joceline were made prisoners, the party which escorted them had 2 other captives in their train, Colonel Everard, namely, and the Reverend Nehemiah Holdenough. When Cromwell had obtained entrance into Woodstock and commenced his search after the fugitive prince, the prisoners were placed in what had been an old guard-room, and which was, by its strength, well calculated to serve for a prison, and a guard was placed over them by Pearson. No light was allowed save that of a glimmering fire of charcoal. The prisoners remained separately from each other, Colonel Everard conversing with Nehemiah Holdenough at a distance from Dr. Rochecliffe, Sir Henry Lee, and Joceline. The party was soon after augmented by Wildrake, who was brought down to the lodge and thrust in with so little ceremony, that, his arms being bound, he had very nearly fallen on his nose in the middle of the prison. "I thank you, my good friend," he said, looking back at the door, which those who had pushed him in were securing. "Point de ceremonie. No apology for tumbling, so we light in good company. Save ye, gentlemen all. What? A la mort? And nothing stirring to keep the spirits up and make a night on't? The last we shall have, I take it. For a make, footnote, a halfpenny, but we trine to the nubbing cheat, footnote, hang on the gallows, tomorrow. Patron, noble patron, how goes it? This was but a scurvy trick of Noll's, so far as you were concerned. As for me, why, I might have deserved something of the kind at his hand." "Prithee, Wildrake, sit down," said Everard. "Thou art drunk. Disturb us not." "Drunk? I drunk?" cried Wildrake. "I have been splicing the main brace, as Jack says at Wapping, have been tasting Noll's brandy in a bumper to the King's health, and another to his Excellency's confusion, and another to the damnation of Parliament, and it may be one or two more, but all to devilish good toasts. But I'm not drunk." "Prithee, friend, be not profane," said Nehemiah Holdenough. "What, my little Presbyterian parson, my slender Mass John? Thou shalt say amen to this world instantly," said Wildrake. "I have had a weary time in't for one. Ha, noble Sir Henry, I kiss your hand. I tell thee, knight, the point of my Toledo was near Cromwell's heart last night, as ever a button on the breast of his doublet. Rat him, he wears secret armour. He a soldier. Had it not been for a cursed steel shirt, I would have spitted him like a lark. Ha, Dr. Rochecliffe, thou knowest I can wield my weapon." "Yes," replied the doctor, "and you know I can use mine." "I pray thee be quiet, Master Wildrake," said Sir Henry. "Nay, good knight," answered Wildrake, "be somewhat more cordial with a comrade in distress. This is a different scene from the Brentford storming party. The jade Fortune has been a very stepmother to me. I will sing you a song I made on my own ill luck." "At this moment, Captain Wildrake, we are not in a fitting mood for singing," said Sir Henry, civilly and gravely. "Nay, it will aid your devotions. Egad, it sounds like a penitential psalm. When I was a young lad, my fortune was bad. If e'er I do well, 'tis a wonder. I spent all my means amid sharpers and queens, then I got a commission to plunder. I have stockings, 'tis true, but the devil a shoe. I am forced to wear boots in all weather. Be damned the hoot sole, curse on the spur roll, confounded be the upper leather." Footnote. Such a song, or something very like it, may be found in Ramsay's Tea Table Miscellany, among the wild slips of minstrelsy which are there collected. The door opened as Wildrake finished this stanza at the top of his voice, and in rushed a sentinel, who, greeting him by the title of a blasphemous bellowing bull of Bashan, bestowed a severe blow with his ramrod on the shoulders of the songster, whose bonds permitted him no means of returning the compliment. "Your humble servant again, sir," said Wildrake, shrugging his shoulders. "Sorry I have no means of showing my gratitude. I am bound over to keep the peace, like Captain Bobadil. Ha, knight, did you hear my bones clatter? That blow came twankingly off. The fellow might inflict the bastinado were it in the presence of the Grand Signior. He has no taste for music, knight, is no way moved by the concord of sweet sounds. I will warrant him fit for treason, stratagem, and spoil. Eh? All down in the mouth? Well, I'll go to sleep tonight on a bench, as I've done many a night, and I will be ready to be hanged decently in the morning, which never happened to me before in all my life. When I was a young lad, my fortune was bad. Pshaw! That is not the tune it goes to. Here he fell fast asleep, and sooner or later all his companions in misfortune followed his example. The benches intended for the repose of the soldiers of the guard afforded the prisoners convenience enough to lie down, though their slumbers, it may be believed, were neither sound nor undisturbed. But when daylight was but a little while broken, the explosion of gunpowder which took place, and the subsequent fall of the turret to which the mine was applied, would have awakened the 7 sleepers, or Morpheus himself. The smoke, penetrating through the windows, left them at no loss for the cause of the din. "There went my gunpowder," said Rochecliffe, "which has, I trust, blown up as many rebel villains as it might have been the means of destroying otherwise in a fair field. It must have caught fire by chance." "By chance? No," said Sir Henry. "Depend on it, my bold Albert has fired the train, and that in yonder blast Cromwell was flying towards the heaven whose battlements he will never reach. Ah, my brave boy! And perhaps thou art thyself sacrificed, like a youthful Samson among the rebellious Philistines. But I will not be long behind thee, Albert." Everard hastened to the door, hoping to obtain from the guard, to whom his name and rank might be known, some explanation of the noise, which seemed to announce some dreadful catastrophe. But Nehemiah Holdenough, whose rest had been broken by the trumpet which gave signal for the explosion, appeared in the very acme of horror. "It is the trumpet of the archangel," he cried. "It is the crushing of this world of elements. It is the summons to the judgment seat. The dead are obeying the call. They are with us. They are amongst us. They arise in their bodily frames. They come to summon us." As he spoke, his eyes were riveted upon Dr. Rochecliffe, who stood directly opposite to him. In rising hastily, the cap which he commonly wore, according to a custom then usual both among clergymen and gownmen of a civil profession, had escaped from his head, and carried with it the large silk patch which he probably wore for the purpose of disguise, for the cheek which was disclosed was unscarred, and the eye as good as that which was usually uncovered. Colonel Everard, returning from the door, endeavoured in vain to make Master Holdenough comprehend what he learned from the guard without, that the explosion had involved only the death of one of Cromwell's soldiers. The Presbyterian divine continued to stare wildly at him of the Episcopal persuasion. But Dr. Rochecliffe heard and understood the news brought by Colonel Everard, and relieved from the instant anxiety which had kept him stationary, he advanced towards the retiring Calvinist, extending his hand in the most friendly manner. "Avoid thee, said Holdenough, "the living may not join hands with the dead." "But I," said Rochecliffe, "am as much alive as you are." "Thou alive? Thou, Joseph Albany, whom my own eyes saw precipitated from the battlements of Clydestrow Castle?" "Ay," answered the doctor, "but you did not see me swim ashore on a marsh covered with sedges, fugit ad salices, after a manner which I will explain to you another time." Holdenough touched his hand with doubt and uncertainty. "Thou art indeed warm and alive," he said, "and yet after so many blows, and a fall so tremendous, thou canst not be my Joseph Albany." "I am Joseph Albany Rochecliffe," said the doctor, "become so in virtue of my mother's little estate, which fines and confiscations have made an end of." "And is it so indeed?" said Holdenough. "And have I recovered mine old chum?" "Even so," replied Rochecliffe. "By the same token I appeared to you in the mirror chamber. Thou wert so bold, Nehemiah, that our whole scheme would have been shipwrecked had I not appeared to thee in the shape of a departed friend. Yet, believe me, it went against my heart to do it." "Ah, fie on thee, said Holdenough, throwing himself into his arms and clasping him to his bosom. "Thou wert ever a naughty wag. How couldst thou play me such a trick? Ah, Albany, dost thou remember Dr. Purefoy in Gaius College?" "Marry, do I," said the doctor, thrusting his arm through the Presbyterian divine's, and guiding him to a seat apart from the other prisoners, who witnessed this scene with much surprise. "Remember Gaius College," said Rochecliffe, "ay, and the good ale we drank, and our parties to Mother Huffcap's?" "Vanity of vanities," said Holdenough, smiling kindly at the same, and still holding his recovered friend's arm enclosed and hand-locked in his. "But breaking the principal's orchard's so cleanly done," said the Doctor. "It was the first plot I ever framed, and much work I had to prevail on thee to go into it." "Oh, name not that iniquity," said Nehemiah, "since I may well say, as the pious Master Baxter, that these boyish offences have had their punishment in later years, inasmuch as that inordinate appetite for fruit hath produced stomachic affections under which I yet labour." "True, true, dear Nehemiah," said Rochecliffe, "but care not for them, a dram of brandy will correct it all. Mr. Baxter was—" he was about to say an ass, but checked himself, and only filled up the sentence with, "a good man, I dare say, but over scrupulous." So they sat down together, the best of friends, and for half an hour talked with mutual delight over old college stories. By degrees they got on the politics of the day, and though then they unclasped their hands, and there occurred between them such expressions as "Nay, my dear brother," and "There I must needs differ," and "On this point I crave leave to think," yet a hue and cry against the independents and other sectarists being started, they followed like brethren in full hollo, and it was hard to guess which was most forward. Unhappily, in the course of this amicable intercourse, something was mentioned about the bishopric of Titus, which at once involved them in the doctrinal question of church government. Then, alas! the floodgates were opened, and they showered on each other Greek and Hebrew texts, while their eyes kindled, their cheeks glowed, their hands became clenched, and they looked more like fierce polemics about to rend each other's eyes out than Christian divines. Roger Wildrake, by making himself an auditor of the debate, contrived to augment its violence. He took, of course, a most decided part in a question the merits of which were totally unknown to him. Somewhat overawed by Holdenough's ready oratory and learning, the Cavalier watched with a face of anxiety the countenance of Dr. Rochecliffe, but when he saw the proud eye and steady bearing of the Episcopal champion, and heard him answer Greek with Greek, and Hebrew with Hebrew, Wildrake backed his arguments as he closed them, with a stout rap upon the bench, and an exulting laugh in the face of the antagonist. It was with some difficulty that Sir Henry and Colonel Everard, having at length and reluctantly interfered, prevailed on the two alienated friends to adjourn their dispute, removing at the same time to a distance, and regarding each other with looks in which old friendship appeared to have totally given way to mutual animosity. But while they sat lowering on each other, and longing to renew a contest in which each claimed the victory, Pearson entered the prison, and in a low and troubled voice desired the persons whom it contained to prepare for instant death. Sir Henry Lee received the doom with the stern composure which he had hitherto displayed. Colonel Everard attempted the interposition of a strong and resentful appeal to the Parliament against the judgment of the court-martial and the general. But Pearson declined to receive or transmit any such remonstrance, and with a dejected look and mien of melancholy presage, renewed his exhortation to them to prepare for the hour of noon, and withdrew from the prison. The operation of this intelligence on the two clerical disputants was most remarkable. They gazed for a moment on each other with eyes in which repentant kindness and a feeling of generous shame quenched every lingering feeling of resentment, and joined in the mutual exclamation, my brother, I have sinned. I have sinned in offending thee." They rushed into each other's arms, shed tears as they demanded each other's forgiveness, and, like two warriors who sacrifice a personal quarrel to discharge their duty against the common enemy, they recalled nobler ideas of their sacred character, and assuming the part which best became them on an occasion so melancholy, began to exhort those around them to meet the doom that had been announced, with the firmness and dignity which Christianity alone can give. End of chapter 36. Recording by Philip Gould.